So, a beautiful good evening to everybody out there around the world. Welcome to St. George South on the beautiful island of Corfu. And very warm welcome to our Homer the Odyssey reading. That's a sight reading marathon, and the duration gonna be around 16 hours, or maybe a little bit less, or a little bit more. We're gonna have between chapters, of every 2-3 chapters, a short break. So Adrian Marvell, who gonna sight read today, will has the opportunity to have a quick drink or a quick break. But this is a sight read marathon live here on caregiver.live or on Facebook or YouTube at Studio Caregiver. So you can see it's a little bit windy up here, and yeah, but we hope everything is alright. Hope the connection lasts. On Facebook we have to stop after around 8 hours, but after a short break we're gonna be back on Facebook again. So guys, it is exciting. We are very nervous. We don't know how it's gonna be, but hopefully everything gonna be alright. So welcome everybody to the fantastic sight reading marathon live stream adventure, Homer the Odyssey, read by Adrian Marvell. And without further ado, we're gonna go straight to our setup in a beautiful location here in St. George South to Adrian Marvell.
A very warm welcome to you all to today's special event from Studio Caregiver, a marathon live stream sight reading of Homer's The Odyssey. We're actually broadcasting from the holiday resort of St. George South, which is a beautiful location to do such an auspicious reading. The most important thing I'd like to say to you is that I've, to my shame, have never read this book, even though it's been on my bookshelves gathering dust for more than 3 decades. Now is the time to read it. And the good thing is that because I'm reading it for the first time, I'm sharing that experience with you, our lovely viewer and audience, so that you can join in all the foibles, all the wonderful literacy of Homer. Now, Homer is most considered... The lights have gone off. The lights have gone off, Joey. Homer is considered to be the bastion, the very first purveyor of Western literature. Some say even Western civilization. Although there's lots of disputes as to when he lived, for instance, many seem to think that he was around between 750 or 850 BC. Some say later than that. His work, however, wasn't actually written down until 500 years later or so. First performed more likely as songs or rhapsodies. It's rumoured or believed by some that Homer went round fairs and festivals singing for his supper, as it were. He's definitely noted by 150 BC by the great Roman poet Cicero. And of course, as you can no doubt believe, he has been translated by many and varied people down throughout the ages. He was first printed, would you believe, in Milan in 1488. And the book that I'm going to read you today, The Odyssey, has at least 73 or 74 translations done of it by various esteemed gentlemen down the ages, including famous luminaries such as William Morris, the famous designer and artist, and also T.E. Lawrence in the early part of the 20th century, better known as Lawrence of Arabia. However, today we're going to read the English translation of Homer's The Odyssey by E.V. Rue, who translated this great work, he did The Odyssey first, I should point out, in the early 1940s. So, for instance, in 1943, he was sitting round his fire with his family, his wife and daughters in North London, reciting passages from his translated work. This book, The Odyssey, was the very first work of fiction published by the great publishing house Penguin Classics in 1946. And Mr. E.V. Roux himself, together with his friend and colleague Sir Alan Lane, founded Penguin Classics, which you can still see on your bookshelves today. It's quite a work of fiction, I can tell you, and most people believe that Homer is so important to Western literature. Now, as I said before, I've never read this book, but you, the other end, hopefully can share all those nuances and experience with me. The other thing I'd like to say to you is a huge, humble apology. I'm bound to make mistakes, I'm bound to go wrong, and most importantly of all, I'm bound to mispronounce various key words. For that, I'm indelibly sorry. Just so you know, I have asked extensively several people here how to pronounce this name, how to pronounce that name. And would you believe 4 different people can give me 4 different answers? So, to make the whole thing work, and I have to apologise for this, but to make it work, I have to kind of say it how I see it as written, phonetically speaking, as it were. And hopefully I won't upset too many of the ardent loyalists of Homer in so doing. The reason I'm doing it really, or all of us here at Studio Kirker is doing it, is because Homer is considered such an icon in literature, and we just thought we'd share with you this experience of sight reading. So, without more ado, let us begin, although I should point out it's 339.5 pages long. It will probably take 13 to 14 hours. There will be breaks in between. Probably every 2 or 3 or 4 chapters we will have a short break, intermission if you like, of about 4 or 5 minutes. The whole wonderful piece of work is going to be broadcast live, as you're probably seeing it right now, on www.kirkra.live and also on the video platform vimeo.com. But you can also see it on Facebook Live and YouTube, although I should point out there may be some time constraint about that, and maybe we'll have to do 2 sittings for Facebook when we get to about 8 hours in, so please be advised of that. And if you do want to sit through it all with totally continuous coverage, the best I can suggest is kirkra.live. Once again, I do apologise if I'm going to fall over my words or make some mistakes, but let's hope there won't be too many. And what I must not do is to spoil your enjoyment of this most amazing adventure of the Odyssey, some of which actually is supposed to feature here on this beautiful island of Corfu, so it kind of makes it extra reasoning for us doing it here live from Corfu. So, if you are ready and sitting comfortably, then in a very short while I shall begin Homer's The Odyssey with an English translation by E.V. Roux. Chapter 1. Athena visits Telemachus. The hero of the tale which I beg the muse to help me tell is that resourceful man who roamed the wide world after he'd sacked the holy citadel of Troy. He saw the cities of many peoples, and he learnt their ways. He suffered many hardships on the high seas in his struggle to preserve his life and bring his comrades home. But he failed to save those comrades, in spite of all his efforts. It was their own sin that brought them to their doom, for in their folly they devoured the oxen of Hyperion the sun, and the god saw to it that they should never return. This is the tale I pray thee, divine muse, to unfold to us. Begin it, goddess, at whatever point you will. All the survivors of the war had reached their homes by now, and so put the perils of battle and the sea behind them. Odysseus alone was prevented from returning to the home and wife he longed for by that powerful goddess, the nymph Calypso, who wished him to marry her and kept him in her vaulted cave. not even when the rolling seasons brought in the year which the gods had chosen for his homecoming to Ithaca, was he clear of his troubles and safe among his friends. Yet all the gods were sorry for him, except Poseidon, who pursued the heroic Odysseus with relentless malice till the day when he reached his own country. Poseidon, however, was now gone on a visit to the distant Ethiopians, the farthest outpost of mankind, half of whom live where the sun goes down, and half where he rises. He had gone to accept a sacrifice of bulls and rams, and there he sat and enjoyed the pleasures of the feast. Meanwhile, the rest of the gods had assembled in the palace of Olympian Zeus, and the father of men and gods opened a discussion among them. He had been thinking of that nobleman, Aegisthus, whom Agamemnon's son Orestes killed to his own great renown, and it was with Aegisthus in his mind that Zeus now addressed the immortals. What a lamentable thing it is that men should blame the gods and regard us as the source of their troubles, when it is their own wickedness that brings them sufferings worse than any which destiny allots them. Consider Aegisthus, who flouted destiny by stealing Agamemnon's wife and murdering her husband when he came home, though he knew the ruin this would entail, since we ourselves had sent Hermes, the keen-eyed giant-slayer, to warn him neither to kill the man nor to make love to his wife. For Orestes, as Hermes pointed out, was bound to avenge Agamemnon as soon as he grew up, and thought with longing of his home, yet with all this friendly counsel Hermes failed to dissuade him, and now Aegisthus has paid the final price for all his sins. The goddess of the flashing eyes, Athene, took him up at once. Father of ours, son of Kronos, king of kings, Aegisthus' ends is just what he deserved. May all who act as he did share his fate. It is for Odysseus that my heart is wrung, the wise but unlucky Odysseus, who has been parted so long from all his friends and is pining on a lonely island far away in the middle of the seas. The island is well wooded, and a goddess lives there, the child of the malevolent Atlas, who knows the sea and all its depths, and with his own shoulders supports the great columns that hold the earth and sky apart. It is this wizard's daughter who is keeping the unhappy man from home, in spite of all his tears. Day after day she does her best to banish Ithaca from his memory with false and flattering words, and Odysseus, who would give anything for the mere sight of the smoke rising up from his own land, can only yearn for death. Yet your Olympian heart is quite unmoved. Tell me, did the sacrifices he made you by the aggrieved ships on the plains of Troy find no favour in your sight? Why so much bitterness against him, Zeus? Nonsense, my child, replied the gatherer of the clouds. How could I ever forget the admirable Odysseus? He is not only the wisest man alive, but has been the most generous in his offerings to the immortals who live in heaven. It is Poseidon, girdler of earth, who is so implacable towards him on account of the great Polyphemus, the Cyclops, whom Odysseus blinded. For Polyphemus is not only chief of his tribe, but the son of the nymph Thoosa, daughter of Phorcys, warden of the salt sea waves, and it was Poseidon who gave her this child when he slept with her in the cavern hollowed by the sea. That is why, ever since Polyphemus was blinded, Poseidon the earth-shaker has kept Odysseus in exile, though he stopped short of killing him. But come now, let all of us here put our heads together and find a way to get him home. I'm sure Poseidon will relent, for he cannot possibly hold out alone against the united will of the immortal gods. Bright-eyed Athene answered him, Father of sons, son of Kronos, king of kings, If it is really the pleasure of the blessed gods that the wise Odysseus shall return to Ithaca, let us send our messenger, Hermes, the giant killer, to the isle of Ogygia, to tell the fair Calypso at once of our decision that her long-suffering guest must now set out for home. Meanwhile, I myself will go to Ithaca to instil a little more spirit into Odysseus' son, and to embolden him to call his long-haired compatriots to an assembly, and speak his mind to that mob of suitors who spend their time in the wholesale slaughter of his sheep and fatted cattle. After which I shall send him off to Sparta, and to sandy Pylos, to seek him news of his father's return. It is possible that he may hear of him, and the effort will redound to his credit." When Athena had finished, she bound under her feet her lovely sandals of untarnishable gold, which carried her with the speed of the wind over the water or the unending land, and she seized her heavy spear with its point of sharpened bronze, the huge long spear with which she breaks the noble warrior's ranks, when she, the daughter of the Almighty Father, is roused to anger. Thus she flashed down from the heights of Olympus. On reaching Ithaca, she took her stand on the threshold of the court in front of Odysseus' house, and to look like a visitor, she assumed the appearance of a Tapian chieftain named Mentes, bronze spear in hand. She found the insolent suitors sitting in front of the door on the hides of oxen they themselves had slaughtered, and playing draughts while their squires and pages was busy round them, the squires blending wine and water in the mixing bowls, and the pages carving meat in lavish portions, or washing the tables with sponges before they set them ready. No one noticed her at first, but Telemachus, who was sitting disconsolate among the suitors, dreaming of how his noble father might come back from out of the blue, drive all these gallants pell-mell from the house, and so regain his royal honours and reign over his own once more. Full of these visions, which were natural in such company, he caught sight of Athena, and set off at once for the porch, thinking it a shame that a stranger should be kept standing at the gates. He went straight up to his visitor, shook hands, relieved him of his bronze spear, and gave him cordial greetings. "Welcome, sir, to our hospitality," he said. "You can tell us what has brought you when you have had some food." With this he led the way, and Pallas Athene followed. Once inside the lofty hall, he took her spear and put it away by one of the great pillars in a wooden rack, with a number of other spears belonging to the stalwart Odysseus. He then conducted her to a carved chair, over which he spread a rug, and seated her there with a stool for her feet. For himself he drew up an inlaid easy-chair, well away from the crowd of suitors, for fear that his guest might take offence at the uproar, and finding himself in such ill-mannered company, turn with distaste from his meal. Moreover, he wished to question him about his absent father. Presently a maid came with water in a handsome golden jug, and poured it out over a silver basin, so they could rinse their hands. She then drew a polished table to their side, and the staid housekeeper brought some bread and set it by them with a choice of dainties, helping them liberally to all she could offer. Meanwhile a carver dished up for them on platters slices of various meats he had picked from his board, and put gold cups beside them, which a steward filled up with wine as he passed them on his frequent rounds. The suitors came swaggering in, and took their seats in rows on the settles and chairs. Their squires poured water on their hands, and the maids put piles of bread in baskets beside them, while the pages filled the mixing bowls to the brim with drink. They helped themselves to the good things spread before them, and when all had satisfied their hunger and thirst, the suitors turned their thoughts to other pleasures, to the music and dancing, without which no banquet is complete. a herald brought a beautiful lyre and handed it to Phemius, the minstrel, whom they had pressed into their service. He had just struck the first notes for some delightful song when Telemachus leant across to the bright-eyed Athena and whispered to her so that the others could not hear. "I hope, sir, that I shall not embarrass you by my candour. How easy it is for that going gang over there to think of nothing but music and songs. They are living scot-free on another man, a man whose white bones are rotting in the rain upon some distant land or rolling in the salt sea waves. One glimpse of him in Ithaca, and they'd give all they have for a past a pair of legs. But as it is, he has come to some dreadful end. No one on earth can bring us a spark of comfort by telling us that he'll come back. The day for that is gone forever. However, do tell me who you are and where you come from. What is your native town? Who are your people? And since you certainly cannot have come on foot, what kind of vessel brought you here? How did the crew come to land you in Ithaca, and who did they claim to be? Then there's another thing I'd like to know. Is this your first visit to Ithaca, or have my people received you before, as is very likely, for my father used to entertain in our house just as much as he visited abroad?" "I will tell you everything," answered the bright-eyed goddess Athena. "My father was a wise prince, Anchises. My own name is Mentes, and I am chieftain of the seafaring Taphians. As for my arrival in Ithaca, I came with my own ship and crew across the wine-dark sea. We were bound for the foreign port of Temesi with a cargo of gleaming iron, which we mean to trade for copper. My ship is not berthed near the city, but over there, by the open country, in Rithron Cove, under the woods of Neon. As for our families, the ties between them go a long way back, as the old Lord Laertes would tell you if you went and asked him. For I gather that he no longer comes to town, but lives a hard and lonely life on his farm with an old woman servant, who puts his food and drink before him when he has tried himself out by dragging his legs up and down his vineyard on the hill. The reason for my presence here is this. I actually heard that he was home. I mean your father. And though it seems that the gods are putting every difficulty in his way, I still maintain that the goddess Odysseus is not dead, but alive somewhere on earth. I think he must be on some distant island out in the sea, in the hands of enemies, savages no doubt, who keep him there by force. Now, I am no seer or soothsayer, but I will venture on a prophecy to you, one that I feel is inspired and will come true. Your father will not be exiled much longer from the land he loves so well, not even if he's kept in irons. Trust Odysseus to get free. He always finds a way. But tell me, are you really Odysseus' son? How you have grown! You certainly have his head and fine eyes. The likeness is startling to one who met him as often as I did, though that was before he embarked for Troy and the Argive captains all set out in their great ships. From that day to this, Odysseus and I never set eyes on each other." Telemachus answered discreetly. "My friend," he said, "I shall be candid too. My mother certainly says I am Odysseus' son, but for myself I cannot tell. It's a wise child that knows his own father. Ah, if only I were the son of some lucky man overtaken by old age in the midst of his belongings. As it is, and since you ask me, the man whose son they say I am is the most unfortunate that ever lived." "And yet," said the goddess of the flashing eyes, "with you as you are, and with Penelope for your mother, I cannot think that your house is doomed to an inglorious future. But here is another matter I should like you to explain. What is the meaning of this banquet? Who are all these people? And what is your concern in the affair? No sign of a subscription supper here. Perhaps it is a dinner party or a wedding feast. At any rate, The banqueters appear to be making free of your house in a most improper way. Any decent man would be disgusted at the sight of such unseemly behaviour." "My friend," Telemachus soberly replied, "you may well ask what is going on. There was a time when this house was by way of being prosperous and respectable. That was when Odysseus, whom you mentioned just now, was still among us. But since then the gods have had other and more sinister designs, and they have served him as they never served a man before. They have made him vanish. His death itself, if he has fallen among his men at Troy, or died in friendly arms when all his fighting was done, would have caused me much less distress. For in that case the whole Achaean nation would have joined in building him a mound, and he would have left a great name for his son to inherit. But there was to be no famous end for him. The storm friends have spirited him away. He has ceased to exist for us, and to me has left nothing but sorrow and tears. Nor is it only on his account that I am so anxious unhappy, for the gods have gone on piling troubles on my head. Of all the island chieftains in Dushim, in Same, in wooded Zacynthus, or in rocky Ithaca, there is not one that isn't courting my mother and wasting my property. As for her, she neither refuses, though she hates the idea of remarrying, nor can she bring herself to take the final step. Meanwhile, they are eating me out of house and home, and I shouldn't be surprised if they finished me myself." Pallas Athene gave vent to her indignation. "For shame!" she cried. "It is certainly high time you lost father come to grips with this impudent gang. If only he could show himself at this moment at the palace gates, with his helmet, his shield, and his 2 spears, just as he was when I first saw him, drinking and rollicking in our house, that time he came up from Ephyre after a visit to Ilus, son of Mermerus. He had sailed there in search of a deadly poison to smear on the bronze tips of his arrows, and Ilus, a God-fearing man, refused to supply him. But my father, who loved him dearly, gave him what he wanted. Yes, if only Odysseus, as he then was, could get among these suitors, there'd be a quick death and a sorry wedding for them all. But such matters, of course, lie on the knees of the gods. They must decide whether or no he's to come back and settle accounts in his palace. Meanwhile, I do urge you to find some way of ridding the house of these suitors. Listen carefully to what I suggest. Tomorrow morning, call the Achaean lords to assembly, and make an announcement to them all, asking the gods to witness what you say. Tell the suitors to be off, each to his own place. As for your mother, if she is set on marrying, let her go back to her father's house. He is a man of consequence, and the family will provide a marriage feast, and see that she has generous dowry, as it is only right for a daughter they value. For yourself, here is my advice. It is sound, and I hope you will take it. Choose your best ship, man her with 20 oars, and set out to discover why your father has been gone so long. Someone may be able to tell you about him, or you may pick up one of those rumours from heaven that so often spread the truth. Go to Pylos first, and cross-examine the excellent Nestor. Then on to Sparta, to see red-haired Menelaus, since he was the last of the Achaeans to get home from the war. If you hear that your father is alive and on his way back, you might reconcile yourself to a year more of this wastage. But if you learn that he is dead and gone, return to your own country, build him a mound with all the proper funeral rites, and give your mother away to a new husband. This settled and done with, you must cudgel your own brains for some way of destroying this mob in your house, either by cunning or in open fight. You are no longer a child. You must put childish thoughts away. Have you not heard what a name Prince Orestes made for himself in the world when he killed the traitor Aegisthus for murdering his noble father? You, my friend, And what a tall and splendid fellow you have grown! Must be as brave as Oressus. Then future generations will sing your praises. But my crew must be tired of waiting for me, and I'll be off now to my good ship. I leave the matter in your hands. Think over what I have said." "Sir," said the wise Telemachus, "you have spoken to me out of the kindness of your heart, like a father talking to his son, and I shall never forget your words. I know you are anxious to be on your way, but I beg you to stay a little longer, so that you can bathe and refresh yourself. Then you can go to your ship in a happy frame of mind, taking with you as a keepsake from myself something precious and beautiful, the sort of present that one gives to a guest who has become a friend." "No," said the bright-eyed goddess. "I am eager to be on my way. Please do not detain me now. As for the gift you kindly suggest, let me take it home with me on my way back. Make it the best you can find, and you won't lose by the exchange." The goddess spoke, and the next moment she was gone, vanishing like a bird through a hole in the roof. But she left Telemachus full of spirit and daring, and concerned for his father even more than he had been before. He felt the change and was overcome with awe, for he realized that a god had been with him. The young prince now rejoined the suitors. He found them listening in silence to a song which their admirable bard was singing to them about the Achaeans' return from Troy and the disasters that Pallas Athena made them suffer. In her room upstairs, Penelope, wise daughter of Icarus, caught the words of his stirring ballad, and came down from her quarters by a steep staircase, not alone, but with 2 waiting women in attendance. Face to face with her suitors, the great lady drew a fold of her bright headdress over her cheeks, and took her stand by a pillar of the massive roof, with one of the faithful maids on either side. Then, bursting into tears, she broke in on the worthy minstrel. "Phemius," she said, "with your knowledge of the ballads that poets have made about the deeds of men or gods, you could enchant us with many other tales than this. Choose one of those now for your audience here, and let them drink their wine in peace. Give us no more of your present song. It is too sad. It never fails to wring my heart. For in that catastrophe no one was dealt a heavier blow than I, who pass my days in mourning for the best of husbands, the man whose name rings through the land from Hellas to the heart of Argos." But Telemachus would not let Penelope have her way. "Mother," he said, "why grudge our loyal bard the right to entertain us? The spirit moves him. Surely it is not the poets that are responsible for what happens, but Zeus himself, who deals with each of us toilers on earth as he sees fit. We cannot blame Phemius if he chooses to sing of the Danaans' tragic fate, for it is always the later song that an audience applauds the most. You must be brave and nerve yourself to listen, for Odysseus is not the only one who has never returned from Troy. Troy was the end of many another man, so go to your quarters now, and attend to your own work, the loom and the spindle, and tell the servants to get on with theirs. Talking must be the men's concern, and mine in particular, for I am the master in this house." Penelope was taken aback. She retired to her own apartments, for she was impressed by the good sense that her son had shown. Attended by her maids, she went upstairs to her bedroom, and there she wept for Odysseus, her beloved husband, till bright-eyed Athena closed her eyes in grateful sleep. Meanwhile, in the shadowy hall of the suitors burst into uproar, and each man voiced the hope that he might share her bed. But the wise Telemachus called them to order. "Gentlemen," he cried, "from you who court my mother, this is sheer insolence. For the moment let us dine and enjoy ourselves, quietly, I insist, for it is a lovely thing to listen to a minstrel such as we have here, with a voice like a god. But in the morning I propose that we all take our places in assembly, so that I can give you formal notice to quit my palace. Yes, you can feast yourselves elsewhere, and eat your own provisions in each other's homes. But if you think it a sounder scheme to destroy one man's estate and go scot-free yourselves, then eat your fill, while I pray to the immortal gods for a day of reckoning, when I can go scot-free, though I destroy you in this house of mine." It amazed them all that Telemachus should have the audacity to adopt this tone, and they could only bite their lips. But at last Antinous, Euphys's son, spoke up in answer. "It seems that the gods are already helping you, Telemachus, by teaching you this bold and haughty way of speaking. Being your father's son, you are heir to this island realm. Heaven grant that you may never be its king." But Telemachus was not at a loss. "Antinous," he answered, "it may disappoint you to learn that I should gladly accept that office from the hands of Zeus. Perhaps you argue that nothing worse could happen to a man. I, on the contrary, maintain that it is no bad thing to be a king, to see one's house enriched and one's authority enhanced. However, the Achaeans are not short of princes. Young and old, they swarm in sea-girt Ithaca, and since the great Odysseus is dead, one of them must surely succeed him. But I intend at least to be master of my own house, and the servants whom my royal father won for me in war." This time it was Eurymachus, son of Polybus, who answered him. "Telemachus, the gods of course decide who is to be our king in sea-girt Ithaca, but by all means keep your own belongings and rule your own house. God forbid that anyone should come and lay violent hands on your property, as long as Ithaca has people in it. But, my dear Telemachus, do tell us something about the guest of yours. Where did the man come from? What account does he give of his country? Who might his people be? And what is his native place? Does he bring news of your father's coming, or is he here on business of his own? He jumped up and was gone so suddenly that he gave no one time to get to know him, as I should gladly have done, for to judge by his looks he was a man of gentle birth." Eurymachus, the wise young prince, replied, "It is certain that my father will never come back, so I no longer believe any rumours, whatever their source, nor have I any use for the skill of such diviners as my mother may call in for consultation. As for my guest, he is an old friend of my father's from Taphos. He introduced himself as Mentes, the son of a wise man, Anchileus, and chieftain of the seafaring Tapians. In this way Telemachus described the visitor, whom in his heart he knew for an immortal goddess. From then till dusk they gave themselves up to the pleasures of dancing and the delights of song. Night fell, and found them making merry still, but at last they went off to bed, each to his own house. Telemachus, with much to turn over in his mind, retired to his own bedroom, a lofty chamber in the fine courtyard with a clear view on every side. He was escorted by Euclea, who carried a blazing torch. This Euclea, daughter of Ops and granddaughter of Pisenor, was a servant of sterling character, whom Laertes had procured at his own cost long ago, when she was still a girl, for the price of 20 oxen. He had treated her in his house with all the deference that is paid to a loyal wife, though for fear of his lady's displeasure he had respected her bed. It was she who now served as torch-bearer to his grandson, and she of all the household women loved him most, for she had nursed him as a child. Telemachus threw open the door of his comfortable room, sat down on the bed, and took off his soft tunic, which he put in the wise old woman's hands. After folding the smoothing it out, she hung it on a peg by the wooden bedstead, and withdrew from the bedroom, pulling the door to by the silver handle, and shooting the bolt home by means of its leather thong. And there, all night long, under his wooden blanket, Telemachus lay planning in his mind the journey that Athene had prescribed. Chapter 2. The Debate in Ithaca. As soon as dawn with her rose-tinted hands had lit the east, Odysseus' son put on his clothes and got up from his bed. He slung a sharp sword from his shoulder, bound a stout pair of sandals on his comely feet, and strode from his bedroom looking like a god. He at once gave orders to the clear-voiced criers to call his long-haired compatriots to assembly. The heralds cried their summons, and the people quickly mustered. When all arrived and the assembly was complete, Telemachus himself set out for the meeting place, bronze spear in hand, escorted only by 2 dogs that trotted beside him. Athena endowed him with such magic charm that all eyes were turned on him in admiration when he came up. The elders made way for him as he took his father's seat. Aegyptus, an old lord bent with years and rich in wisdom, was the first to speak. This was natural, for his own soldier son Antiphus had sailed with King Odysseus in the big ships to Ilium, the city of horses, only to be killed by the savage Cyclops in his cavern home when he made the last of his meals of Odysseus' men. And although he had 3 other sons, Eurymonos was foregathered with the suitors, and 2 who worked steadily on their father's estate. Antiphus was always in his mind. His grief was inconsolable, and it was with tears for this lost son that he now rose to address the gathering. My fellow countrymen, I beg your attention. Not once since the gallant Odysseus sailed here we have called to an assembly or held a session here. Who is it that has summoned us now? One of the young men or one of the older generation? And what emergency has made him take this step? Perhaps he has heard that the army is coming back, and may wish to share with us the early news he has received. Or is there some other matter of public concern that he intends to raise for discussion? Good man! I say in any case, our blessings on him. May Zeus reward him with his heart's desire. His auspicious words brought comfort to Odysseus' son. Eager to unburden himself, he left his seat without further ado, and took his stand in the middle of the assembly. The herald Pisanor, who was an expert in debate, thrust the speaker's staff into his hand, and Telemachus, turning first to old Aegyptius, began. My venerable lord, you shall have the truth at once. The man who summoned this gathering is not far to seek. It was I, suffering under a burden peculiar to myself. Of the army's return I have no prior news. I would share it with you if I had. Nor is it some other question of national importance that I propose to bring forward, but on my own private business, the affliction, I should say the double affliction, that has fallen on my house. In the first place, I have lost my good father, who was once king among you here and gentle as a father to you all. But there was a far greater calamity to follow, one which may well bring my house to utter ruin and rob me of my livelihood I have. A mob of hangers-on are pestering my mother with their unwanted attentions, and these suitors are actually the sons of those who are your leaders here, too cowardly to present themselves at her father's house, so that Icarus himself might have terms for his daughter's hand with the claimant he preferred. They spend the whole time in and out of our place. They slaughter our oxen, our sheep, our fatted goats. They feast themselves and drink our sparkling wine, with never a thought for all the wealth that is being wasted. The truth is, there is no one like Odysseus in charge to purge the house of this disease. You will understand that we are not equipped like him for the task, and that attempt would serve only to expose our miserable weakness. Yet how gladly I should undertake my own defence, had I the force at my command. For I tell you, the things they do are past all pairing, and the way in which my wealth is being frittered away has become an outrage to decency, which you, gentlemen, should resent not only on your own behalf, but as a scandal to our neighbours and the world around. Think of the gods! Have you no fear that they may requite these iniquities on your own heads? My friends, in the name of Olympian Zeus, in the name of Themis, who summons and dissolves the parliaments of men, I beg you to let me be, and grant me leave me to pine in solitary grief, unless by chance you think that my good father was so cruel to your soldiers, whom he led, that you are trying to repay me with equal cruelty by the encouragement you give these parasites. If only it were you yourselves that were devouring our treasure and flocks, I think we should be better off. For in that case we should not have far to look for compensation. We should simply dun you up and down the town for the restitution of our goods till every item was repaid. It is your present attitude that fills my heart with a bitterness for which I find no cure." As he spoke, his passion rose, and at the end he burst into tears and flung his staff on the ground. A wave of pity swept through the gathering. Nobody said a word, or had the heart to give Telemachus a sharp reply, and the silence was unbroken till Antinous took it upon himself to answer him. "What rhetoric, Telemachus, and what an ugly show of spite! So you'd put us to shame, would you, and fix the blame on us? You are wrong. We suitors plead not guilty. It is your own mother, that incomparable schemer, who is the culprit. Listen, for 3 whole years, in fact for close on 4, she has kept us on tenterhooks, giving us all some grounds for hope, and in her private messages to each making promises that she has not the slightest intention of keeping. And here's another example of her duplicity. On her loom at home she has set up a great web and begun weaving a large and delicate piece of work. She said to us, 'I should be grateful to you young lords who are courting me, now that King Odysseus is dead, if you could restrain your ardour for my hand till I have done this work, so that the threads I have spun may not be utterly wasted. It is a winding sheet for Lord Laertes, when he succumbs to the dread hand of death, that stretches all men out at last. I must not risk the scandal there would be among my countrywomen here if one who had amassed such a wealth were put to rest without a shroud.' That's how she talked, and we, like gentlemen, let her persuade us, with the result that by day she wove a great web, but every night had torches set beside it and undid the work. For 3 years she fooled us with this trick. A 4th began, and the seasons were already slipping by, when one of her women, who knew all about it, gave her mistress away. We caught her unravelling her beautiful work, and she was forced reluctantly to complete it. This then, Telemachus, is the suitor's answer to you. I'd have you note it well, and all the people too. Send your mother away, and make her marry the man whom her father chooses and whom she prefers. She must be aware of trying our young men's patience much further and counting too much on the matchless gifts that she owes to Athene, her skill in fine handicraft, her excellent brain, and the genius she has for getting her away. In that respect I grant she has no equal, not even in story. For all of the Achaean beauties of former times, there is not one, not Tyro, not Alcmene, not Mycenae of the lonely Diadem, who had that at her command such wits as she. Yet in the present case Penelope has used those wits amiss, for I assure you that so long as she maintains this attitude that she has been misguided enough to adopt, the suitors will continue to eat you out of house and home. She may be winning a great name for cleverness, but at what expense to you? So I say again, we will not return to our own estates, nor go anywhere else, until she makes her choice and marries one of her countrymen. Antinous, the wise young prince, replied, It is quite impossible for me to cast out the mother who bore me and who brought me up, with my father somewhere at the world's end, and, as likely not, still alive. Think first what I should have to pay Icarus if I could into my head to send my mother back to him. Again, when that father of hers had done his worst to me, the gods would step in and let loose on me avenging furies that my mother's curses would call up as she was driven from home. And finally, my fellow men, would cry shame upon me. You may take it, then, that I shall never give the word. No, if a feeling of shame has any place in your own hearts, then quit my palace and feast yourselves elsewhere, eating your own provisions in each other's houses. But if you think it a sounder scheme to destroy one man's estate and go scot-free yourselves, then eat your fill, while I pray to the immortal gods for a day of reckoning, when I can go scot-free, though I destroy you in that house of mine. As though in answer to his words, Zeus, who was watching from afar, urged 2 eagles into flight from the mountain top. For a while they sailed down the wind with outstretched pinions, wing to wing. But as soon as they were directly over the meeting place, where the sound of voices filled the air, they began to flap their wings and wheel about, glancing down at the faces of the crowd with looks foreboding death. They then fell to work with their talons, ripping each other's cheeks and neck on either side, and so swooped eastward over the housetops of the busy town. The people stared at the birds in amazement at this scene was enacted before their eyes, and asked themselves what was to come of such a portent. At last the old lord Halesus, master's son, spoke out. He knew more of bird lore and soothsaying than any man of his generation, and had his countrymen's welfare at heart when he rose now to harangue them. People of Ithaca, hear what I have to say, and it is to the suitors in particular that I address my reading of these signs. For them a great calamity is rolling up. Odysseus is not going to be parted from his friends much longer. At this very moment, indeed, he may be close at hand, sowing the seeds of a bloody doom for the suitors, one and all, which means disaster to many of the rest of us who live under the clear skies of Ithaca. Cannot we stop them before it happens? Or rather, won't they stop of their own accord, which I assume they would find the better course? And I am not unskilled in prophecy. I speak from ripe experience. Consider Odysseus. Has not everything fallen out as I warned that self-reliant man when he embarked for Ilium with the Argive army? I said it would be 19 years before he got home, after much suffering, with all his comrades lost, and that no one would know him when he died. See how my prophecies are coming true. It was Eurymachus, son of Polybus, who rose to deal with the old man. "Greybeard," he said, "enough. Run home and read omens to your children, or they may be getting into mischief, and leave me to interpret these signs. I am a better man than you at that. After all, plenty of birds go about their business in the sunny air, but it isn't every one that has a meaning. As for Odysseus, he has met his fate abroad, and I wish you too had perished with him. We should then have spared this flood of divination from your mouth, and the fuel you have added to Telemachus's anger. No doubt you expect a handsome present from your house, if he's in a generous mood. But let me tell you this, and what I say holds good. If you, his senior, with the wisdom of ages at your disposal, misuse your eloquence to incite this young man to violence, in the first place, it will be all the worse for him, and there will be nothing he can do about it. And for you, old man, there will be the extremely unpleasant consequence that we shall impose on you a fine that it will break your heart to pay. For Telemachus, here is my own advice. I give it openly before you all. Let him tell his mother to remove to her father's house, where they will make arrangements for her wedding, and see that she has a generous dowry, as it's only right for a daughter they value. Not till that is done can I see the young lords giving up their unwelcome suit, for we are afraid of no one at all, certainly not of Telemachus, for all his rhetoric. Nor, old gentleman, do we pay the slightest attention to those prophecies that fall from your lips. They come to nothing, and only get you a worse name than you had. No, Telemachus must suffer, and see his wealth consumed without hope of restitution, so long as Penelope keeps us kicking our heels in this matter of her marriage. Meanwhile we stay, and instead of seeking other brides, each according to his station, we feed our hopes from day to day on the thought of incomparable prize for which we are competing. Telemachus now showed his good judgment. Eurymachus, he said, and the rest of you who pay my mother your distinguished attentions, I have done with entreaties, and will discuss the matter no further. The gods and the whole people here have heard my case. All I ask for now is a fast ship and a crew of 20 to see me to my journey's end and back. For I am going to Sparta, and to sandy Pylos, to inquire after my father's return from his long absence, in the hope that someone may be able to tell me about him, or that I may pick up one of these rumours from heaven that so often spread the truth. If I hear that he is alive and on his way back, then I might reckon myself to one more year of this wastage. But if I learn that he is dead and gone, I shall come home, build him a mound with all the proper funeral rites, and give my mother's hand to a new husband. Telemachus resumed his seat, and Mentor rose to speak. Mentor was an old friend of Odysseus, to whom the king had entrusted his whole household when he sailed, with orders to defer to the aged Laertes and keep everything intact. He showed his good will now by rising to admonish his compatriots. "My fellow citizens," he said, "the conclusion that I, for one, have come to this, that kindness, generosity, and justice should no longer be the aims of any man who wields the royal spectre. In fact, that he might just as well devote his days to tyranny and lawless deeds, if one may judge by the case of Odysseus, that admirable king, to whom not one of the people whom he once ruled like a loving father gives a thought today. Mind you, I pick no quarrel with these unruly suitors, for the crimes they commit in the wickedness of their hearts. It is their own skins they are risking when they wreck Odysseus' state in the belief that he is gone forever. No, it is the rest of you sitting there in abject silence that stir my indignation. There are paltry few, and you are many, yet you are not a word have they had from you in condemnation or restraint." Up sprung Leocritus, Eunero's son. "Mentor, you crazy fool!" he shouted at him. "What sense is there in telling them to stop us? Odds or no odds, it would be hard on them to have to fight about a supper. Why, if Odysseus of Ithaca himself came up and took it into his head to drive us nobles from the palace because he found us dining in his hall, his wife would have no joy of his return, much as she may have missed him, but then and there he'd come to an ugly end, if he faced odds in such a cause. So, what you suggest is nonsense. But enough of this. Break up the meeting, and each man go back to his own lands, while Mentor and Halassus, as old friends of his father's, forward the arrangements for Telemachus's expedition, though I, for one, have an idea that he will never bring this journey off, but will find himself sitting in Ithaca for many a long day, gathering news as best he can. The assembled people were quick to accept this dismissal, and now scattered to their homes, while the suitors made their way to King Odysseus' house. In the meantime, Telemachus sought the solitude of the sea beach, where he washed his hands in the grey surf, and lifted them in prayer to Athena. "Hear me, you that in your godhead came yesterday to my house. It was your command that I should sail across the misty seas to find out whether my long-lost father is ever coming back. But see how my countrymen, and, above all, those bullies that besiege my mother, are thwarting me at every point." Athena answered his prayer in person. She assumed the appearance of Mentor, and seemed so like him as to deceive both eye and ear when she came up and addressed Telemachus in those inspiring words. "Today has proved you, Telemachus, neither a coward nor a fool, nor destined to be such. If we are right in thinking that your father's manly vigour has descended to his son, and what a man he was in action and debate, no fear then that this journey of yours will end in farce or failure. It is only if you were not the true son of Odysseus and Penelope that I should think your plans might come to nothing. Few sons indeed are like their fathers. Generally they are worse, but just a few are better. And since we have seen that you are by no means lacking in Odysseus's wits, and that no fool's or coward's role awaits you in life, why then you have every reason to feel that you will make success of this undertaking. So forget the suitors now, and dismiss their plots and machinations from your mind. They are fools, and there is no sense or honour in them, nor have they any inkling of the dark fate that is stalking so near, and will strike them all down in a single day. You, meanwhile, will soon be off on this journey you have set your heart on. For am I not your father's friend, and ready to find you a far ship and sail with you myself? Go home now, and show yourself to the suitors. Then get provisions ready, and stow them all in vessels, the wine in jars, and in the barley meal, to keep your men fit, in well-sewn skins. Meanwhile, I will soon collect a crew of volunteers in the city, and there are plenty of ships, new and old, in sea-girt Ithaca. I myself will pick out the best for you, and will have her rigged in no time, and launch her on the open sea." Athena, daughter of Zeus, had spoken, and there was no loitering there for Telemachus when he heard the voice of the goddess, but he set off at once for home with a heavy heart. At the palace he found the Ruffianlian suitors skinning goats and singing fatted hogs in the courtyard. Antinous, with a laugh, ran up to him, seized his hand, and spoke to him, as man to man. "Telemachus, my fiery young orator, enough now of hard words and thoughts of violence. Let me see you eat and drink with us as usual. And I'm sure our people will make all arrangements on behalf for a ship and picked a crew to get you straight to sacred Pylos on your noble father's trail." But Telemachus was too wise to be deceived. "Antinous," he said, snatching his hand away, "it is out of the question for a man to sit down to a quiet supper and take his ease with a set of rioters like you. Isn't it enough that all this time, under the pretext of your suit, you have been robbing me of my best, while I was still too young to understand? I tell you now that I'm old enough to learn from others what has happened, and to feel my own strength at last. I will not rest till I have let hell loose upon you, whether I go to Pylos or manage here in Ithaca itself. And I shall not be balked of this journey I have spoken of. I am going, if only as a passenger, since it seems to have suited you better that I should not be allowed a ship or crew of my own. A storm of insults and derision greeted this speech. I do believe, said one young ruffian, that Telemachus wants to cut our throats, and he's off to sandy Pylos to get help. Perhaps he'll go as far as Sparta and back, since he's so thirsty for our blood. Or it may occur to him that the fertile soil of Ephyre is worth a visit. He'll come home with a deadly poison, pop it in the wine barrel, and lay us all out. And another of the young bloods chimed in. Ah, but who knows? If he too takes to seafaring, he may stray from home and be lost like Odysseus, and what a nuisance that would be for us. All the extra trouble of dividing his property between us and presenting his house to his mother and her bridegroom. Telemachus let them talk, and went along to his father's storeroom, a big and lofty chamber, stacked with gold and bronze, and with chests full of clothing and stores of fragrant oil. There, too, shoulder to shoulder along the wall, stood jars of mellow vintage wine, full of the true unblended juice, waiting for the day when Odysseus, for all he had suffered, should find his home again. There were locks to the closely fitted folding doors, and day and night the room and its treasures were in charge of the housekeeper, Euclea, daughter of Ops, Pasenos' son, a custodian who had all her wits about her. Calling her now to the storeroom, Telemachus said, Listen, nurse, will you draw off some flagons of wine, and let it be good stuff, the best you have, next to the vintage you keep with such care for your unlucky king, always hoping that he may dodge his fate and walk in one day from heaven knows where. Fill me 12 flagons, and put their stoppers on, and pour me out some barley meal in strong leather bags. 20 measures, please, of mill-crushed grain. Not a word to anyone else. Get all the provisions together, and in the evening I shall fetch them myself when my mother has gone upstairs for the night. I'm off to Sparta and sandy Pylos on the chance of finding out something about my dear father's return. At this, his fond old nurse, Euclea, burst into a wail of protest. Dear child, she remonstrated with him, what on earth has put this idea into your head? What takes you that you must go wandering through the world, you, an only son, the apple of your mother's eye, and King Odysseus dead and gone, far from his home in foreign parts? Why, the moment your back is turned, those fellows will be plotting mischief against you, and when they've done you to death, they'll share all this between them. Sit tight where you are, and guard your own property. There's no call for you to take to the hard life and wander round the barren seas. Nurse, have no fears, the wise Telemachus replied. There's a God's hand in this, but you must swear to me that you won't tell my good mother for at least a dozen days, or till she misses me herself and finds I'm gone. We don't want tears to spoil her lovely cheeks. The old woman swore by all the gods that she would keep his secret, and when she had solemnly taken her oath, she drew off the wine for him in flagons, and ran the barley meal into serviceable bags. Telemachus then rejoined the company in the hall. Meanwhile, another measure had suggested itself to the bright-eyed goddess Athene. Disguising herself as Telemachus, she went up and down through the city, picked out her 20 men, and passed them each the word, instructing the whole company to foregather by the good ship at nightfall. The vessel itself she begged of Nomon, son of Proneus, a prominent Ithacan, who was glad to let her have it. The sun sank, the darkness fell in all the streets. The goddess now ran the good ship into the water, and stowed in her all the gear proper to a well-found gallery. This done, she moored her in the far corner of the heaven, the gallant lads came up, and when the full crew had gathered around, Athena gave each man his orders. The bright-eyed goddess then decided on a further step. She made her way to King Odysseus's palace and lulled the suitors there into a state of pleasant drowsiness, bemusing them as they drank till the wine cups fell from their hands. Their eyelids heavy with sleep, they loitered no more at table, but rose to seek their various sleeping quarters in the town. Then bright-eyed Athene, borrowing Mentor's form and voice once more, called Telemachus out of the palace building to her side. "Telemachus," she said, "your gallant crew are sitting at their oars, waiting for your word to be off. Come, we do not want to delay their start." With this, Pallas Athene led the way at a smart pace, and Telemachus followed in the footsteps of the goddess. When they came down to the sea and reached the boat, they found their long-haired crew waiting on the beach, and the young prince took command. "My friends, follow me," he ordered. "We must get the stores on board. They are all stacked and ready at the palace. But I must tell you that my mother knows nothing of this, nor any of the servants either, except one woman who I took into my confidence." He led off, and the crew fell in behind. They brought down all the stores and stowed them in their well-built galley, taking their orders from Odysseus's son. Telemachus then followed Athena on board. She took her seat on the afterdeck, and he sat down beside her. The sailors cast the hawsers off, climbed in, and took their places on the benches. And now, out of the west, Athena of the flashing eyes called up for them a steady following wind, and sent it singing over the wine-dark sea. Telemachus shouted to the crew to lay hands on the tackle, and they leapt to his orders. They hauled up the fore-mast, stepped it in its hollow box, made it fast with stays, and hoisted the white sail with plaited oxhide ropes. Struck full by the wind, the sails swelled out, and a dark wave hissed loudly round her stem as the vessel gathered way and sped through the choppy seas, forging ahead on her course. When all was made snug in the swift black ship, they got out mixing bowls, filled them to the brim with wine, and poured libations to the immortal gods that have been since time began, and above all to the daughter of Zeus, the lady of the gleaming eyes. And all night long and into the dawn the ship ploughed her way through the sea. Chapter 3. Telemachus with Nestor. Leaving the waters of the splendid east, the sun leapt up into the firmament, to bring light to the immortals and to men who plough the earth and perish. The travellers now came to Pylos, the stately citadel of Neleus, where they found the people on the sea beach sacrificing jet-black bulls to Poseidon, lord of the earthquake, god of the sable locks. There were 9 companies in session, with 500 men in each, and every company had 9 bulls to offer. They had just tasted the victim's entrails and were burning the pieces from the thighs in the god's honour, as the trim ship came bearing down upon them. The crew brailed up the sail, moored their vessel, and disembarked. Athena followed. Telemachus was the last to leave the ship. The goddess with the flashing eyes turned to him now and said, "Telemachus, you must forget your diffidence. There is no occasion for it here at all. Why have you crossed the seas, if not to find out where your father's bones lie buried, and how he met his end? Go straight up, then, to Nestor, the tamer of horses, for we are here to wring his secrets from him. But you yourself must approach him if you want the truth from his lips. Not that I think you will get anything else from so wise a man as he." But Telemachus was wary. "Mentor," he asked, "how am I to go up the great man? Shall I greet him? Remember that I have had no practice in making speeches, and a young man may well hesitate to cross-examine one so much his senior." "Telemachus," replied Athena, "where your native wits failed, heaven will inspire you. It is not for nothing that the gods have watched your progress ever since your birth." With this, Pallas Athena led off a quick pace, and Telemachus followed in the steps of the goddess, till they reached a spot where the people of Pylos was assembled in session. There sat Nestor with his sons, while their followers around them were piercing meat with skewers or roasting it in preparation for the banquet. But as soon as they caught sight of the strangers, they all made a move in their direction, waving their hands in welcoming and beckoning the newcomers to join them. Nestor's son, Pisistratus, who was the first to reach them, took them both by the hand and gave them places at the banquet on the downy fleeces spread over the sandy beach, near his brother Thrasymedes and his father. Then he helped them to the victim's inner parts, filled a gold cup with wine, and proffered it with these words to Pallas Athene, daughter of Zeus, who wears the aegis: "This feast that you find us holding is in the Lord Poseidon's honour. Pray to the god, my friend, and when you have made your drink offering and your prayer, as our rites dictate, pass on the cup of mellow wine to your companion here, so that he may do the same. For he too must be a worshipper of the immortal gods, whom no man can neglect. And it is only because he is the younger, in fact a man of my own age, that I hand his golden beaker to you first." And he placed a cup of sweet wine in Athena's hands. The goddess was delighted at the tact and nicety which the young man had shown in giving her the golden beaker first, and at once began an earnest prayer to the Lord Poseidon. "Hear me, Poseidon, girdler of earth, and do not begrudge us, your suppliants, the fulfilment of our wishes. First of all, vouchsafe success to Nestor and his sons. Consider next these others, and make a gracious return to all in Pylos for their sumptuous offerings. Grant, lastly, that Telemachus and I may successfully accomplish the task that brings us here in our black ship, and afterwards get safely home." So the goddess prayed, and as each petition left her lips, she herself made its fulfilment sure. Then she passed the fine two-handled beaker to Telemachus, and Odysseus' son repeated her prayers. The outer flesh from the victims was now roasted and drawn off the spits. Portions were carved for all, and they fell on their splendid feast. When they had satisfied their appetite and thirst, Nestor, the old charioteer of Gerenian fame, made himself heard. "Now that our visitors have regaled themselves, it will be no breach of manners to put some questions to them and inquire who they may be." And turning to his guests, "Who are you, sirs? From what port have you sailed over the highways of the seas? Is yours a trading venture, or are you cruising the main a chance, like a roving pirates who risk their lives to ruin other people?" Telemachus, inspired by Athene, who was anxious for him to catechise the old king about his father's disappearance, now plucked up the courage to make him a spirited reply. "Nestor, son of Neleus, I salute you, whom the Achaeans love to honour. You ask where we hail from. I will tell you. We are from Ithaca, which lies at Neon's foot, and have come on private, not on public business, as you will understand when I tell you that I am searching through the length and breadth of the land for any news that I can pick up of my royal father, the gallant Odysseus, who is said years ago to have fought by your side at the sack of Troy. We can account for all the others who took part in the war. We know where each man fell, and sorry tale it is. But Zeus has wrapped Odysseus' fate up to his very death in utter mystery, and no one can tell us for certain where he died, whether he was the victim of some hostile tribe on land, or whether he was lost at sea in Amphitrite's waves. So I have come here to plead with you in the hope that you will tell me the truth about my father's unhappy end, if by any chance you witnessed it yourself, or heard the story from some wanderer like him. For if ever a man was born for misery, it was he. Do not soften your account out of pity or concern for my feelings, but faithfully describe the scene that met your eyes. I beseech you, if ever my good father Odysseus, in the hard years of war you had at Troy, gave you his word to speak or act on your behalf, and made it good, remember what he did, and tell me all you know. Ah, my friend, exclaimed Nestor, the Gerenian charioteer, what memories thy name of Troy brings back! The miseries we fierce Achaeans put up with there, a raid after raid across the misty seas in search of plunder at Achilles' beck and call, fight after fight around the very walls of royal Priam's town, and there our best men fell. There warlike Aias lies, there lies Achilles, there Patroclus, wise as the gods in council. There too Anticulus, my own dear son, as good as he was brave, the fastest runner of them all, and what a fighter too. Nor is that the full count of what the Achaean chivalry endured at Troy. There is no man on earth who could unfold to you the whole disastrous tale, not through you sat and questioned him for 6 years, by which time your patience would be gone, and you yourself be home. For 9 long years we toiled to bring them down by every stratagem we could devise. Even when the final victory came, Zeus seemed to grudge it to us. And all the time there was not a man that dared to match his wits against the admirable Odysseus, who in every kind of strategy proved himself supreme. I am speaking of your father, if you really are that great man's son. Indeed, I cannot help looking at you in amazement. You talk exactly as he did, and I should have sworn no youngster could so resemble him in speech. However, in all those years, whether at the General Assembly or in the Council of Kings, not once did Odysseus and I find ourselves speaking on opposite sides. We seemed to share a single mind. So well did we agree on the policy which is our good sense and ripe judgment we laid down for the successful conduct of the Argives affairs. But not all of the Argives showed as much wisdom or honesty, and so, when we had brought Priam's city down in ruins, and sailed away, and had our fleet scattered by heaven's hand, Zeus planned disaster for them on the homeward run. As a result, many of them came to grief through the fatal anger of the bright-eyed daughter of that mighty sire. She began by making the 2 sons of Atreus quarrel. Acting on the spur of the moment, and with no regard for form, they summoned the whole Achaean army to assemble at sunset. So the troops rolled up sodden with wine, and then they delivered the harangues for which they had called them together. Menelaus put it to them all that their first concern should be to get to their distant homes across the seas. But this was not at all to Agamemnon's liking. He was for keeping them there and making ceremonial offerings to Athene in the hope of appeasing a terrible wrath, not realizing in his folly how implacable she would prove, for it is not so easy to divert the immortal gods from their purpose. Well, the pair of them stood there bandying hard words till their armed audience, themselves divided in opinion, broke up the assembly in indescribable uproar. That night our rest was spoilt by vindictive feelings against our comrades in arms, for Zeus was making ready to strike us the fatal blow. In the morning half of us run our ships down into the tranquil sea and stowed them in our spoils, and the captive women with their girdles around their hips. Then, though the rest still held aloof and stayed where they were with Agamemnon the commander-in-chief, our party embarked and set out. Our ships went well, for luckily no swell was running, the sea was smooth. We soon made Tedymenos, and there, all agog to be home, we sacrificed to the gods. But Zeus had no intention of letting us get home so soon, and for his own cruel purposes he set us all at loggerheads once more. As a result, one squadron swung the curved prows of their vessels round and turned back in their tracks. It was the followers of Odysseus, that wise and subtle king, who thus saw fit to renew their allegiance to Agamemnon, son of Atreus. But I, well aware of the god's sinister designs, fled on with the massed ships that formed my company. Warlike Diomedes did the same, bringing his party with him, and late in our wake red-haired Menelaus followed too. He caught us up in Lesbos, where we were hesitating whether to choose the long passage outside the rugged coast of Chios, and by way of Syria, keeping that island on our left, or to sail inside Chios past the windy heights of Mimas. In this dilemma we prayed for a sign, and heaven made it clear that we should cut straight across the open sea to Abia, to get out of harm's way as quickly as possible. A whistling wind blew up, and our ships made splendid running down the highways of the fish, reaching Geristassus in the night, and many a bull's thigh we laid on Poseidon's altar after spanning that weary stretch of water. It was on the 4th day that the company of Diomedes, the tamer of horses, brought their fine craft to anchor in Argos. But I held on for Pylos, and the breeze never dropped from the moment when my God's will it had begun to blow. Consequently, my dear lad, I got back without any news of the men we had left behind, and have no idea who escaped or who was lost. But all the news that has come to me as I sit here at home you shall have, as is only right, and I'll keep nothing back. In the first place, they tell me that the Myrmidon spearmen reached home in safety under the great Achilles' noble son, and that Phaeus' son, the brilliant Philocetes, fared equally well. Again, Idomeneus brought all his men to Crete, all, that is, who had survived the war. The sea got none from him. As for Agamemnon, I know your home is far from his, yet even you must have heard how he had no sooner got back than he fell a wretched victim to Aegisthus' plot, and a grim reckoning there was for Aegisthus, which shows what a good thing it is when a man dies for a son to survive him. As Orestes survived to pay the murder out and kill that snake in the grass, Aegisthus, who had killed his noble father, you, my friend, and what a tall and splendid fellow you have grown, must be as brave as Orestes, then future generations will sing your praises. The wise young Telemachus replied, King Nestor, whom the Achaeans delight to honour, that was revenge indeed. Orestes' fame will travel through Achaean lands and live for generations still to come. Ah, if the gods would only give me strength like his, to cope with the insufferable insolence of my mother's suitors, and settle accounts with those ruffians for their blackguardly tricks. But fate has no such happiness in store for me, nor for my father either. I have to grin and bear things as they are. My friend, said Gerenian Nestor, now that your own remarks have put me in mind of it, I admit I had been told that a whole crowd of young gallants are courting your mother and running riot in your house as uninvited guests. Tell me, do you take this lying down, Or have the people of Ithaca been listening to some heaven-fed rumour that has turned their hearts against you? Who knows whether some day Odysseus may not come back, alone perhaps, or with his following intact, and pay these suitors out for all their violence? I only wish that bright-eyed Athena could bring herself to show you on your behalf some of the loving care she devoted to your illustrious father in the course of those hard campaigns of ours at Troy. For never in my life have I seen the gods display such open affection as Pallas Athena showed in her championship of Odysseus. Ah, if only she would love and care for you like that! Some of those gentlemen would soon have all thoughts of courtship knocked out of their heads for ever. Sire, said the wise Telemachus, I see no hope whatever of your forecast proving true. You have conjured up too marvellous a vision. I cannot bear to think of it, and I, for one, dare not expect such happiness, even if it proves to be God's will. But Athena rounded on the young man. Telemachus, she exclaimed, what a thing to say! However far a man may have strayed, a friendly God could bring him safely home, and that with ease. And for myself, I would rather live through untold hardships to get home in the end and see that happy day than come back and die at my own hearth as Agamemnon died by the treachery of Aegisthus and his wife. But there again it is our common lot to die, and the gods themselves cannot rescue even one they love, when death that stretches all men out lays its dread hand upon him. Mentor, the wise Telemachus replied, let us not discuss these painful matters any more. We can no longer count on my father's return. The gods who never die have already set his feet on the dark path that leads to death. But I should like now to bring up another question and put it to Nestor, whose knowledge of men's ways and thoughts is unrivalled. For they tell me he has been king through 3 generations, and when I took at him I seemed to gaze on immortality itself. Here Telemachus turns to his host. Will your majesty enlighten me again? How did imperial Agamemnon meet his end? Where was Menelaus? And by what cunning snare did that false knave Aegisthus contrive to kill a man far braver than himself? Was Menelaus away from Achaean Argos and wandering abroad? Is that why the coward plucked up the courage to strike? My child, Gerenian Nestor answered, I shall be glad to tell you the whole tale. You can imagine for yourself what would happen had Agamemnon's brother, red-haired Menelaus, come back from Troy and caught Aegisthus in the house alive. No burial would have been honoured his remains. Flung on the plain outside the city's walls, he'd have made meat for the dogs and birds of prey, and there's no woman in Achaea who would have shed a tear for him. He was indeed no petty crime. While we that were beleaguering Troy toiled at heroic tasks, he spent his leisured days right in the heart of Argos, where the horses graze, besieging Agamemnon's wife with his seductive talk. At first, Queen Clytemnestra turned a deaf ear to his dishonourable schemes. She was a sensible woman, and besides she had a man with her, a minstrel by profession, to whom Agamemnon, when he left for Troy, had given strict orders to watch over his queen. But when the fatal day appointed for her conquest came, Aegisthus took this minstrel to a desert isle, left him there as carrion for the birds of prey, and carried Clytemnestra off to his own house, fond lover, willing dame. This doughty deed accomplished, he heaped the holy altars of the gods with sacrificial meat, and plastered the temple walls with splendid gifts of gold brocade, thank offerings for success beyond his wildest dreams. Meanwhile we were sailing in the company over the sea from Troy, Menelaus and I, the best of friends. But when we were abreast of the sacred cape of Sunium, where Attica juts out into the sea, Phoebus Apollo let fly his darts at Menelaus's helmsman and struck him dead, with the steering oar of the running ship in his hands. This man, Prontis, son of Ontor, had been the world's best steersman in a gale, and Menelaus, though anxious to proceed, was determined at Sunium till he could bury his comrade with the proper rites. But when he too had got away over the wine-dark sea in those great ships of his, and had run as far as the steep bluff of Malea, Zeus, who is always on the watch, took it into his head to give them a rough time, and sent them a howling gale, with giant waves as massive and as high as mountains. Then and there he split the fleets into two parts, one of which he drove towards Crete and the Clydonian settlements on the river Idanus. Now, where the lands of Gortyn end, out in the misty sea, there is a smooth rock that falls abruptly to the water, and the south-westerly gales drive the great rollers against a headland to the left, in towards Phaestus, with nothing but this puny reef to keep their violence in check. It was here that the one party made their landfall. The crews by a hair's breadth escaped destruction. Their ships were splintered on the rocks by the fury of the seas. Meanwhile, Menelaus, with the remaining 5 vessels of his blue-prowed fleet, was driven on by wind and wave to Egypt. And so it came about that he was cruising in those distant parts where people talk a foreign tongue, amassing a fortune in goods and gold, while Aegisthus schemed this wickedness at home. After he had killed Agamemnon, the usurper reigned in golden Mycenae, and kept the people under his thumb for 7 years. But the 8th brought him disaster, in the shape of Orestes, for that brave youth, returning from Athens, killed Aegisthus, his noble father's murderer, and so the slayer was slain. When Orestes had done the deed, he invited his friends to a funeral banquet for the mother he had loathed and the craven Aegisthus, and on the selfsame day he was joined by the veteran Menelaus, bringing in all the treasures that had filled his holds. Be warned yourself, my friend. Don't stray too long from home, nor leave your wealth unguarded with such a set of scoundrels in the place, unless you want them to share it out, to eat it all up you have, and to make a farce of your expedition. I do urge you, however, to pay Menelaus a visit, for he has only just got back from abroad, and from a region so remote that one might well give up all hope of return once the winds had blown one astray into the wide expanse of sea, which is so vast and perilous that even the birds cannot make their passage in the year. So off you go now to Menelaus with your ship and crew, or, if you prefer, the land route. I have a chariot and horses at your disposal, and my sons are at your service too, to escort you to lovely Lacedaemon, where the red-haired Menelaus lives, and see that you approach him in person if you want the truth from his lips. Not that I think you will get anything else from so intelligent a man as Menelaus. As Nestor came to an end, the sun went down, and darkness fell. It was the bright-eyed goddess Athene who spoke next. "We thank you, Tsar, for a tale well told. But come, sirs, cut up the victims' tongues, and mix the wine, so that we can pour out offerings to Poseidon and the other immortals before we think of sleeping. It is time for bed, now that the light has sunk into the western gloom, nor should one linger at a holy feast, but make an early move." It was the daughter of Zeus who had spoken. Her words did not fall on deaf ears. The squires sprinkled their hands with water, while the young attendants filled the mixing bowls to the brim with drink, and then, after pouring a few drops first in each man's cup, they served them all with wine. The tongues were thrown into the flames, and the company rose and sprinkled libations on them. And when they had made their offerings and drunk their fill, Athena and Prince Telemachus both made a move to get back to the shelter of their ship. But Nestor stopped them, protesting loudly. "God forbid that you should go to your ship and turn your backs on my house as though it belonged to some threadbare pauper, and there weren't plenty of blankets and rugs in the place for host and guest to sleep between comfort. Indeed, I have good bedding for all, and I swear that the son of my friend Odysseus shall not lie down to sleep on this ship's deck, so long as I am alive, or sons survive me here to entertain all visitors that come to my door." "Nobly said, dear father," replied the goddess of the flashing eyes, "and Telemachus may well accept your invitation, for nothing could be more agreeable. Let him go off with you now and sleep in your palace, while I return to the black ship to assure the men and tell them each their duties, for I am only the senior in the party. All the rest are young fellows of much the same age as our gallant Telemachus, and follow him for love. I propose to sleep there by the black ship's hull tonight, and in the morning to set out on visit to enterprising people, the Gorgonians, with whom I have an outstanding claim of some importance to settle. But since my friend here has become your guest, I suggest that you should send him on a chariot with one of your sons, and give him the fastest and strongest horses in your stable." As she finished, bright-eyed Athene took the form of a sea-eagle and flew off. They were all confounded at the sight. The old king marvelled as he took it in, and seizing Telemachus's hand, saluted him. "My friend," he cried, "no fear that you will ever be a dastard or a knave. When young as you already have your guardian gods. For of all that live on Olympus, this was no other than the daughter of Zeus, the august lady of Triton, who singled out your noble father, too, for honour among the Argives. My queen, be gracious to your servant, and vouchsafe good repute to me and to my sons, and to my faithful consort. In return you shall have a yearling heifer, broad in the brow, whom no one yet has broken in and led beneath the yoke. She shall be sacrificed to you, with gold foil on her horns." His prayer reached the ears of Pallas Athena, and now the Gerenian charioteer Nestor led the way towards his stately home, followed by his sons and daughters' husbands. When they came to the royal palace, they took their places on the settles and chairs, and the old man prepared a bowl of mellow wine for his guests. From a jar that had stood for 10 years before, the maid undid the cap and broached it. When the old king had mixed a bowl of this vintage, he poured a little out, with earnest prayers to Athena, daughter of Zeus, who wears the aegis. They made their libations and quenched their thirst, after which the rest went off to their several quarters for the night. But the Gerenian horseman Nestor arranged for King Odysseus' son Telemachus to sleep at the palace itself, on a wooden bedstead in the echoing portico, with Pestratus beside him, for that young spearman and captain was the only unmarried son left to him in the home. The king himself retired to rest in his room at the back of the high building, where the queen his wife had made bed and beddy ready for him. When tender dawn had brushed the sky with her rose-tinted hands, Gerenian Nestor got up from his bed, went out, and seated himself on a smooth bench of white marble, which stood, gleaming with polish, in front of his lofty doors. Here Neleus once had sat and proved himself a rival of the gods in wisdom, but he had long since met his doom and gone to Hades's halls. So now Gerenian Nestor sat there in his turn, spectre in hand, a warden of the Chian race. His sons all came from their rooms and gathered around him. Ekphron and Stratius, Perseus and Artessus, and the noble Thrasymedes. The young lord Pestistratus came last and made the six. Prince Telemachus was ushered to a seat at their side, and Nestor, the Gerenian charioteer, now made his wishes known. Bestir yourselves, my dear sons, and help me to pay my devotions to Athene, who of all gods has the first claim upon them, since it was she who made herself manifest to me at our sumptuous banquet. Go, one of you, to the meadows for the heifer, and gather her here without delay, telling the man in charge of the herd to drive her up. And one go down to Prince Telemachus' ship, and bring all his crew along but two, while another summons the goldsmith Laerces to the house to gild the heifer's horns. The rest of you stay with me here, and tell the servants indoors to prepare a feast in the palace, and to fetch seats and wood to go round the altar, and a supply of fresh water. They all hurried off to carry out his orders. The heifer was brought in from the meadows. Prince Telemachus' crew came up from his good ship, and the smith arrived, equipped with the tools of his trade, the anvil, the hammer, and the sturdy tongs he used for working gold. Athena too attended to accept the sacrifice. Then Nestor, the old charioteer, gave out the gold which the smith worked into foil and laid round the heifer's horns by way of embellishment to please the goddess's eye. Next, Stratius and Epheron led the heifer forward by the horns, and Arteus came out from the storeroom, carrying in his right hand a flowered bowl of lustral water for their use, and in the other a basket with the barley corns, while the stalwart Thrasymedes, gripping a sharp axe, stood by to cut the victim down, and Perseus held the dish to quench its blood. The old charioteer Nestor now started the ritual with the lustral water and the scattered grain, and offered up his earnest prayers to Athene as he began the sacrifice by throwing a lock from the victim's head on the fire. When they had made their petitions and sprinkled the barley corns, Nestor's son Thrasymedes stepped boldly up and struck. The axe cut through the tendons of the heifer's neck, and she collapsed. At this the women raised their cry, Nestor's daughters and his sons' wives, and the loyal consort Eurydice, Clemenus' eldest daughter. But the men lifted the heifer's head from the trodden earth and held it up, while the captain Pestistratus cut its throat. When the dark blood had gushed out and the life had left the heifer's bones, they swiftly dismembered the carcass, cut slices off the thighs in ceremonial fashion, wrapped them in folds of fat, and laid raw meat above them. These pieces the venerable king burnt on the faggots, while he sprinkled red wine over the flames, and the young men gathered round with 5-pronged forks in their hands. When the thighs were burnt up and they had tasted the inner parts, they carved the rest into small pieces, pierced them with skewers, and held the sharp ends of the spits to the fire till all was roasted. In the meantime, the beautiful Polycaste, King Nestor's youngest daughter, had given Telemachus his bath. When she had bathed him and rubbed him with olive oil, she gave him a tunic and arranged a fine cloak around his shoulders, so that he stepped out of the bath looking like an immortal god. He then went and sat down by Nestor, the shepherd of the people. When they had roasted the outer flesh and drawn it off the skewers, they took their seats at table, with men of gentle birth to wait on them and fill their golden cups with wine. After they had satisfied their appetite and thirst, the Gerenian charioteer, Nestor, announced his wishes. "Up with you now, my lads. Fetch Telemachus a pair of long-maned horns and horses, and harness them to the chariot so that he can be getting on his way." They obeyed him promptly, and soon had a pair of fast horses harnessed to a car, in which the housekeeper packed bread and wine together, with dainties of the kind that royal princes eat. Telemachus took his place in the handsome chariot, and Nestor's son, the captain Pesistratus, got in beside him, took the reins in his hands, and flicked the horses with the whip to start them. The willing pair flew off towards the plains, putting the high citadel of Pylus behind them, and all day long they swayed the yoke up and down on their necks. By sundown, when the roads grew dark, and they reached Pherea, where they drove up to the house of Diocles, son of Autolycus, whose father was Alpheus. There they put up for the night, and received the gifts that hospitality dictates. But tender dawn had hardly touched the east with red when they were harnessing their horses once again, and mounting the gaily coloured chariot. Out past the sounding portico, and through the gates they drove, a flick of the whip to make the horses go, and the pair flew on with a will. In due course they came to the wheat plains, and attacked the last stage of their journey. Such excellent going had their thoroughbreds made, and now the sun sank once more, and darkness swallowed all the tracks. We'll just have a little short pause now before we go on to the next chapter.
So everybody, thank you so much for being here and taking part in our marathon sight reading from Adrian Marvell. He done already 3 chapters now straight out. So we're gonna go into the first chapter in a short while. So this means a 5-minute break. After a 5-minute break, we're gonna be back, and Adrian gonna carry on with the chapter 4. So it's a short intermission. We are back in a second. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be back in less than a minute. Adrian Mavel is carrying on with his reading of Homer, the Odyssey, in around 1 minute.
Chapter 4. Menelaus and Helen. And so they came to the rolling lands of Lacedaemon, deep in the hills, and drove up to the palace of the illustrious Menelaus. They found him entertaining a large company of retainers in his house to celebrate the weddings of his son and the princess his daughter. He was sending the princess as a bride to the son of Achilles, that breaker of the battle line, for long ago at Troy he had consented and had given his promise. So now the gods were making those two man and wife, and Menelaus was dispatching her with chariot and horses to the capital of the Myrmidons, of whom her bridegroom was the king. But he had chosen Alector's daughter, a bride from Sparta itself, for his beloved son, the gallant Megapenthus, whom a slave had borne to him when it was clear that he could hope for no other children from Helen once she had given him Hermione, that lovely child with golden Aphrodite's beauty. They were banqueting then under the high roof of the great hall, these neighbours and clansmen of the illustrious Menelaus, and sitting in festive mood, while a minstrel in the company sung divinely to the lyre, and a couple of acrobats dancing to the time he set with his tune, threw cartwheels in and out among the guests. The two travellers, Prince Telemachus and Nestor's noble son, came to a standstill in their chariot at the courtyard gate. The Lord Eteneus, who had the arduous post of equerry to the great Menelaus, happened to come out and see them there, and he set off at once through the palace to inform the king, in whose ear he urgently whispered the news. "May it please your majesty, we have some strangers here at the gates, a couple of men whom I take by their looks to be of royal blood. Pray tell me whether we should unharness their horses for them, or send them on for someone else to entertain." Red-haired Menelaus answered him indignantly. "My lord Eteneus, you have not always been a fool, but at the moment you are talking nonsense like a child. Think of all the hospitality that you and I enjoyed from strangers before we reached our homes, and could expect that Zeus might spare us from such pressing need again. Unyoke their horses at once, and bring our visitors into the house to join us at this feast." Eteneus ran off through the hall, shouting at his assistants to look sharp and follow him. They led the horses, sweating from the yoke, and tied them up at the mangers in the stable, throwing down beside them a feed of spelt mixed and with white barley. They then tilted the chariot against a burnished wall by the gate, and ushered the newcomers into the royal buildings. Telemachus and his friend opened their eyes in wonder at all they saw as they passed through the king's palace. It seemed to them that this lofty hall of the sublime Menelaus was lit by something of the sun's splendour or the moon's. When they had feasted their eyes on the sight, they went and bathed in polished baths, and after the maidservants had washed them, rubbed them with oil, and dressed them in warm mantles and tunics, they took their places on high chairs at the side of Menelaus's son Atreus. A maid came with water in a beautiful golden ewer, and poured it out over a silver basin so they could rinse their hands. She also drew a wooden table to their side, and the staid housekeeper brought some bread and set it by them with a choice of delicacies, helping them liberally to all she had. Meanwhile, a carver dished up for them on platters slices of various meats he had selected from his board, and put gold cups beside them. Red-haired Menelaus now turned to the pair with a hospitable gesture and said, "Fall to and welcome. After you've dined we shall inquire who you may be. Your pedigree has left a stamp upon your looks that makes me take you for the sons of kings, those sceptred favourites of Zeus, for no mean folk could breed such men as you are." As he spoke, he passed them with his own hands the rich pierce of roast sirloin that had been given him as a portion of honour, and they helped themselves to the good things that spread before them. When they had satisfied their appetite and thirst, Telemachus leant towards Nestor's son and whispered in his ear, so that the rest might not hear him. "Look around this echoing hall, my dear Pisistratus. The whole place gleams with copper and gold, amber and silver and ivory. What an amazing collection of treasures! I can't help thinking that the court of Zeus on Olympus must be like this inside. The sight of it overwhelms me." Red-haired Menelaus caught what he was saying, and quickly interposed. "No mortal can compete with Zeus, dear lads. His house and all his belongings are everlasting. But when it comes to men, I feel that few or none can rival me in wealth. Considering all the hardships I endured and the journeys I made in the 7 years that it took me to amass this fortune and to get it home in my ships. My travels took me to Cyprus, to Phoenicia, and to Egypt. Ethiopians, Sidonians, Erembi, I visited them all, and I saw Libya too, where the lambs are born with sprouting horns, and their dams yearn 3 times in the course of the year, where nobody from king to shepherd need go without cheese or meat, or fresh milk either, since all the year ewes have their udders full. But while I was wandering in those parts, making my fortune, an enemy of our house struck down my brother, caught off his guard through the treachery of his accursed wife. So it gives me little pleasure to call myself the lord of all this wealth, since, as you must have heard from your fathers, whoever they may be, I have had much sorrow in my life, and have already seen the ruin of one lovely dwelling full of precious things. How happy I could be, here in my house, with even 1/3 of my former estate, if those friends of mine were still alive who died long ago on the broad plains of Troy, so far from Argos where the horses graze. And yet, though I miss them all, and often grieve them as I sit here in our halls till sorrow finds relief in tears, and the tears cease to fall, so soon does their chill confront cloy, I do not mourn for that whole company. Disconsolate as I am, so much as I lament one man among them, whose loss when I brood over him makes sleep, and eating hateful things to me. For of all the Achaeans who toiled at Troy, it was Odysseus who toiled the hardest and undertook the most. Yet all that labour was to end in misery for him, and for me in the haunting consciousness that I have lost a friend. So long has he been gone, and left us wondering whether he is dead or not. Though I suppose his people are already mourning him for dead, the old man Laertes, clever Penelope, and Telemachus, whom he left a newborn baby in his home. Telemachus's grief for his father was made all the more poignant by Menelaus's lament, and when he heard Odysseus' name, he let the tears roll down his cheeks to the ground, with both hands held up his purple cloak before his eyes. Menelaus observed him, and was left in deep embarrassment, not knowing whether he should wait for the young man himself to mention his father, or should cross-examine him forthwith. In the midst of his perplexity, Helen, with her ladies, came down from a lofty perfumed room, looking like Artemis with her golden distaff. Adraste drew up for her a comfortable chair. Alcippe brought a rug of the softest wool, while Philo carried a silver-work basket, a gift from Alcandra, wife of Polybus, who lived in Egyptian Thebe, where the houses are furnished in the most sumptuous fashion. This man had given Menelaus 2 silver baths, a pair of 3-legged cauldrons, and 10 talents in gold, while in addition his wife gave Helen beautiful gifts for herself, including a golden spindle and a basket that ran on casters and was made of silver finished with a rim of gold. This was the basket that her lady Philo brought and set beside her. It was full of fine spun yarn, and the spindle with its deep blue wool was laid across it. Helen sat down on the chair which had stood below it for her feet, and proceeded at once to find out from her husband what was going on. "Menelaus, my lord, have we been told the names of these gentlemen who have come to our house? Shall I keep up a pretence of ignorance, or tell you what I really think? I feel that I must speak, for never in man or woman have I seen such a likeness before. I am so amazed that I cannot take my eyes off the young man. Surely this must be King Odysseus' son, Telemachus, whom his father left as newborn baby in his home, when you, Achaeans, boldly declared war and took the field against Troy for my sake, shameless creature that I was." "Lady," replied the red-haired Menelaus, "now that you point out the resemblance, I notice it too. Odysseus' feet were just the same, and so were his hands, the way he moved his eyes about, his head, the very hair upon it. Why, only just now, when I was talking of Odysseus, as I remembered him and saying how much he had done and suffered for my sake, the tears came streaming down his cheeks, and he covered his face with his purple cloak." Here Nestor's son, Pisistratus, intervened. "Sire," he said, "your majesty is right in supporting that my friend here is Odysseus' son, but he is modest, and on a first visit like this it would go against the grain with him to thrust himself forward and hold forth before you, whose conversation gives you as much pleasure as we should get from listening to a god. So, Nestor of Gerenia, send me with him for escort, as Telemachus was anxious to see you, in case you might help him with advice or suggest some line of action. For a son, when his father is gone, has many difficulties to cope with at home, especially if there's no one else to help him, as is the case with Telemachus, whose father is abroad, and who has no other friends in the place to protect him from injustice." "Who would have thought it?" exclaimed the red-haired Menelaus. "Here, in my own house, the son of my best friend, the friend who undertook all those heroic tales for love of me. I had meant to favour him above all others of our race when he came back. If an all-seeing Providence had allowed the two of us to get our good ship safely home across the sea, yes, I'd have emptied one of the towns around here in my own dominations, given him a city to Argos to live in. I'd have built him a house and transplanted him from Ithaca with all his possessions and his son and his people too. We should have lived in the same country and continually met. Nor could anything have intervened to spoil our joy in one another's love, till the darkness of death had swallowed us up. But a jealous god must have thought otherwise, and so decreed that unhappy man should be the only one who never reached his home." Menelaus's words brought them all to the brink of tears. Helen of Argos, child of Zeus, broke down and wept. Telemachus and Menelaus did the same. Nor could Nestor's son keep his eyes dry when he thought of his brother, the sterling Antilochus, whom his splendid son of the bright dawn had killed, and this was the subject he led up to as he turned to Menelaus now. "Sire," he said, "whatever your name come up at home in the course of conversation, Nestor, my old father, used to always speak of you as in the wisest of men, and I beg you to be persuaded now by me, if you can possibly contain your grief, since I for one take no delight in weeping as I dine. Dawn will come soon enough for that. Not that I grudge the girding of a tear to a man who meets his fate and dies. Indeed, what other tribute can one pay to poor mortality than a lock of hair from the head and a tear on the cheek? I have my own dead too, a brother, not by any means the poorer soldier in the Argive camp. You must have met Antilochus, though I never knew him myself, nor ever even saw him. They say he was the finest man you had, a superb runner, and a great fighter too." "My friend," replied the red-haired Menelaus, "in saying all you just said now, you spoke and acted with the discretion of a man of twice your years. In fact, you show the sense I should have looked for in the son of such a father. Good breeding cannot be hidden when a man's father has himself been fortunate in birth and happy in his marriage, like Nestor, lucky from first to last through all his life, and now serenely aging in his home, with sons about him who combine good spearmanship and brains. Well, let us forget the tearful mood that we had fallen into, and turn our thoughts once more to supper, when they have poured some water on our hands. In the morning Telemachus and I shall have many a long tale to tell one another." Ashphalion, one of King Menelaus's busy squires, poured water on their hands, and they fell to again on the good fare that was spread before them. Helen, meanwhile the child of Zeus, had had a happy thought. Into the bowl in which their wine was mixed, she slipped a drug that had the power of robbing grief and anger of their sting, and banishing all painful memories. No one that swallowed this dissolved in wine could shed a single tear that day, even for the death of his mother and father, or if they put his brother or his own son to the sword, and he were there to see it done. This powerful Undine was one of many useful drugs which had been given to the daughter of Zeus by an Egyptian lady, Polydamna, the wife of Thon. For the fertile soil of Egypt is most rich in herbs, many of which are wholesome in solution, though many are poisonous. And in medical knowledge the Egyptian leaves the rest of the world behind. He is a true son of Theon the healer. When Helen had thrown the drug into the wine and seen that their cups were filled, she turned to the company once more and said, "King Menelaus and my young and noble guests, each of us has happy times and each his spells of pain. Zeus sees to that in his omnipotence. But why not the content to sit at dinner in this hall and see what pleasure we can get by telling tales? I shall begin myself with one that is to the point. It is, of course, beyond me to describe or even number all the daring feats that stand to the credit of the dauntless Odysseus, but here is one marvellous exploit which he had the nerve to conceive and carry through in Troy when you Achaeans were hard put to it at the front. By flogging his own body till it showered all the marks of ill usage and made himself look like a slave, and with a filthy rag across his back he slunk into the enemy city and explored its streets. It was only by adopting this beggar's disguise that Odysseus, who cut so different a figure by the Achaean ships, could make his way out into the town. But he did so, and the Trojans raised no hue and cry. I was the only soul who pierced through his disguise, but whenever I questioned him, he was clever enough to evade me. However, The time came when he let me bathe and anoint him, and at last, after I had given him some clothes to wear, and solemnly swore that I would not disclose his names to the Trojans before he returned to the huts by the ships, he gave me full details of the Achaeans' plans. And after killing a number of Trojans with his long sword, he did get back to his friends with a harvest of information. The other women of Troy were loud in their lamentations, but I rejoiced, for I was already longing to go home again. I had suffered a change of heart, repenting the infatuation with which Aphrodite blinded me when she lured me to Troy from my own dear country, and made me forsake my daughter, my bridal chamber, and a husband who had all one could wish for in a way of brains and good looks. Excuse me. "My dear," said the red-haired Menelaus, "your tale was well told and truly told. I have wandered far in this world. I have looked into many hearts and heard the counsels of the great, but never have I set eyes on a man of such daring as the indomitable Odysseus. What he did in the wooden horse is another example of the man's pluck and resolution. I remember sitting inside it with the pick of the Argive army, waiting to bring havoc and slaughter on the Trojans, when you appeared on the scene, prompted, I can only suppose, by some god who wished to give the victory to Troy, for Prince Deiphobus came with you. 3 times you made the circuit of our hollow ambuscade, feeling the outside with your hands, and you challenged all the Argive captains in turn, altering your voice as you called out the name of each to mimic that man's wife. Diomedes and I, who were sitting right in the middle with the good Odysseus, heard you calling, and were both tempted to jump up and sally forth or give an instant answer from within. But Odysseus held us back and checked our impetuous movement. The rest of the warriors made not a sound, though Anticulus still seemed inclined to give you some reply. But Odysseus clapped his great hands relentlessly on a man's mouth, and saved the whole army thereby, for he held him tight till Pallas Athene had induced you to go away. Here Telemachus ventured to address the king. Your Majesty, it only makes things worse to think that such qualities as these could shield Odysseus from disaster. A heart of iron would have failed to save him. But now I beg leave for us to retire for the night. It is time that we went to bed and enjoyed a good sleep. Hereupon Helen of Argos instructed her maids to put up 2 bedsteads in the portico, and to furnish them with fine purple rugs, spread sheets over these, and add some thick blankets on top for covering. Torch in hands, the maids went out of the hall and made the beds, to which an equerry then conducted the guests. And so Prince Telemachus and Nestor's royal son spent the night there in the forecourt of the palace, while Menelaus slept in his room at the back of the high buildings, and the Lady Helen lay in her long robe by his side. Dawn had just touched the east with crimson hands, when the warrior Menelaus put on his clothes and rose from bed. He slung a sharp sword from his shoulder, bound a fine pair of sandals on his shapely feet, and strode from his bedroom looking like a god. He went straight to Telemachus and, with a word of greeting, took a seat beside him. "And what," he asked, "was the real motive, my lord Telemachus, that brought you here over the wide seas to our pleasant land of Lacedaemon? Was it public business or private affairs? Tell me the truth." "King Menelaus," the wise Telemachus replied, "I came to find out whether you could give me any answers of my father. I am eaten out of house and home, my rich estate has gone to ruin, and my place is packed with a set of scoundrels who spend their days in the wholesale slaughter of my sheep and fatted cattle, and in competing for my mother's hand with an utter disregard for decency. I am here to plead with you in the hope that you will tell me the truth about my father's unhappy end. If by any chance you witnessed it yourself, or heard the story from some other wanderer like him, for if ever a man was born of misery, it was he. Do not soften your account out of piety or concern for my feelings, but faithfully describe the scene that met your eyes. I beseech you. If ever my good father Odysseus, in the hard years of war you had at Troy, gave you his word to speak, or act on your behalf and made it good, remember what he did, and tell me all you know." Red-haired Menelaus was hot with indignation. "For shame!" he cried. "So the cowards want to creep into the brave man's bed. It's just as if a deer had put her little unweaned fawns to sleep in a mighty lion's den and gone to range the high ridges and the grassy dells for pasture. Back comes the lion to his lair, and hideous carnage falls upon them all. But no worse than Odysseus will deal out to that gang. Once in the pleasant isle of Lesbos I saw him stand up to the Philomelides in a wrestling match and bring him down with a terrific throw which delighted all his friends. By Father Zeus, Athene and Apollo, that's the Odysseus I should like to see these suitors meet. A swift death and a sorry wedding there would be for all. But to come to your appeal and the questions you ask me, I have no wish to deceive you or to put you off with evasive answers. On the contrary, I shall pass on to you without concealment or reserve every word that I heard myself from the infallible lips of the old man of the sea. It happened in Egypt. I had been anxious for some time to get home, but the gods kept me dawdling there, for I had omitted to make them the correct offerings, and they never allow one to forget their rules. There is an island called Pharos in the rolling seas of the mouth of the Nile, a day's sail out for a well-found vessel with a roaring wind astern. In this island is a sheltered cove, where sailors come to draw their water from a well and can launch their boats on an even keel into the deep sea. It was here that the gods kept me idle for 20 days. And all that time there was never a sign on the water of the steady breeze that ships require for a cruise across the open sea. All our supplies would have disappeared, and the men's strength been exhausted, if one of the gods had not taken pity on me. It was Odyssey, the daughter of the mighty Proteus, the old man of the sea, who came to my rescue. I must have made some special appeal to her compassion when she met me walking by herself, away from my men, whom the pangs of hunger scattered every day round the coast to angle with barbed hooks for fish. For she came right up and accosted me. "Sir," she asked, "are you an utter fool? Are you weak in the head, or is it because you like hardships and prefer to let things slide that you allow yourself to be cooped up all this time in the island and can find no means of escape till your own men are growing weaker day by day?" To which I replied, "I do not know what goddess you may be, but let me assure you that I have no wish to linger here. I can only think that I must have offended the immortals who live in the wide heavens. You gods know everything. So tell me, which of you is it that has confined me here and cut my voyage short? And tell me also how I can get home across the playgrounds of the fish." The friendly goddess answered me at once. "Sir, I will tell you all you need to know. This island is the haunt of that immortal seer, Proteus of Egypt, the old man of the sea, who owes allegiance to Poseidon and knows the sea and all its depths. He is my father too, so people say. If you could contrive somehow to set a trap and catch him, he would tell you about your journey and the distances to be covered, to direct you home along the highways of the fish. Not only that, but since you are a king, he will tell you, if you want to know, all that has happened in your palace, good or bad, while you have been away on your long and arduous travels. It surely is for you," I answered her, "to think of a way by which we can catch this mysterious old being. I'm afraid that might see me first, or know I'm there and keep away. It's none too easy for a man to get the better of a god." Once more the kindly goddess undertook to enlighten me. "It is around high noon," she said, "that the old seer emerges from his native salt. letting a cat's paw from the west darken the surface to conceal his coming. Once out, he makes for his sleeping place in the shelter of a cave, and those children of the brine, the flippered seals, heave themselves up from the grey surf and go to sleep in herds around him, exhaling the pungent smell of the sea salt depths. Pick 3 men from your crew with care, the best you have on board, and at daybreak I will lead you to the spot and find you each a place to lie in. But I must tell you how old the sorcerer proceeds. First he will go his round and count the seals. Then, when he has counted them and seen that they are all there, he will lie down among them like a shepherd with his flocks of sheep. That is your moment. Directly you see him settled, summon all your strength and courage and hold him down, however hard he strains and struggles to escape. He will try all kinds of transformations and change himself not only into every sort of beast on earth, but into water too, and blazing fire. But hold him fast and grip him all the tighter, and when he speaks at last and asks you questions in his natural shape, just as he was when you saw him lie down to rest, then, sir, you may relax your pressure. Let the old man go, and ask him which god is your enemy, and how to get home along the highways of the fish. After giving me this advice, she disappeared into the rollers, and I took myself off to the spot where my ships were resting on the sand, with many dark forebodings as I walked along. When I had reached the sea and found my ship, we prepared to supper. The solemn night descended on us, and we lay down to sleep on the surf-beaten strand. When the new dawn had flecked the east with red, I set out, with many prayers to heaven, along the shore of the far-flung sea, accompanied by the 3 men from my crews whom I felt I could rely on most in any emergency. Odyssey had vanished under the wide waters of the sea, but she now reappeared, carrying in her arms the skins of 4 seals, all freshly flayed to decoy her father. She scooped out lairs for us in the sandy beach and sat down to wait our arrival. When we came up to her, she ensconced us in our places and covered each man with a skin, thus committing us to what might have been a very painful ambuscade, for the vile smell of the sea-fed brutes was peculiarly trying, and I should like to know who would choose a monster of the deep for a bedfellow. However, the goddess herself thought of a sovereign remedy, and came to our rescue with some ambrosia, which she applied to each man's nostrils. It was sweet-smelling stuff, and killed the stench of the seals. So there we waited patiently right through the morning, and thick and fast the seals came up from the sea and lay down in companies along the beach to sleep. At midday the old man himself emerged, found his fat seals already there, and went the rounds to make his count. Entirely unsuspicious of the fraud, he included us as the first 4 in his flock. When he had done, he too lay down to sleep. Then, with a shout, we leapt upon him and flung our arms around his back. But the old man's skill and cunning had not deserted him. He began by turning into a bearded lion, and then into a snake, and after that a panther and a giant boar. He changed into running water too, and a great tree in leaf, but we were set our teeth and held him like a vice. When at last he had grown tired of his magic repertory, he broke into speech and began asking me questions. "Tell me now, Menelaus," he said, "which of the gods conspired with you to waylay and capture me, and what have you done for it, old man?" I answered, "This is mere prevarication. You know as well as I do how long I have been a prisoner on this island, unable to escape and growing weaker every day. So tell me now, in your divine omniscience, which god is it that has laid me by the hills and cut my voyage short? And tell me also how I can get home across the playgrounds of the fish." "You blundered," said the old man in reply. "Before embarking you should have offered rich sacrifice to Zeus and all the other gods. If you wish to get home fast across the wine-dark sea, you have no chance whatever of reaching your country and seeing your friends and your fine house again, before you have sailed the heaven-fed waters of the Nile once more and made ceremonial offerings to the everlasting gods who live in the broad sky. When that is done, the gods will let you start this voyage you are so keen to make." Now, when I heard him tell me once again to make the long and weary trip over the misty seas to Egypt, I was heartbroken. Nevertheless, I found my voice and made him this reply. "Old man, I shall do exactly what you advise, but there is something else I wish you to tell me. Did all of my countrymen, whom Nestor and I left behind when we sailed from Troy, reach home in safety with their ships? Or were there any that came to grief in some accident at sea, or died in their friends' arms through the fighting was over?" "Son of Atreus," he replied, "why do you search me with these questions when nothing compels you to find out and probe into my mind? I warn you that your tears will flow soon enough when you have listened to my tale. For many were killed, though many too were spared, yet only 2 of the commanders of your armies lost their lives when homeward bound. I need not speak of the fighting, since you took part yourself. But there is a 3rd, who, though still alive, is a prisoner somewhere in the vastness of the seas. Alas, to take him first was wrecked in his long-oared galleys by Poseidon, who drove him onto the great cliff of Gyre, and then rescued him from the surf. In fact, he would have evaded his own doom, in spite of Athene's enmity, if in his blind folly he had not talked so big, boasting that he had escaped from the hungry jaws of the sea in defiance of the gods. His loud-voiced blasphemy came to the ears of Poseidon, who seized his trident in his powerful hands, struck the Graian rock, and split it into 2. One half stood firm, but the fragment he had severed, where Aias had been resting, where the mad impulse took him, crashed into the sea, and carried him with it to the vast and rolling depths, where he gulped the salt water down and perished. But your brother contrived somehow to circumnavigate his fate, and slipped away in his great ships with the Lady Hera's help. Yet, when he was nearly up with the heights of Cape Malea, a hurricane caught him, and groaning in protest he found himself driven over the fish-infested seas towards the borderland, where Thyestes, in the old days, now and his son Aegisthus, had their home. But in due course he saw the chance of a safe return even from there. The wind, veering round as luck would have it, dropped to a breeze, and home they came. Agamemnon set foot on the soil of his fathers with a happy heart, and as he touched it kissed his native earth. The warm tears rolled down his cheeks. He was so glad to see his land again. But his arrival was observed by a spy in a watchtower, whom Aegisthus had had the cunning to post there with the promise of 2 talents of gold for his services. This man was on the lookout for a year, in case the king should land unannounced, slip by, and himself launch an attack. He went straight to the palace and informed the usurper. Then Aegisthus set his brains to work and laid a clever trap. He selected 20 of the best soldiers from the town, left them in ambush, and after ordering a banquet to be prepared in another part of the building, set out in a horse-chariot to bring home the king, with his heart full of ugly thoughts. Agamemnon, never guessing that he was going to his doom, came up with him from the coast, and Aegisthus feasted and killed him as a man might fell an ox at its manger. Not a single one of the king's following was left, nor of Aegisthus' company either. They were killed in the palace to a man. This was his story, and it broke my heart. I sat down on the sands and swept. I had no further use for life, no wish to see the sunshine any more. But when I'd had enough of tears and of writhing on the sands, the old sea prophet spoke to me again. "Menelaus," he said, "you have wept too long. Enough of this on-continent grief, which serves no useful end. Better bestir yourself to get back to your own land as quickly as you can, for either you will find Aegisthus still alive, or Orestes still have forestalled you by killing him, and you may join them at the funeral feast." His words restored my manhood, and in spite of my distress, I felt once more a glow of comfort in my heart. There was one further point which I now insisted on his clearing up. "You have accounted for 2, I said, "but who is the third, the one that is still alive but a prisoner somewhere in the vastness of the seas? Or is he dead by now? I wish to hear, whatever sorrow it may cause me." "The third," said Proteus, "is Odysseus, whose home is in Ithaca. I caught a glimpse of him on an island, in the nymph Calypso's home, with the big tears rolling down his cheeks. She keeps him captive there, for without a gallery and a crew to carry him so far across the sea, it is impossible for him to reach his home. And now, King Menelaus, hear your own destiny. You will not meet your fate and die in Argos where the horses graze. Instead, the immortals will send you to the Elysian plain at the world's end, to join red-haired Aramandanthus in the land where living is made easiest for mankind, where no snow falls, no strong wind blows, and there is never any rain, but day after day the west wind's tuneful breeze comes in from the ocean to refresh its folk. That is how the gods will deal with Helen's husband, and recognize in you the son-in-law of Zeus." The old man finished and sunk into the heaving waters of the sea, while I went off towards the ships with my heroic comrades, lost in the black night of my own thoughts as I walked along. Back at my ship, beside the water's edge, we set to on our evening meal. Night in her misery descended on us, and we lay down to the sleep of the self-burdened shore. In the first rosy light of dawn we got to work and run our fleet down into the good salt water. We put the masts and sails on board and trimmed the ships. The crews then climbed in, found their places on the benches, and struck the grey surf with their oars. And so I returned to the heaven-fed waters of the Nile, where I moored, made the proper ritual offerings, and, after appeasing the deathless gods, built a mound of earth to the everlasting memory of Agamemnon. When all this was done, I set for home, and the immortals set me a favourable wind, brought me quickly back to my own beloved land. And now, my friend, I invite you to stay on in my palace. Stay for 12 days or so, and then I'll send you off in style. You shall have glorious gifts from me, 3 horses and a splendid chariot. Into the bargain, I'll give you a lovely cup to remind me of all your life when you make drink offerings to the immortal gods." "My lord," Telemachus replied with his usual wisdom, "please do not insist on my paying you a lengthy visit. It is true that your tales and conversation so delight me that I could easily stop with you for a year and never feel homesick for Ithaca or my people. But I'm afraid my friends must already be tired of waiting for me in sacred Pylos, and now you are asking me to prolong my stay. As for the gift you offer me, please make it a keepsake. I can carry. Horses I will not take to Ithaca. I'd rather leave them here to grace your own stables. For your kingdom is a broad plain, where clover grows in plenty, and galingale is found, with wheat and rye and the broad-eared white barley, whereas in Ithaca there is no room for horses to run about in, nor any meadows at all. It is a pasture land for goats, and more attractive than the sort of land where horses thrive. None of the islands that slope down to the sea are rich in meadows and the kind of place where you can drive a horse. Ithaca least of all." These remarks made the warrior Menelaus smile. He patted Telemachus with his hand and replied in the friendliest tone, "I like the way you talk, dear lad. One can see that you have the right blood in your veins. Very well, my liberality shall take another form. It is easily done. You shall have the loveliest and most precious of the treasures that my palace holds. I'll give you a mixing bowl of wrought metal. It is solid silver with a rim of gold round the top, and was made by Hephaestus himself. If I had it from my royal friend the King of Sidon when I put up under his roof on my journey home, that is the present I should like you to take." During this talk of theirs, the guests began to arrive at the great king's palace. They drove up their own sheep, and brought the wine that was to make them merry, while their bread was sent in from them by their buxom wives. This was how they prepared for their banquet in Menelaus's hall. Meanwhile, in front of Odysseus's palace, the suitors, in their usual free and easy manner, were amusing themselves with quoits and javelin throwing on the levelled ground, where we have seen them at sports before. Antinous and Prince Eurymachus, the boldest spirits in the gang, and its acknowledged leaders, were sitting by when Proneus's son Numon came up to them with a question for Antinous. "Have we any idea," he asked him, "when Telemachus comes back from sandy Pylos, or don't we know? He has gone off with my ship, and I happen to need it to cross over to Elias, where the fields are big and I keep a dozen mares. They have some unweaned mules not broken in yet to work they'll have to do. I want to drive one off and train him." His news filled them with secret consternation, for they had no notion that Telemachus had gone to Pylos, but thought he was somewhere in the neighbourhood on the farm, among the flocks perhaps, or with the swineherd. So now it was Antinous' turn to question Numon. "I want the truth," he said. "When did he leave, and what young fellows went with him? Did he pick men from the town, or did he make up a crew from his own serfs and servants, as he easily might? And here's another point I must clear up, so answer me carefully. Did he use force and go off with your ship against your wishes, or did you let him pitch you some yarn and take her?" "I gave her to him," said Numon, "of my own accord. What would anyone do when asked a favour by a man of his standing with so much trouble on his mind? It would be very hard to refuse him. As for the young fellows who went with him, they're the best men in the place, next to ourselves. For captain they had Mentor. I saw him bark. Him or some god. Anyhow, it was exactly like him, and that's what puzzles me. I saw the good Mentor here, only yesterday at dawn. He had certainly boarded my ship for Pylos that night." With this, Noëmon went off to his father's house, leaving the two lords fuming with indignation. They made the rest sit round and stop their games, while Antinous, with his usual eloquence, held forth and gave vent to his fury. The man's heart was seething with black passion, and his eyes were like points of flame. "Damnation take it!" he cried out. "Here's a fine stroke Telemachus has had the impudence to bring off. This expedition that we swore should come to nothing. With all of us against him, the young puppy calmly sets out, after picking the best men in the place and getting them to launch him a ship. That lad is going to give us trouble by and by, unless the gods are kind to us and clip his wings before he gets much older. However, give me a fast ship and a crew of 20, and I'll lie up for him in the straits between Ithaca and the bluffs of Samos, and catch him on his way, and a grim ending there'll be to this sea trip of his in search of his father." The others welcomed the idea and abetted him. When all was settled, the meeting rose, and they adjourned into the palace. But it was not long before Penelope got wind of the plot that her lovers were hatching. It was Medon, the herald, who let her know, for while they were putting their heads together in the courtyard, he had been eavesdropping outside and heard all they said. He set straight off through the palace to tell Penelope, who accosted him as she crossed the threshold of her room. "Herald," she said, "what errand have the young lords given you? Is it to tell King Odysseus' maid to drop their work and prepare them a feast? Oh, how I hate their love-making and the way they swarm around. They'd never feed again here if I could stop 'em. Yes, the whole gang of you that came here day by day, plundering our larder and my thrifty son's estate. I suppose you never listened years ago when you were children and your fathers told you how Odysseus treated them. Never a harsh word, never an injustice to a single person in the place. How different from the usual run of kings, who favour one man only to oppress the next, whereas Odysseus never wronged a soul, which only served to show you up in your infamy, and proves how easily past kindness is forgotten." "My queen," replied Medon, who was by no means a villain, "I only wish that this were the worst of your troubles. Your suitors are planning a far greater and more heinous crime. God grant that they may not succeed. They are all set now on assassinating Telemachus as he comes home from the expedition of his. For I must tell you he has gone to Pylos and Lacedaemon to seek his father, news of his father." When Penelope heard this, her knees shook underneath her, and her heart grew faint. For a long time she found it impossible to speak. Her eyes filled with tears, the words stuck in her throat. At length she recovered, and can make him some reply. "But tell me, Herald, why has my boy gone?" she asked. "There was no call whatever for him to venture on to these scudding ships that sail us like chariots, to drive across the sea's immensities. Does he wish his every name to be forgotten in the world?" The astute Medon replied, "I do not know whether some god or his own feeling suggested this journey to Pylos, but his purpose was to find out about his father's return, or failing that, to learn what end he met." Medon went off through the palace, but Penelope was overwhelmed by the anguish that racked her. She had not even the heart to seat herself on one of the many chairs in her apartments, but sank down on the threshold of her lovely room, weeping bitterly, while all the maids of her household, young and old, stood round, whimpering. "Listen, my friends," she said between her sobs. "Is there a woman of my time whom Zeus has treated worse than me? I had a husband years ago, the best and bravest of our race, a lion-hearted man, famous from Hellas to the heart of Argos. That husband I have lost, and now my dear son vanishes from home without a word. I was not even told that he had gone, not even by you, who must have known it well enough. How cruel of you all not to have thought of rousing me from bed when he went to his big black ship. For had I known that he had this journey in mind, I swear he should have stayed, however keen to go, or left me dead at home. But make haste, one of you, and call my old servant Dolius, whom my father gave me when I came here, and who keeps my orchard now. He shall go straight to Laertes, sit down beside him, and tell him the whole story. Perhaps Laertes may hit upon some scheme and come out of this retreat to plead with the people who seem intent on wiping out his and Odysseus's royal line." "Dear lady," said Eucrylea, the fond old nurse, "whether you kill me with the cruel knife or let me live in peace, I cannot hold my tongue. I know the whole thing. It was I who gave him bread and wine and all he asked for. But he made me solemnly promise not to tell you for a dozen days, or till you missed him yourself and found out that he'd started. He didn't want the tears to spoil your lovely cheeks. Come, wash yourself now, and put some fresh clothes on. Then go to your room upstairs with your ladies in waiting, and pray to Athene, daughter of Zeus. She may still save him, even from the jaws of death. And don't pester an old man who has worries enough already. I cannot believe that the happy gods detest Laertes' line. I'm sure there will always be one of them left to own those lofty halls and the fat fields beyond." In this way Eucrylea hushed her sobs and cleared her eyes of tears. So Penelope, when she had washed herself and changed her clothes, went to her room upstairs with the ladies in waiting, filled a basket with sacrificial grains, and prayed to Athene. "Hear me, unsleeping daughter of Zeus, who wears the aegis. If ever Odysseus in his wisdom burnt the fat thighs of a heifer or sheep to honour you in his halls, remember his offerings now. Save my dear son for me, and guard him from outrage at the hands of these ruffians." At the end of her prayer, she uttered a great cry. The goddess heard her petition, while in the shadowy hall the suitors broke into uproar. "I do believe," one of the young roughs called out, "that our much-courted queen is going to give us a wedding. Little she knows that her son's death has been arranged." This was their boastful way, though it was they who little guessed how matters really stood. Antinous, however, rose up and silenced them. "You fools!" he cried. "None of this bragging, or somebody may go indoors and blab. Keep your mouths shut now and disperse. You know the plan we all agreed on. Let's carry it out." Without further ado, he picked the 20 best men, and they left for their ship and the seashore, where they began by running the black vessel down into deep water. Then put the mast and sail on board, fixed the oars in their leather slings, all shipshape, and spread the white sail out. Meanwhile their eager squires had brought down their armour. They moored the boat well out in the water and came on shore, where they had their supper and waited for evening to fall. But prudent Penelope lay there in her upper room, fasting, without a taste of sup or crumb, and wondering whether her innocent son would escape death or fall victim to her arrogant lovers. Doubts and fears chased through her mind, as they do through a lion's when he finds himself surrounded by the beaters and stands in terror as they stealthily close in. But at last a genial sense of drowsiness overcame her. She let herself sink back. She fell asleep, and all her limbs relaxed. Once more, Athene of the flashy eyes seized the occasion to assist. There was another daughter of King Icarus, called Iphitime, who had married Emilius and lived in Pherae. The goddess made a phantom now, exactly like this woman, and sent it to Odysseus' palace to save the woebegone and weeping queen of more distress and further floods of tears. It crept into her bedroom by the strap that worked the bolt, halted the head of the bedstead, and spoke to her. "Are you asleep, Penelope, worn out with grief, or do I assure you that the gods, who live with such easy lives themselves, do not mean you are to be so distressed? For it is settled that your son shall come home safe. They have no quarrel with the lad whatever." "Sister, what brings you here?" Penelope replied out of her sweet sleep at the gate of dreams. "We are not used to seeing you with us, living as you do so far away, and so you think I should forget my sorrows and all those anxieties that give my mind and heart no rest from pain? As though I had not married and then lost the best and bravest of our race, my noble lion-hearted husband, famous from Hellas to the heart of Argos, and now my beloved son, for whom I grieve even more than for his father, has sailed away in a great ship, a child like him, untrained for action or debate. I tremble for him when I think what they may do to him where he has gone, or what may happen to him on the sea. He has so many enemies plotting against him and thirsting to have his blood before he reaches home." "Be brave and conquer these wild fears," said the dim figure in reply. "He has gone with such escort as any man might pray to have beside him, Pallas Athene in all her power, and it is she who, in pity for your grief, has sent me here to bring this message to you." But the shrewd Penelope had not finished yet. "If you are really divine," she said, "and have heard the voice of God, I beg you to tell me about this unhappy father too. Is he alive somewhere, and can he see the sunshine still? Or is he dead by now and down in Hades' hall? Of Odysseus, live or dead? said the shadowy phantom. "I can give you no account, and it does no good to babble empty words." With that, it slipped past the bolt of the jamb of the door and was lost in the wind outside. But Icarus's daughter, waking with a start, drew a warm sense of comfort from the vividness of this dream that had flown to her through the early night. Meanwhile, her suitors had embarked and were sailing the high seas for murder for Telecomanus and their hearts. Out in the open strait, midway between Ithaca and the rugged coast of Samos, lies the rocky isle of Asteris, which, small as it is, can offer ships a harbour with two mouths. It was here that the Achaean lords set their ambush for Telemachus. Chapter 5. Calypso. When dawn had risen from the bed where she sleeps with the lord Tithonus, to bring daylight to the immortals and to men, the gods sat down in assembly and were joined by Zeus the Thunderer, the greatest of them all. The imprisonment of Odysseus in Calypso's home was heavy on Athena's heart, and she now recalled the tale of his misfortunes to their minds. "Father Zeus," she said, "and you other happy gods who live forever, I have come to the conclusion that kindness, generosity, and justice should no longer be the aims of any man who wields a royal sceptre. In fact, he might just as well devote his days to tyranny and lawless deeds. Look at Odysseus, that admirable king. Today, not one of the people he once ruled like a loving father gives him a single thought. No, he is left to languish on an island in misery. He is in the nymph Calypso's clutches, and she sees that he stays there. Not that he could reach Ithaca in any case, for he has neither galley nor crew to carry him so far across the sea. Meanwhile, his beloved son has gone to sacred Pylos and blessed Lacedaemon for news of his father, and they mean to murder him on his way back." "My child," replied the gatherer of the clouds, "I never thought to hear such words from you. Did you not plan the whole affair yourself? Was it not your idea that Odysseus should return and settle accounts with these men? As for Telemachus, you are well able to look after him. Use your own skill to bring him back to Ithaca, safe and sound, and let the suitors sail home again in their ship with nothing accomplished." Zeus now turned to Hermes, his son. "Hermes," he said, "in your capacity as our envoy, convey our final decision so that dainty nymph. Odysseus has borne enough and must now set out for home. On the journey he shall have neither gods nor men to help him. He shall make it in hardship, in a boat put together by his own hands, and on the 20th day he should reach Scheria, the rich country of the Phaeacians, our kingsmen, who will take him to their hearts and treat him like a god. They will convey him by ship to his own land, giving him copper, gold, and woven materials in such quantities as he could never have won for himself from Troy, even if he had come away unhurt with his share of the spoil. This is how it is ordained that he shall reach his native land, and there step under the high roof of his house and see his friends once more." Zeus had spoken. His messenger, the giant killer, obeyed at once, and bound under his feet the lovely sandals of untarnishable gold that carried him, with the speed of the wind over the water on the boundless earth. And he picked up the wand which he can use at will to cast a spell upon our eyes, or wake us from the soundest sleep. With this wand in his hand, the mighty giant slayer made his flight. From the upper air he dropped to the Praean range, and from there swooped down on the sea, and skimmed the waves like a sea-moo, drenching the feathers of its wings with spray as it pursues the fish down desolate gulfs of the unharvested deep. So Hermes rode the unending waves, till at their length he reached the remote island of Argia, where he stepped onto the shore from the blue waters of the sea, and walked along till he reached the great cavern where the nymph was living. He found the lady of the lovely locks at home. A big fire was blazing on the hearth, and the scent from the burning logs of split juniper and cedar was wafted far across the island. Inside, Calypso was singing in a beautiful voice as she wove at the loom and moved her golden shuttle to and fro. The cave was sheltered by a verdant copse of alders, aspens, and fragrant cypresses, which was the roosting place of feathered creatures, horned owls and falcons and garrulous choughs, birds of the coast, whose daily businesses take them down to the sea. Trailing round the very mouth of the cavern, a garden vine ran riot, with great bunches of ripe grapes, while from 4 separate but neighbouring springs 4 crystal rivulets were trained to run this way and that. In the soft meadow on either side the iris and the parsley flourished. It was indeed a spot where even an immortal visitor that must pause to gaze in wonder and delight. The messenger stood still and eyed the scene. When he had enjoyed all its beauty, he passed into the great cavern. Calypso, a goddess herself, knew him the moment she raised her eyes to his face, for none of the immortal gods is a stranger to his fellows, even though his home may be remote from theirs. As for King Odysseus, Hermes did not find him in the cave, for he was sitting disconsolate on the shore in his accustomed place, tormenting himself with tears and sighs and heartache, and looking out across the barren sea with streaming eyes. The divine Calypso invited Hermes to sit down on a brightly polished chair, and questioned her visitor. "Hermes," she asked, "what brings you here with your golden wand? You are an honoured and a welcome guest, though in the past your visits have been few. Tell me what is in your mind, and I shall gladly do what you ask of me, if I can, if it's not impossible. But first follow me inside, and let me offer you hospitality." The goddess now put some ambrosia on the table, drew it beside him, and mixed him a cup of red nectar. When he had dined and refreshed himself, he answered Calypso's questions. "As one immortal to another, you ask me what has brought me here. Very well. Since you command me, I shall tell you frankly. It was Zeus who sent me. Otherwise I should not have come. For who would choose to scud across the vast expanse of salt sea water? It seemed unending, and not a city on the way, not a mortal soul to offer an attractive sacrifice to a god. But when Zeus, who wears the aegis, makes up his mind, it is impossible for any other god to thwart him or evade his will. And he says that you have with you here a man who has been dogged by misfortune, more so indeed than any of those with whom he shared the 9 years of fighting round the walls of Troy, and left for home when they had sacked it in the 10th. It appears that in setting out they gave offence to Athene, who raised a gale of wind and heavy seas against him. His loyal followers were lost to a man, but he himself was brought here in due course by the winds and waves. And now Zeus bids you send him off without delay. He is not doomed to end his days on this island away from all his friend. On the contrary, he is destined to see them yet, to reach his native land, and to step beneath the high roof of his house." The divine Calypso listened in fear and trembling. When he had done, she unburdened her heart. "A cruel folk you are, unmatched for jealousy, you gods who cannot bear to let a godless sleep with a man, even if it is done without concealment, and she has chosen him as her lawful consort. You were the same when rose-fingered Dawn fell in love with Orion. Easy livers yourselves, you were outraged at her conduct, and in the end chaste Artemis rose from her golden throne, attacked him in Ortega with her gentle darts, and left him dead. And so again, when the lovely Demeter gave way to her passion, and lay in the arms of her beloved Iasion in the thrice-ploughed fallow field, Zeus heard of it quickly enough, and struck him dead with his blinding thunderbolt. And now it is my turn to incur the same divine displeasure for living with a mortal man, a man whom I rescued from death as if he was drifting, alone astride the keel of his ship, when Zeus had shattered it with his lightning bolt out on the wine-dark sea, and all his men were lost, but he was driven to this island by the wind and waves. I welcomed him with open arms. I tended him. I even hoped to give him his immortality and ageless youth. But now, good-bye to him, since no god can evade or thwart the will of Zeus. If Zeus insists that he should leave, let him be gone across the barren water. But he must not expect me to transport him. I have no ship, no oars, no crew, no to carry him so far across the seas. Yet I do promise with a good grace and unreservedly to give him such directions as will bring him safe and sound to Ithaca. Then send him off at once as you suggest, said Hermes, and so avoid provoking Zeus, or he may be annoyed and punish you one day. With this the mighty giant slayer took his leave. The nymph at once sought out her noble guest, for the message from Zeus had not fallen on deaf ears. She found Odysseus sitting on the shore. His eyes were wet with weeping, and they always were. Life with his sweetness was ebbing away through the tears he shed for his lost home. For the nymph had long lost ceased to please. At nights, it is true, he had to sleep with her under the roof of the cavern, cold lover with an ardent dame. But the days found him sitting on the rocks or sands, torturing himself with cheers and groans and heartache, and looking out with streaming eyes across the watery wilderness. The lovely goddess came and stood beside him now. "My unhappy friend," she said, "as far as I'm concerned, there is no need for you to prolong your miseries or waste any more of your life on this island, for I am ready with all my heart to help you leave it. But you must be up and doing. Fell some tall trees for timber, make a big boat with the proper tools, and fit it with a deck high enough to carry across the misty seas. I will stock it myself with bread and water and red wine, all to your taste, so that you need be in no fear of starvation. And I'll give you clothing too, and send you a following wind, so that you may reach your own country without accident, if it please the gods of the broad sky, who have more power to plan and to ordain than I have." The stalwart Odysseus shuddered at this, and spoke his mind to Calypso. "Goddess," he said, "it is surely not my safe conveyance, but some other purpose that you have in mind when you suggest that I should cross this formidable sea with all its difficulties in such a craft. Even the fastest sailing ships don't make the voyage, though they like nothing better than the winds of heaven. So you can take it from me that I shall not entrust myself to a boat, unless I can count on your goodwill. Could you bring yourself, goddess, to give me your solemn oath that you will not plot some new mischief against me?" Lovely Calypso smiled, and stroked him with her hand. "Odysseus," she protested, "what a villain you are to think of such a thing to say! It shows the crafty way your mind works. Now, let earth be my witness, with the broad sky above and the falling waters of Styx, the greatest and most solemn oath the blessed gods can take, that I harbour no secret plans for your discomfiture, but am thinking only of what I should do on my own behalf if I found myself in your plight. For I, after all, have some sense of what is fair, and my heart is not a block of iron. I know what pity is." With these words the gracious goddess moved quickly away, and he followed her lead. The goddess and the man reached a great cavern together, and Odysseus seated himself on the chair that Hermes had just left, while the nymph laid at his side the various kinds of food and drink that mortal men consume. Then she sat down herself facing her royal guest. Her maid set ambrosia and nectar beside her, and the two helped themselves to the dainties spread before them. When they had enjoyed the food and drink, the lady Calypso resumed their talk. "So you are determined, Odysseus, my noble and resourceful lord, to leave at once for home and your beloved Ithaca? Well, even so, I wish you happiness. Yet had you any inkling of the full measure of misery you are bound to endure before you reach your motherland, you would not move from where you are, but you would stay and share his home with me, and take on immortality, however much you long to see what wife of yours. I know that is never out of your thoughts, and yet I claim to be by no means her inferior in looks or figure, for surely it would be most unseemly for a woman to compete with a goddess in elegance and looks." To this the nimble-witted Odysseus replied, "My lady goddess, I beg you not to resent my feelings. I too know well enough that my wise Penelope's looks and stature are insignificant compared with yours, for she is mortal, while you have immortality and unfading youth. Nevertheless, I long to reach my home and see the happy day of my return. It is my never-failing wish. And what if the powers above do wreck me out on the wine-decked sea? I have a heart that is insured to suffering, and I shall steel it to endure that too. For in my day I have had many bitter and shattering experiences in war and on the stormy seas. So let this new disaster come. It only makes one more." By now the sun had set, and it grew dark. So the two retired to a recess in the cavern, and there, in each other's arms, they spent a night of love. But the new dawn had scarcely touched the east with red before Odysseus put his cloak and tunic on. The nymph dressed herself too in a long silvery mantle of a light material charming to the eye, with a splendid golden belt round her waist, and a veil over her head. Then she turned her thoughts to the problem of our noble guest's departure. First she gave him a great axe of bronze. Its double blade was sharpened well, and the shapely handle of olive wood fixed firmly in his head was fitted to his grip. Next she handed him an adze of polished metal, and then led the way for him to the farthest part of the island, where the trees grew tall, alders and poplars and firs that shot up to the sky, all withered timber that had long since lost its sap and would make a buoyant material for his boat. When she had shown him the place where the trees were tallest, the gracious goddess left for home, and Odysseus began to cut the timber down. He made short work of the task. 20 trees in all he felled, and lopped their branches with his axe, then trimmed them in a workmanlike manner, and trued them to the line. Presently Calypso brought him augurs. With these he drilled through all his planks, cut them to fit across each other, and fixed his flooring together by means of dowels driven through the interlocking joints, giving the same width to his boat as a skilled shipwright would choose in designing the hull for a broad-bottomed travelling vessel. He next put up the decking, which he fitted to ribs at short intervals, finishing off with long gunwales down the sides. He made a mast to go in the boat, with a yard fitted to it, and a steering oar to keep her on her course. And from stem to stem he fenced her sides with plaited osier twigs and plentiful backing of brushwood, as some protection against the heavy seas. Meanwhile the goddess Calypso had brought him cloth with which to make the sail. This he manufactured too, and then lashed the braces, halyards and sheets in their places on board. Finally he dragged down on rollers into the tranquil sea. By the end of the 4th day all his work was done. And on the 5th, beautiful Calypso saw him off from the island. The goddess had bathed him first and fitted him out with fragrant clothing. She had also stowed 2 skins in his boat, one full of dark wine, the other, and larger one, of water, besides a leather sack of corn and quantities of appetizing meats. And now a warm and gentle breeze sprung up at her command. It was with a happy heart that the good Odysseus spread his sail to catch the wind, and used his seamanship to keep his boat straight with the steering oar. There he sat, and never closed his eyes in sleep, but kept them on the Pleiades, or watched Boots slowly set, or the Great Bear, nicknamed the Wain, which always wheels around in the same place, and looks across at Orion the hunter with a wary eye. It was this constellation, the only one which never bathes in ocean's stream, that the wise goddess Calypso had told him to keep on his left hand as he made across the sea. So, for 17 days he sailed on his course, and on the 18th there hove into sight the shadowy mountains of the Phaeacians' country, which jutted out to meet him there. The land looked like a shield laid on a misty sea. But now Poseidon, lord of the earthquake, who was on his way back from his visit to the Ethiopians, observed him from the distant mountains of the Solmi. The sight of Odysseus sailing over the seas added fresh fuel to his anger. He shook his head and muttered to himself, "So I had only to go to Ethiopia for the gods to change their minds about Odysseus, and there he is, close to the Phaeacians' land, where he is destined to bring his long ordeal to an end. Nevertheless, I'll mean to let him have his bellyful of trouble yet." Whereupon he marshalled the clouds, and seizing his trident in his hands, stirred up the sea. He roused the stormy blast of every wind that blows, and covered land and water alike with a canopy of cloud. Darkness swooped down from the sky. East wind and south and the tempestuous west fell onto one another, and from the north came a white squall, rolling a great wave in its van. Odysseus's knees shook, and his spirit quailed. In anguish he communed with that great heart of his. "Poor wretch, what will your end be now? I fear the goddess prophesied all too well when she told me I should have my full measure of agony on sea before I reached my native land. Every word she said is coming true, as I can tell by the sky, with its vast coronet of clouds from Zeus, and by the sea, that he has raised the angry squalls from every quarter. There is nothing for me now but sudden death. They are the lucky ones, those countrymen of mine who fell long ago on the broad plains of Troy in loyal service to the son of Atreus. If only I too could have met my fate and died that day the Trojans' hordes let fly at me with their bronze spears over Achilles' corpse. I should at least have had my burial rites, and the Achaeans would have spread my fame abroad. But now it seems I was predestined to a villainous death." As he spoke, a mountainous wave, advancing with majestic sweep, crashed down upon him from above and whirled his vessel round. The steering oar was torn from his hands, and he himself was tossed off the boat, while at the same moment the whirring winds joined forces in one tremendous gust, which snapped the mast in two and flung the sail and yard far out into the sea. For a long time Odysseus was kept under the water. Weighed down by the clothes which the goddess Calypso had given him, he found it no easy matter to fight his way up against the downrush of that mighty wave. But at last he reached the air and spat out the bitter brine that kept streaming down his face. Exhausted though he was, he did not forget his boat, but raced after her through the surf, scrambled up, and squatting amidships, felt safe from immediate death. The heavy seas thrust him with their current this way and that, as the north wind at harvest time tosses about the fields a ball of thistles that have struck together. so did the gusts drive his craft hither and thither over the sea. Now the south wind would toss it to the north to play with, and now the east would leave it for the west to chase. But there was a witness of Odysseus' plight. This was the daughter of Cadmus, Ino, of the slim ankles, who was once a woman speaking like ourselves, but now lives in the salt depths of the sea, and as Leucothoe has been acknowledged by the gods. She took pity on the forlorn and woe-begone Odysseus, rose from the water like a sea-mew on the wing, and settled on his boat. "Poor man," she said to him, "why is this Poseidon so enraged with you that he sows nothing but disasters in your path? At any rate, he shall not kill you, however hard he tries. Now, do exactly what I say, like the sensible man you seem to be. Take off those clothes, leave your boat for your winds to play with, and swim for your life to the Phaeacian coast, where deliverance awaits you. Here, take this veil and wind it round your waist. With its divine protection you need not be afraid of injury or death. But directly you touch the dry land with your hands, undo the veil and throw it far out from shore into the wine-dark sea, and as you do so, turn your eyes away." As she spoke, the goddess gave him the veil, and then, like a mew, she dived back into the turbulent sea, and the dark waters swallowed her up. Stalwart Odysseus was left in perplexity and distress, and once more took counsel with his indomitable soul, asking himself with a groan whether this vice to abandon his boat was not some new snare that one of the immortals had set to catch him. "No," he decided, "I will not leave the boat at once, for I saw with my own eyes how far the land is where she promised me salvation. Instead, I shall do what I myself think best. As long as the joints of my planks hold fast, I shall stay where I am and put up with the discomfort. But when the sea breaks up my boat, I'll swim for it, since, as far as I can see, there will be no better plan." As Odysseus was turning this over in his mind, Poseidon, the earth-shaker, sent him another monstrous wave. Grim and menacing it curled above his head, then hurtled down and scattered a long timber of his boat, as a boisterous wind will tumble a parched heap of chaff and scatter it in all directions. Odysseus scrambled onto one of the beams, and bestriding it like a rider on horseback, cast off the clothes that Calypso had given him. Then he wound the veil round his middle, and with his arms outstretched, plunged headlong into the sea and boldly struck out. But the Lord Poseidon spied him again, and once more shook his head and muttered low, "So much for you. Now make your miserable way across the sea, until you come to the hands of a people whom the gods respect. Even though you reach them, I do not think you'll be in any mode to scoff at the buffeting you will have had." With this, Poseidon lashed his long maned horses and drove to Aegea, where he has his palace. Excuse me. At this point, Athena, daughter of Zeus, decided to intervene. She checked all the other winds in their courses, bidding them calm down and go to sleep. But from the north she summoned a strong breeze, with which she beat the waves down in the swimmer's path, so that King Odysseus might be rescued from the jaws of death and come into the hands of the seafaring Phaeacians. For 2 nights and 2 days he was lost in the heavy seas. Time and again he saw his end at hand. But in the morning of the 3rd day, which dawned open in all her beauty, the wind dropped, a breathless calm set in, and Odysseus kept a sharp look ahead, as he was lifted by a mighty wave, could see the land close by. He felt all the relief that a man's children feel when their father, wasted by long agonies, obeyed in malign grip of some disease, passes the crisis by God's grace, and they know that he will live. Such was Odysseus' happiness when he caught the unexpected glimpse of wooded land. He swam quickly on his eagerness to set foot on solid ground, but when he had come within call of the shore, he heard the thunder of surf on a rocky coast. With an angry roar, the great seas were battering at the iron-bound land, and all was veiled in spray. There were no coves, no harbours that would hold a ship, nothing but headlands jutting out, sheer rock and jagged reefs. When he realised this, Odysseus's knees quaked and his courage ebbed. He groaned in misery as summed up the situation to himself. When I had given up hope, Zeus let me see the land, and I have taken all the trouble to swim to it across those leagues of water, only to find no way whatever of getting out of this grey surf and making my escape. Offshore, the pointed reef set in a raging sea, behind a smooth cliff rising sheer, deep water near in, and never spot where a man could stand on both his feet and get to safety. If I try to land, I may be lifted by a roller and dashed against a solid rock, in which case I'd have had my trouble for nothing. While, if I swim further down the coast on the chance of finding a natural harbour where the beaches take the waves aslant, it is only too likely that another squall will pounce on me and drive me out to join the deep-sea fish, where all my groans would do no good, or some monster might be inspired to attack me from the depths. Amphitrite has a name for mothering plenty of such creatures in her seas, and I am well aware how the great earth-shaker detests me. This inward debate was cut short by a tremendous wave, which swept him forward to the rugged shore, where he would have flayed and all his bones been broken, had not the bright-eyed goddess Athena put into his head to dash in and lay hold of a rock with both his hands. He clung there groaning while the great wave marched by. But no sooner had he escaped its fury than it struck him once more with the full force of its backward rush and flung him far out to sea. Pieces of skin stripped from his sturdy hands were left sticking to the crag, thick as the pebbles that stick to the suckers of a squid when he is torn from his hole. The great surge passed over Odysseus's head, where the unhappy man would have come to an predestined end if Athena had not inspired him with a wise idea. Getting clear of the coastal breakers, as he struggled to the surface, he now swam along the outside them, keeping an eye on the land in the hope of lighting on some natural harbour with shelving beaches. Presently his progress brought him off the mouth of a fast-running stream, and it struck him that this was the best spot he could find, for it was not only clear of rocks, but sheltered from the winds. The current told him that he was at a river's mouth, and in his heart he prayed to the god of the stream. "Hear me, although I do not know your royal name, for in you I find the answer to all the prayers I have made for deliverance from the sea and from Poseidon's malice. Even the immortal gods do not rebuff a poor wanderer who comes to them for help, as I now turn to you after much suffering and seek the sanctuary of your stream. Take pity on me, royal river! I claim a suppliant's rights." In answer to his prayer, the river checked its current and, holding back its waves, made smooth the water in the swimmer's path, and so brought him safely to land at its mouth. Odysseus bent his knees and sturdy arms, exhausted by his struggle with the sea. All his flesh was swollen, and streams of brine gushed from his mouth and nostrils. Winded and speechless, he lay there, too weak to stir, overwhelmed by his terrible fatigue. Yet, directly he got back his breath and came to life again, he unwound the goddess's veil from the waist and let it drop into the river as it rushed out to sea. The strong current swept it downstream, and before long it was Ino's own hands. Odysseus turned his back on the river, threw himself down in the reeds, and kissed the bountiful earth. And now he grimly faced his plight, wondering with a groan what would happen to him next and what end of this adventure would be. "If I stay in the river bed," he argued, "and I keep awake all through the wretched night, The bitter frost and the drenching dew together might well be too much for one who has nearly breathed his last through sheer exhaustion, and I know what a cold wind can blow up from a river in the early morning. If, on the other hand, I climb up the slope into the thick woods and lie down in the dense undergrowth to sleep off my chill and my fatigue, then, supposing I do go off into a sound sleep, there is a risk that I may make a meal for beasts of prey. However, in the end, he decided this was the better course and set off towards the wooded ground. Not far from the river he found a copse with a clear space all around it. Here he crept under a pair of bushes, one an olive, the other a wild olive, which grew from the same stem, with their branches so closely intertwined that when the winds blew moist, not a breath could get inside, nor when the sun shone could his rays penetrate their shade, nor could the rain soak right through to the earth. Odysseus crawled into this shelter, and after all he endured, was delighted to see the ground littered with an abundance of dead leaves, enough to provide covering for 2 or 3 men in the hardest winter weather. He set to work with his hands and scraped up a roomy couch, in the middle of which he lay down and piled the leaves over himself, covering his body as carefully as a lonely crofter in a far corner of an estate buries a glowing brand under the black ashes to keep his fire alive and save himself from having to seek a light elsewhere. And now Athene filled Odysseus's eyes with sleep and sealed their lids, the surest way to relieve the exhaustion caused by so much toil. Chapter 6. Nausicaa. While the noble, much-enduring Odysseus, conquered by sleep and worn out by his exertions, lay resting there, Athene came to the country of Phaeacia and entered their city. These Phoenicians had once lived on the broad lands of Hyperi, and had been neighbours to the Cyclopes, a quarrelsome people who took advantage of their greater strength to plague them till the day when their king Narcissus made them migrate and settled them in Syria, far from the busy haunts of men. There he laid out the walls of a new city, built them houses, put up temples to the gods, and allotted the land for cultivation. But he had met his fate long since, and gone to Hades's wall, and it was now the divinely inspired Alcinous who ruled them. To his palace the bright-eyed goddess Athene made her way, still intent on her plans for King Odysseus's restoration. The good King Alcinous had a young daughter called Nausicaa, tall and beautiful as a goddess. She was asleep now in her richly furnished room, with 2 of her ladies, both blessed with beauty by the Graces, lying by the doorposts, one on either side. The polished doors were closed, but Athena swept through like a breath of air to the girl's bed, leant over the head of it, and spoke to her, disguising herself as the daughter of a ship's captain named Dymas, a woman of Nausicaa's own age and one of her bosom friends. "Nausicaa," said bright-eyed Athena, imitating her friend's voice, "how did your mother come to have such a lazy daughter as you? Look at the lovely clothing you allow to lie about neglected. Although you may soon be married and stand in need of beautiful clothes, not only to wear yourself but to provide for your bridegroom's party. It's the kind of thing that gives a girl a good name in the town, besides pleasing her father and her mother. Let us go and do some washing together, and first thing in the morning I offer to go with you and help, so that you can get yourself ready as soon as possible, for you certainly won't remain unmarried long. Why, every nobleman in the place wants you for his wife. You, a Phaeacian princess, do ask your royal father in the morning to have a waggon made ready for you with a couple of mules. These waistbands and robes and glossy wraps could go in it, and it would be much more comfortable for you yourself to drive than to go on foot. It's a long way from the city to the washing pools." When she had finished, Athena of the flashing eyes withdrew to Olympus, where people say the gods have made their everlasting home. shaken by no wind, drenched by no showers, and invaded by no snows. It is set in a cloudless sea of limpid air, with a white radiance playing all over. There the happy gods spend their delightful days, and there the Lady of the Bright Eyes went when she had explained her wishes to the girl. Soon after, Dawn enthroned herself in the sky, and Nausicaa in her lovely gown awoke. She was amazed at her dream, and set out at once through the palace to tell her father and her mother. She found them both in the house. Her mother was sitting at the hearth with her maid, spinning yarn stained with sea purple, and she caught her father just as he was going out to join his princely colleagues at a conference to which he was called by the Phoenicians' nobles. She went as close to him as she could, and said, "Father, dear, I wonder if you could tell them to get me a big wagon with strong wheels, so that I can take all my fine clothes that I have lying dirty here to the river to wash. And indeed it is only decent for you yourself, when you are discussing affairs of state with important people, to have clean linen on your back. Then again, there are 5 sons of yours in the palace, 2 of them married, while 3 are merry bachelors who are always asking for clothes straight from the wash to wear at dances. It is I who have to think of all these things." She spoke in this way because she was too shy to mention marriage to her father. But he understood thoroughly, and replied, "I don't grudge you the mules, my child, or anything else. You may go, and the servant shall get you a fine big wagon with a hood on it." He called to his men, and they set to work. While they prepared a smooth-running mule cart outside the house, led the mules under the yoke, and harnessed them to the vehicle, Nausicaa fetched the gay clothing from the storeroom. She then packed it in the polished wagon, while her mother filled a box with various kinds of appetizing provisions and dainties to go with them, and poured some wine into a goatskin bottle. The girl climbed into the cart, and her mother handed her a golden flask of soft olive oil, so that she and her maids could anoint themselves after bathing. And now Nausicaa took the whip, the glistening reins, and flicked the mules to make them go. There was a clatter of hoofs, and then they stepped out bravely, taking the clothes and their mistress along. But as her maids followed and kept her company, she was not left to go alone. In due course they reached the noble river with its never-failing pools, in which there was enough clear water always bubbling up and swirling by the dirtiest clothes. Here they turned the mules loose from under the yoke, and drove them along the eddying stream to graze on the sweet grass. Then they lifted the clothes by armfuls from the cart, dropped them into the dark water, and trod them down briskly in the troughs, competing with each other in the work. When they had rinsed them all till no dirt was left, they spread them out in a row along the seashore, just where the waves washed the shingle clean, when they came tumbling up the beach. Next, after bathing and rubbing themselves with olive oil, they took their meal at the riverside, waiting for the sunshine to dry the clothes. And presently, when mistress and maids had all enjoyed their food, they threw off their headgear and began playing with a ball, while Nausicaa of the white arms led them in their song. It was just such a scene as gladdens Leto's heart, when her daughter, Artemis the archeress, has come down from the mountain along the high ridge of Taygetus, or Erymanthus, to chase the wild boar or the nimble deer, and the nymphs of the countryside join with her in the sport. They too are heaven-born, but Artemis overtops them all, and where all are beautiful, there is no question which is she. So did this maiden princess stand out among her ladies. When the time came for Nausicaa to set out for home, after yoking the mules and folding up the clothes, the bright-eyed goddess Athene intervened once more, and arranged for Odysseus to wake up and see this lovely girl who was to serve as his escort to the Phoenician city. Accordingly, when the princess passed the ball to one of her maids, she missed and dropped it instead into the deep and eddying current. At this they all gave a loud shriek. The good Odysseus awoke, and sitting up, took counsel with himself. "Alas," he sighed, "what country have I come to now? What people are there here? Some brutal tribe of lawless savages, or kindly and God-fearing folk? And what is this shrill echo in my ears, as though some girls were shrieking? Nymphs, I suppose, who haunt the steep hilltops, the springs of rivers, and the grassy meadows. Or am I within hail, by any chance, of human beings who can talk as I do? Well, I must go and use my own eyes to find out." So the gallant Odysseus crept out from under the bushes, after breaking off with his great hand a leafy bough from the thicket to conceal his naked manhood. Then he advanced on them like a mountain lion who sallies out, defying wind and rain in the pride of his power, with fire in his eyes, to hunt the oxen or the sheep, to stalk the roaming deer, or to be forced by hunger to besiege the very walls of the homestead and attack the pens. The same urgent need now constrained Odysseus, naked as he was, to bear down upon these gentle girls. Begrimed with salt, he made a gruesome sight, and one look at him sent them scuttling in every direction along the jumping spits of sand. Alcinous's daughter was the only one to stand firm. Emboldened Athene, who stopped her limbs from trembling, she checked herself and confronted him, while Odysseus considered himself he should throw his arms around this beautiful girl's knees and so make his prayer, or be content to keep his distance and beg her with all courtesy to give him clothing and direct him to the city. After some hesitation, he decided that, as the lady might take offence if he embraced her knees, it would be better to keep his distance and politely plead his case. In the end, his address was not only disarming, but full of subtlety. "Mistress, I throw myself on your mercy, but you are some goddess or a mortal woman? If you are one of the gods who live in the sky, is it of Artemis, the daughter of almighty Zeus, that your beauty, grace, and stature most remind me? But if you are one of us mortals who live on earth, then lucky indeed are your father and your gentle mother. Lucky your brothers too. How their hearts must glow with pleasure every time they see you, darling, join the dance. But he is the happiest of them all, who with his wedding gifts can win you for his home. For never have I set eyes on such perfection in man or woman. I worship as I look. Only in Delos have I seen the like, a fresh young palm tree shooting up by the altar of Apollo. Then, when my travels took me there, with a fine army at my back, that time, though the expedition was doomed to end so flatly for me, I remember how long I stood spellbound at the sight, for no lovelier sapling ever sprung from the ground. And with it is this, with just the same wonder and veneration, that I look at you, my lady, with such awe, indeed, that I dare not clasp your knees, though my troubles are serious enough. Only yesterday, after 19 days of it, I made my escape from the wine-dark sea. It took all that time for the waves and the tempestuous winds to carry me here from the island of Ogygia. And now some god has flung me on this shore, no doubt to suffer more disasters here. For I have no hope that my troubles are coming to an end. The gods have plenty in store for me before that can be. Pity me, my queen. You are the first person I have met after all I have been through, and I do not know a soul in this city or this land. I beg you to direct me to the town, and to give me some rag to put around myself. It's only the wrapper you may have brought for your linen when you came. And in return, may the gods grant you your heart's desire. May they give you a husband and a home, and the harmony that is so much to be desired, since there is nothing nobler or more admirable than when two people who see eye to eye keep house as man and wife, confounding their enemies and delighting their friends, as they themselves know better than anyone. Sir, said the white-armed Nausicaa. "Your manners prove that you are no rascal and no fool, and as for these ordeals of yours, they must have been sent you by Olympian Zeus, who follows his own will in dispensing happiness to people, whatever their merits. You have no choice but to endure. But since you have come to our country and our city here, you certainly shall not want for clothing, or anything else that an unfortunate outcast has the right to expect from those he approaches. I will show you to the town and tell you who we are. This country and the city you will see belong to the Phaeacians. I myself am the daughter of Alcinaus, who is the head and mainstay of our state." Here she turned and called out her orders to the gentlewomen in attendance. "Stop, my maids! Where are you flying to at the sight of a man? Don't tell me you take him for an enemy, for there is no man on earth, nor ever will be, who would dare to set hostile feet on Phaeacian soil. The gods are too fond of us for that. Remote in this sea-bidden home of ours, we are the outposts of mankind, and come in contact with no other people. The man you see is an unfortunate wanderer who has strayed here, and now commands our care, since all strangers and beggars come under the protection of Zeus, and the charity that is trifle to us can be precious to others. Bestir yourself, girls, provide our guest with food and drink, and bathe him in the river, where there's shelter from the wind." The rebuke from their mistress checked the women's flight. They called halt to each other, and then found Odysseus a seat in the sheltered spot that the Princess Nausicaa had pointed out. On the ground beside him they laid a cloak and tunic for him to wear, and giving him some soft olive oil in a golden flask, they suggested that he should wash himself in the running stream. But the gallant Odysseus demurred. "Ladies," he said, "be good enough to stand back over there and leave me to wash the brine myself from my shoulders and rub my body with olive oil, to which has long been a stranger. I am not going to take my bath with you looking on. I should be ashamed to stand naked in the presence of gentlewomen." At this the maids withdrew, and told their young mistress what had occurred. Meanwhile Odysseus was cleaning himself with river water of the salt that encrusted his back and his broad shoulders, and scrubbing his head free of the scurf left there by the barren brine. When he had thoroughly washed and rubbed himself with oil, and had put on the clothes which the young girl had given him, Athene, daughter of Zeus, made him seem taller and sturdier than ever, and caused the bushy locks to hang from his head thick as the petals of the hyacinths in bloom. Just as a craftsman trained by Hephaestus and herself in the secrets of his art takes pains to put a graceful finish to his work by overlaying silverware with gold, she finished now by endowing his head and shoulders with an added beauty. When Odysseus retired to sit down by himself on the seashore, he was radiant with comeliness and grace. Nausicaa gazed at him in admiration, and said to her fair attendants, "Listen, my white-armed maids, while I tell you what I have been thinking. This man's arrival among the Phaeacians, who are so near the gods themselves, was not unpremeditated by the Olympian powers. For when first we met, I thought he cut a sorry figure, but now he looks like the gods, who live in heaven. That is the kind of man whom I could fancy for a husband, if he would settle here. I only hope that he will choose to stay. But come, girls, give the stranger something to eat and drink." Her maids at once carried out her orders, and set foot and drink before the stalwart Odysseus, who ate and drank with avidity, for it was a long time since he had tasted any food. Meanwhile Nausicaa of the white arms had come to a decision. After folding up the clothing, she stowed it in her fine wagon, harnessed the sturdy mules, and herself climbed in. Then she called to Odysseus and gave him his instructions. "Come, sir," she said, "it is time for you to make a move towards the city, so that I may direct you to my good father's house, where you can count on meeting all the Phoenician nobility. But this is how you must manage, and I take you for a man of tact. So long as we are passing through the country and the farmer's land, walk quickly with my maids behind the wagon and the mules, following my lead. But that will not do when we come to town. Our city is surrounded by high battlements. It has an excellent harbour on each side, and is approached by a narrow causeway where the curved ships are drawn up to the road, and each owner has his separate slip. Here is the people's meeting place, built up on either side of the fine temple of Poseidon, which blocks of quarried stone bedded deeply in the ground. It is here, too, that the sailors attend to the rigging of the black ships, to their cables and their sails, and the smoothing of their oars. For the Phaeacians have no use for the bow and quiver, but spend their energy on masts and oars, and on the graceful craft that they love to sail across the foam-flecked seas. Now, it is the possibility of unpleasant talk among these sailors that I wish to avoid. I'm afraid they might give me a bad name, for there are plenty of vulgar fellows in the place, and I can well imagine one of the baser sort saying after he had seen us, "Who is this tall and handsome stranger Nausicaa has in tow? Where did she run across him? Her future husband, no doubt. She must have rescued some shipwrecked foreigner who had strayed this way, since we have no neighbours of our own. Or perhaps some god has answered her inopportune prayers and stooped from heaven to make her his forever. And it is better so, better that she should venture out herself and find a husband from abroad, for she obviously despises her country. Men here, like so many of the best, would like to marry her." That is how they will talk, and mine good name would suffer. Indeed, I should blame any girl who acted so, with her parents alive, running away from the friends to consort men with before she was properly married. So you, sir, had best take note of my directions. If you wish to make sure of being sent home by my father with the least possible delay, you will see near the path a fine poplar wood, sacred to Athene, with a spring welling up in the middle, and a meadow all around. That is where my father has his royal park and vegetable garden, within call of the city. Sit down there and wait a while, till we get into the town and reach my father's house. When you think we have had time to do so, go into the city yourself and ask for the palace of my father, King Alcinous. It is quite easy to recognize. Any little child could show it you. For the houses of the rest are not built in anything like the style of Lord Alcinous's mansion. Directly you have passed through the courtyard and into the buildings, walk quickly through the great hall till you reach my mother, who generally sits in the firelight by the hearth, weaving yarn stained with sea purple and foaming a delightful picture, with her chair against a pillar and her maid sitting behind. My father's throne is close to hers, and there he sits, drinking his wine like a god. Slip past him and clasp my mother's knees if you wish to make certain of an early and happy return to your home, however far you may have strayed. For once you have secured her sympathy, you may confidently expect to get back to your motherland and to walk once more into your own fine house and see your friends again." When she had finished, Nausicaa used her glistening whip on the mules, and they soon left the flowing river behind them, swinging along at a steady trot. But the princess kept them to a pace which allowed the maids and Odysseus to keep up with her on foot, and used her judgment in laying on the whip. As the sun was setting, they reached a well-known grove that bore Athena's name. Here the good Odysseus sat down and proceeded to offer up a prayer to the daughter of almighty Zeus. "Listen to me, unsleeping child of Zeus, who wears the aegis, and hear my prayer this time, though you turned a deaf ear to me the other day, when I was shipwrecked, and the great earth-shaker broke me up. Grant that Phaeacians may receive me with kindness and compassion." Pallas Athene heard his prayer, but still refrained from appearing before him, out of deference to her father's brother, who persisted in this rancour against the noble Odysseus to the very day when he reached his own land. We'll just take a little short break now.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you if you're still here, thank you for watching, or thank you for just tuning in. We're gonna go in, do our second short break of Homer the Odyssey, a sight reading marathon live stream. So, a sight reading, for everybody who doesn't know what a sight reading is, Adrian has never read this book before in his life. That's the first time he is reading this version of Homer the Odyssey by E.V. Rue. So, and at the moment we have the reading time at 3 hours and 37 minutes, and we in chapter 6, and we carry on very, very shortly with the chapter 7 of this sight reading. So, anybody who doesn't know sight reading means Adrian never read this book before. So he had no time of preparing himself. He had no time of reading himself into the whole thing. So it's a fantastic thing he is doing here, and he's gonna read that from the start to the end, and the whole reading all together gonna be approximately 13 to 14 hours. So with the breaks we're gonna be closer to 14 to 15 hours, to be honest. So, but now we're gonna go on a quick break. We make sure he can recover his voice in a couple of minutes, and for you is a great opportunity just to grab yourself a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, or a sandwich, and join us again. So don't panic, we're gonna be back with around the next 5 minutes for you. And of course, that whole event we having here, and I show you this here quickly, that's the run-up for that fantastic Corfu Literary Festival, what is gonna happen next week, the 17th and the 20th of September, an island celebration of the arts, and the lineup of authors is incredible, as you can see. If you want to watch that online, then you can subscribe to the festival live stream with interviews and updates at caregiver.live, or just come to one of the events and log on to corfuliteraryfestival.com, and you can see the whole layout, what's gonna happen from the 17th to the 20th of September. So that's a run-up, that's a little bit of a warm-up, our live stream sight reading marathon here, of course. But Adrian is just grabbing quick a little bit to drink, and he's stretching his legs, and he gonna be back in the next few minutes. So hang in there, get yourself a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, a couple of sandwiches, and you can join us here again. So thank you for listening, thank you for tuning in. We're gonna be back very, very shortly. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, everybody who joined us for this marathon live stream of Homer the Odyssey. We're in a short break at the moment. Adrian Mavel, our reader here, does the sight reading of this fantastic marathon. For everybody who doesn't know what sight reading means, sight reading is Adrian never read that book before, so this version von Iviru he have never read. He admitted he had it in his cupboard for nearly 40 years, and that's the opportunity for him to read it. So he's still on a short break, and we're gonna carry on with chapter 7 in a short moment. So that's a marathon. He's gonna read the Odyssey from start to finish, approximately 14 to 16 hours, with the breaks of course included. And if you want to help us out a little bit for the things we do to support art and culture here on beautiful island of Corfu and of course on the rest of Greece, due to the current situation we're experiencing, we're all having a little bit of a hard time, you can like or follow us on social media at Studio Kerkera. So, and also find out more on the www.kerkera.live. But I think Adrian is getting ready, so in a moment we're gonna carry on.
Chapter 7. The Palace of Alcinous. While the much-enduring Odysseus was praying in Athene's grove, the 2 sturdy mules brought the princess to the city. When she reached her father's palace, she drew up at the entrance, and her handsome brothers gathered around her, unharnessed the mules from the cart, and carried the clothes indoors. She herself retired to her own apartments, where a fire was lit for her by the chambermaid Eurymedissa, an old Aparian woman whom they had brought years before from Aparia in their rolling ships and selected as prize for Alcinous, the king of all Phaeacian folk, an idol of the people. It was this woman who looked after the white-armed Nausicaa at home, and who now busied herself with the lighting of the fire and preparations for her mistress's supper in the inner room. Meanwhile, Odysseus started for the town. Athena, in her concern for his welfare, enveloped him in a black mist to ensure him against insult or challenge from any truculent Phaeacian who might cross his path. He was just about to go into the pleasant town when the bright-eyed goddess herself came to meet him, disguised as a young girl carrying a pitcher, and halted in his way. "My child," said Odysseus, "I wonder if you could kindly direct me to the house of Alcinous, the king of this country, for you see I am a stranger here, who has come from a distant land and met with misfortune on the way, which accounts for my not knowing a single soul in the city or the country around." "Sir," replied the bright-eyed Athena, "I shall be pleased to take you to the house you are inquiring for, since it lies close to my good father's place. But you must follow my lead without a word. Look at nobody as you come, and ask no questions, for the people here have little affection for strangers, and do not welcome visitors with open arms. They pin their faith on the clippers that carry them across the far-flung seas, for Poseidon has made them their sailor folk, and these ships of theirs are as swift as a bird or as the thought itself." With this, Pallas Athene led the way at a quick pace, and Odysseus followed in the goddess's steps. The Phaeacians, whose famous seamen failed to observe him as he passed them by on his way through the town, For the Lady Athene used her formidable powers to prevent it, shedding a magic mist around her favourite in her concern for his safety. As he walked, Odysseus marvelled at the harbours with their well-found ships, at the meeting place of the sea lords, and at their long and lofty walks, which were surmounted by palisades and presented a wonderful sight. When they reached the king's palace, the bright-eyed goddess Athene turned to him and said, "Here, sir, you see the house that you asked me to show you? You will find high-born princes feasting here, but go straight in and have no qualms, for it is the bold man who every time does best, at home or abroad. Once in the palace, make straight for the queen. Her name is Arete, and she comes from the same family as Alcinous the king. Nausithous, the first of the line, was the son of Poseidon, the earth-shaker, and of Periboa, the loveliest woman of her time. She was the youngest daughter of the great Eurymedon, who was once king of the haughty race, the giants, but led his headstrong people to destruction, and himself came to an untimely end. Poseidon made Periboa his mistress, and by her had a son, Nausithous the Magnificent, who was king of the Phaeacians. And Nausithous had two sons, Rhexenor and Alcinous. Rhexenor has not long been married, and is yet no son, when he was killed by Apollo with his silver bow. But he left one daughter, Arete, in his palace. Alcinous made her his wife, and gave her such homage as no other woman receives who keeps house for her husband in the world today. Such is the extraordinary and heartfelt devotion which she has enjoyed in the past, and still enjoys, both from her children and Alcinous himself, and from the people who worship her and greet her when she walks through the town. For she is not only the queen, but a wise woman too, and when her sympathies are enlisted, she settles even men's disputes. So, if only you can secure her friendly interest, you may well hope to return to your native land, to step under the high roof of your own house, and see your friends once more." Athene finished, and now left the pleasant land of Scheria, crossed the barren seas, and came to Marathon and the broad streets of Athens, where she entered the great palace of Ereutheus. Meanwhile, Odysseus approached Alcinous's splendid dwelling. His heart was filled with misgivings, and he hesitated before setting foot on the bronze threshold. For a kind of radiance, like that of the sun or moon, lit up the high-roofed halls of the great king. Walls of bronze, topped with blue enamelled tiles, ran round to left and right from the threshold to the back of the court. The interior of the well-built mansion was guarded by golden doors hung on posts of silver, which sprang from the bronze threshold. The lintel they supported was of silver too, and the door-handle of gold. On either side stood gold and silver dogs, which Hephaestus had made with consummate skill, to keep watch over the palace of the great-hearted Alcinous, and serve him as an immortal sentries never doomed to age. Inside the hall, high chairs were ranged along the walls on either side, right round from the threshold to the chamber at the back, and each was draped with a delicately woven cover that the women had worked. Here the Phaeacian chieftains sat and enjoyed the food and wine which were always forthcoming, while youths of gold, fixed on stout pedestals, held flaming torches in their hands to light the banqueteers in the hall by night. The house keeps 50 maids employed. Some grind the apple golden corn in the handmill, some weave at the loom, or sit and twist the yarn, their hands fluttering like a tall poplar's leaves, while the soft olive oil drips from the close-woven fabrics they have finished. For the Phaeacians' extraordinary skill in handling ships at sea is rivalled by the dexterity of their womenfolk at the loom. so expert as Athene made them in the finer crafts, and so intelligent. Outside the courtyard, but stretching close up to the gates, and with a hedge running down on either side, lies a large orchard of 4 acres, where trees hang their greenery on high, and pear and pomegranate, the apple with its glossy burden, the sweet fig, and the luxuriant olive. Their fruit never fails, nor runs short, winter and summer alike. It comes at all seasons of the year, and there is never a time when the west wind's breath is not assisting, here the bud, and here the ripening fruit, so that pear after pear, apple after apple, cluster on cluster of grapes, and fig upon fig are always coming to perfection. In the same enclosure there is a fruitful vineyard, in one part of which is a warm patch of level ground, where some of the grapes are drying in the sun, while others are gathered or being trodden, and on the foremost rows hang unripe bunches that have just cast their blossom, or show their first faint tinge of purple. Vegetable beds of various kinds are neatly laid out beyond the farthest row, and make a smiling patch of never-failing green. The garden is served by 2 springs, one led in rills to all parts of the enclosure, while its fellow opposite, after providing a watering place for the townsfolk, runs under the courtyard gate towards the great house itself. Such were the beauties with which the gods had adorned Alcinous's home. Stalwart Odysseus stood before the house and eyed the scene. When he had enjoyed all its beauty, he stepped briskly over the threshold and entered the palace. There he found the chieftains and counsellors of the Phaeacians pouring libations from their cups to the keen-eyed giant-slayer, with an offering to whom it was their custom to finish before retiring to bed. But the stout-hearted Odysseus marched straight up the hall, wrapped in the mist that Athene shed about him, till he reached Arete and King Alcinous, and threw his arms around Arete's knees. At the same moment the magic mist that had hidden him rolled away, and at the sight of this man in their midst a silence fell on all the banqueters up and down the hall. They stared at Odysseus in amazement while he made his petition. Arete, daughter of divine Rhexenor, as one who has suffered much as I seek refuge with your lord, I abase myself at your knees, and I appeal to these guests. May the gods grant them happiness for life, and give each the joy of bequeathing to his sons the treasures of his house, and the honours which the people have allotted him. As for myself, I beg you to arrange for my conveyance to my own country, as soon as may be, for I have had to live through many a long day of hardship since I last saw my friends. His petition made, he sat down in the dust by the hearth, close to the fire, and from the whole company there came not a sound, until at last the silence was broken by the venerable lord Echeneus, a Phaeacian elder who was the most eloquent speaker among them, and rich in the wisdom of his forefathers. At this juncture he made his friendly counsel heard. Alcinous, it is unseemly and unlike your royal ways to let a stranger sit in the dust at the hearth while the guests around you must patiently wait your lead. I beg you, sir, to let him rise and seat himself on one of the silver thrones, and to tell your squires to mix some wine, so that we can make fresh libation to Zeus the Thunderer, who watches over suppliants that deserve respect. Also, let the housekeeper fetch supper from the larder for our visitor. Thus reminded, the divine King Alcinous took the wise and subtle Odysseus by the hand, raised him from the hearth, and seated him on a polished throne, which the gallant Laodamas, his favourite son, who sat next to him, vacated at his request. A maid came with water in a beautiful golden ewer, and poured it out over a silver basin so that he could rinse his hands. Then she drew a wooden table to his side, and the staid housekeeper brought some bread and put it in by him with a choice of dainties, helping him liberally to all she could offer. While the stalwart Odysseus ate and drank, King Alcinous gave an order to his squire. "Pontonous, mix a bowl of wine and fill the cups of all the company in the hall, so that we may now make a drink offering to Zeus the Thunderer, who watches over suppliants that deserve respect." So Pontonous prepared a bowl of mellow wine, from which, after first pouring out a few drops in each man's cup, he served the whole company. Then, when they had made their libations and drank their fill, Alcinous addressed them. "Captains and counsellors of the Phoenicians, may I have your attention while I tell you what is in my mind? I suggest now you have dined, that you should disperse to your homes for the night, and in the morning we will summon a fuller gathering of the elders for the entertainment of our visitor here, and to sacrifice to the gods. We will then take up the matter of passage to ensure him without trouble or anxiety the happiness of a quick return to a country under our escort, however far he may have wandered from it. And we will safeguard him on the way from any further hardship or accident till he sets foot in his own land, after which he must suffer whatever destiny and the relentless fates spun for him with the first thread of life when he came from his mother's womb. But if he turns out to be one of the immortals come down from heaven, then the gods must be playing some new trick upon us, for in the past they have always shown themselves to us without disguise, when we have offered them their sumptuous sacrifices, and at our banquets they rub shoulders with us. Even when a traveller meets them on his lonely way, they make no concealment, for we are near to them, like the Cyclops and the wild tribes of the giants." "Alcinous," Odysseus was quick to reply, "on that score you may set your mind at rest. You can see that I have neither the looks nor the stature of the immortal gods who live in heaven, but am a human being. Think of the wretches who in your experience have borne the heaviest load of sorrow, and I will match my griefs with theirs. Indeed, I think that I could tell an even longer tale of woe if I gave you a full account of what I've been fated to endure. But all I ask of you now is your leave to eat my supper, in spite of all my troubles, for nothing in this world is so incontinent as a man's accursed appetite. However afflicted he may be, and sick at heart, it calls for attention so loudly that he is bound to obey it. Such is my case. My heart is sick with grief, yet my hunger insists that I shall eat and drink. It makes me forget all I have suffered, and force me to take my fill. But at daybreak I beg you to make arrangements for landing this unfortunate guest of yours in his own country. I have had hard times indeed. Once let me see my own estate, my servants, and the high roof of my great house, and I shall be content to breathe my last." He had made good his case. They all applauded and voted that the stranger should be given his passage. Then, after making a libation and satisfying their thirst, they retired for the night to their several homes, leaving royal Odysseus sitting in the hall beside Arete and King Alcinous, while the maids cleared the dinner things away. White-armed Arete was the first to break the silence, for in the fine cloak and tunic she saw him wearing she recognized some clothes that she herself had made with her women's help. Hence her pointed inquiries. "Sir, shall I make so bold as to ask you some questions without further ado? Who are you? Where do you hail from? And who gave you those clothes? Didn't I gather from you just now that chance had brought you here across the seas?" "My queen," Odysseus guardedly replied, "it would be a wearisome business to tell you all I have been through from first to last, for I have had a long spell of evil luck. So I shall confine myself to your questions. Far out at sea there is an island called Ogygia, where Atlas's daughter, the wily Calypso, lives. She is a goddess, beautiful indeed, but to be feared. No god or man comes near her, and yet I had the misfortune to be brought by some power to her hearth. I was alone, for with one of his blinding bolt suits had smashed my good ship to pieces out in the wine-dark sea. My loyal company all lost their lives. But I got my arms around the curved ship's keel, and for 9 days kept afloat. In the blackness of the 10th night the gods washed me ashore on Ogygia, the home of Calypso, that formidable goddess with the beautiful locks. She took me in and looked after me with loving care. She even talked of making me immortal and immune from age forever. But never for a moment did she win my heart. 7 years without a break I stayed, bedwetting my tears with imperishable clothes Calypso gave me. But at last, when the 8th came round in its course, she urged me to be gone, either in obedience to a message from Zeus, or because her own feelings had changed. She sent me off in a boat I had put together, after providing me generously with bread and sweet wine, and clothing me with her imperishable stuffs. She also caused a warm and kindly wind to blow. So for 17 days I sailed across the sea, and on the 18th the shadowy mountains of your land hove into sight, and I rejoiced. Too soon, poor man, for Poseidon the earth-shaker was yet to send me plenty of troubles to face. Rousing the winds against me, he brought me to standstill, and as I sat groaning there, he stirred the sea so much unspeakable fury that my boat was unable to ride the waves. Before long a squall had smashed her to pieces. However, I managed by swimming to make my way across the stretch of water till the winds and the set of the current brought me to your coast. There I tried to land, but the swell would have driven me right up to a great cliff at a most inhospitable spot, and dashed me on the rocks. So I sheered off and swam back from the shore. In the end I reached a river, which struck me as offering the best possible landing place, clear of rocks and sheltered from the wind. I struggled out and lay where I fell till I could rally my strength. Meanwhile the solemn night came on, so after climbing up from the bed of that heaven-fed river, I lay down in a thicket, heaped leaves over my body, and by God's grace fell into a sound sleep. In my exhausted condition, I slept there in the leaves all night and right through the morning into the middle of the day. In fact, the sun was on his downward path when I woke from my refreshing sleep to find your daughter's maids playing games on the beach. The princess herself was with them, and I almost took her for a goddess. It was to her that I applied for help, and she proved what good sense she has, acquitting herself in a way you would not expect in one so young, for young people are thoughtless as a rule. But she not only gave me plenty of bread and sparkling wine, but made me bathe in the river, and provided me with the clothes you see. That is the truth of the matter, though I'm too sad at heart to make a story of it. Here Alcinous put in a word. "Sir," he said to Odysseus, "in one respect I do find fault with my girl's judgment. She should have brought you straight home with her maids. After all, she was the first person you had applied for help." "My lord," replied the resourceful Odysseus, "your daughter is not to blame for that, and I beg you not to take her to task. She did tell me to follow along with the servants, but in my modesty I shrank from doing so, thinking it possible that you might be annoyed at the sight. We men are jealous folk." "My friend," replied Alcinous, "I am not one to take umbrage at a trifle. We must always be fair. Now, you are a man like-minded with myself, and, that being so, I could wish for nothing better than for you to have my daughter and take your place here as my son-in-law, in a house I should provide and furnish for you. That is, if you were willing to stay. But if you wish to go, not one of our Phaeacians shall detain you. God forbid such a thing. And to set your mind at rest, I now appoint a day for your conveyance home. Tomorrow, let's say. You shall lie there lapped in sleep, while they row you over tranquil seas, till you come to your own country and your house or anywhere else you would like to go. Nor does it matter if the spot is even more remote than Euboea, which is said to be at the world's end by those of our sailors who saw it that time they took red-haired Rhadamanthus to visit Tityos, the son of Earth. They not only got there, I must tell you, but furnished a return trip also, in a one and the same day without fatigue. But you shall learn from your own experiencing the surpassing excellence of my ships, and how good my young men are at churning up the sea-water with their oars. Odysseus's patient heart was filled with happiness as he listened, and he raised his voice in prayer. O Father Zeus, grant that Alcinous may accomplish all that he has promised. His fame would never die wherever mankind till the soil, and I should come again to the land of my fathers. While they were conversing, white-armed Arete gave her maids instructions to put a bedstead in the portico, and to furnish it with the finest purple rugs, spread sheets over these, and add warm blankets on top for covering. The servants, torch in hand, went out of the hall and busied themselves at the task. When they had spread the things on the well-made bedstead, they came up to Odysseus and invited him to retire. "Up, sir, and come," they said, "for your bed is made." And he realized then how glad he would be to get to sleep. So the good Odysseus, after all his troubles, slept there in the echoing portico on a wooden bedstead, while Alcinous lay down for the night in his room at the back of the high building with his consort, who made his shared bed. Chapter 8. The Phæacian Games. As soon as the fresh dawn had decked herself in crimson, the divine King Alcinous left his bed and conducted Odysseus, the royal sacker of cities, who had risen at the same time, to the place by the ships where the Phaeacians held their assemblies. And there they sat down, side by side, on seats of polished marble. In the meantime, Pallas Athene, pursuing her plans for the heroic Odysseus' return, went up and down the town disguised as a herald from the wide Prince Alcinous. She accosted each of the councillors and gave them all this message. "Captains and councillors of the Phaeacians, follow me to the assembly, where you shall hear about the stranger who has just arrived at our wise prince's palace. He has wandered all over the seas, and he looks like an immortal god." Her news filled with excitement and curiosity. In a short time, not only the seats, but all parts of the meeting place were filled by the throng that crowded in. And many an eye was fixed in admiration of Laertes' keen-witted son, whose head and shoulder Athene invested with more than human beauty, besides making him seem taller and broader, so that he might inspire the whole Phaeacian people not only with affection but with fear and respect, and might emerge successfully from all the tests they put him through. When everyone had arrived and the muster was complete, Alcinous rose to address them. "Captains and councillors of the Phaeacians, I beg for your attention. There is a matter here that I wish to put before you. The stranger at my side, I do not know his name, nor whether he has come from eastern or from western lands, has, in the course of his travels, become my guest. He asks for his passage home, and begs us to assure him this favour. I propose, in accordance with our custom, that we make immediate arrangements for his conveyance, for there never has been a time when one who has come to my house has had to complain of his detention here for lack of escort. So let us run a black ship down into the friendly sea for a maiden voyage, and from the town pick 52 young oarsmen who have proved their excellence. This crew, when they have all made their oars fast as the benches, may leave the ship and repair to my house, where they can fall to and take a hasty meal. I will make ample provision for all. These are my orders for the ship's company. As for the rest, I invite you that are sceptred kings to my palace with a view to entertaining our visitor indoors. I shall accept no refusal, and let our glorious bard Demodocus be summoned, for no other singer has his heavenly gift of delighting our ears, whatever theme he chooses for his song." When Alcinous had finished speaking, he made a move, and the sceptred kings went with him. His equerry set out in search of the excellent minstrel, and meanwhile 52 young men were chosen and made their way, as he directed, to the shore of the barren sea. When they had reached the ship and come down to the beach, they dragged the black vessel into the deep water, put the mast and sails on board, fixed the oars in their leather loops, all shipshape, and hauled the white sail up. Then they moored her well out in the water, and proceeded to the great house of their wise king, where the galleries, the courts, and the apartments themselves were filled with a throng of people. The young men and the old together made up a numerous company, for whose benefit Alcinous sacrificed a dozen sheep, 8 white-tusked boars, and a couple of shambling oxen. These they flayed and made ready for the table, and so prepared a goodly feast. The equerry now came up, leading their favourite bard, whom the muse loved above all others, though she had mingled good and evil in her gifts, robbing of his eyes, but lending sweetness to his song. Pontonous placed a silver-studded chair for him in the centre of the company, with its back to one of the great pillars, and the equerry hung this tuneful lyra on a peg just above his head, and showed him how to lay his hand upon it. At his side he put a basket and a handsome table, together with a cup of wine to drink when he was thirsty. Then they all helped themselves to the good fare that was spread before them. When they had satisfied their appetite and thirst, the bard was inspired by the muse to sing of famous men. He chose a passage from a lay well known by then throughout the world, the quarrel of Odysseus and Achilles, telling how these two had fallen out at a rich ceremonial banquet, and dismayed the rest by the violence of their language. Though King Agamemnon was secretly delighted to see the Achaean chieftains at loggerheads, he was reminded of the prophecy that Phoebus Apollo had made to him in sacred Pytho, when he crossed the marble threshold to consult the oracle, in those days when almighty Zeus was conjuring up the great wave of disasters that was to overwhelm Trojans and Danaans alike. This was the theme of the famous minstrel's lay. It caused Odysseus to lift his purple mantle with his sturdy hands, and draw it down over his head to hide his comely face, for he was ashamed to be caught weeping by the Phaeacians. But in the intervals of the worthy minstrel's song he wiped the tears away, and removing the cloak from his head, reached for his 2-handled cup and made libations to the gods. Yet whenever Demodocus started singing again, encouraged by the Phaeacian lords, who were enjoying the tale, Odysseus once more hid his face and wept. He managed to conceal his tears from everyone except Alcinous, but the king could not help observing his condition, as he was in the next seat to Odysseus and could hear his heavy sighs. He spoke up before long and said to the Phaeacian sea captains, "My lords and counsellors, we have had our fill of the good things we have shared, and of the banquet's boon companion, the harp. Let us go out of doors now, and try our hands at various sports, so that when our guest has reached his home, he can tell his friends that boxing, wrestling, jumping, and running there is no one could beat us." With these words he led the way, and was followed by the rest. The equerry hung Demodocus's tuneful lyre on his peg, took the bard's hand, and guided him out of the palace, in the wake of the Phaeacian nobility as they set out to see the games. They all made for the palace of assembly, and were followed there by a gathering many thousand strong. There was no lack of young noblemen to compete. Acroneus, Ocolius, Eltreus, Nautius, Priminius, and Calais, Erythraeus, Pontius, Proreus, Thune, and Anabessinius, Aphilius, son of Polyneus and grandson of Tecton, and Euryalus too, the son of Nabolus, who looked a match for the man-killing war god, and was the most handsome and stalwart of all the Phaeacians next to the peerless Laodamas. Good King Alcinous, 3 sons, Laodamas, Halius, and Prince Slytonis, also took part. The first event was a race. They ran out all from scratch, raising a cloud of dust on the track as they flew along in a serried mass. But there was no doubt about the fastest man. The excellent Clytonius shot ahead, and when he reached a crowd at the post he had left the rest behind by as much as a width of a fallow that mules plough in a day. Wrestling came next, a tougher sport, and here it was Euryalus' turn to beat all the champions. Amphialus won the jump. At throwing the disc, Eltreus carried all before him, and in the boxing, Laodamas and Alcinous' worthy son. When they had all enjoyed the games, it occurred to the same Laodamas to make a suggestion to the rest. "Come along, you fellows, and let us ask our visitor here if he's an expert in any form of sport. He is well enough built. Look at his thighs and legs. Look at that pair of hands he has on him, and that great neck. The man is mighty strong, and he's not so old either. What has broken him down in this hard life? For I tell you, there's nothing like the sea to break the stoutest of heart." "Laodamas," said Euryalus, "I like your idea. Go and have a word with the man yourself, and challenge him." Thus encouraged, Alcinous' worthy son made his way to the centre, and addressed Odysseus. "Come, sir, won't you take a hand with us in our games, if you're good at any sport? You must surely be an athlete, for nothing makes a man so famous for life as what he can do with his hands and feet. Come along then, have a try, casting your cares aside, for it won't be long before you are off on your journey. Your ship is launched already, and the crew are standing by." Odysseus answered him promptly. "Laodamas, why vex me with your challenges, you and your friends? I am too sick at heart to think of games. I've been through many bitter and exhausting experiences, and all I seek now is my passage home, which is why I'm sitting here in your assembly to plead my suit with your king and your whole nation." Euryalus now saw fit to interpose and insult him to his face. "You are quite right, sir. I should never have taken you for an athlete such as one is accustomed to meet in the world, but rather for some skipper of a merchant crew who spends his life on a hulking tramp worrying about his outward freight, or keeping a sharp eye on the cargo when he comes home with the profits he has snatched. No, one can see you are no sportsman." With a black look, the nimble-witted Odysseus retorted, "That, sir, was an ugly speech, and you must be a fool to have made it. It shows that we cannot all hope to combine the pleasing quantities of good looks, brains, and eloquence. A quite insignificant-looking fellow may yet be a heaven-born orator, watched with delight as he advances confidently and with persuasive modesty from point to point, the one man who stands out in the gathering and is stared at like a god when he passes through the town. Another may be as handsome as immortal, yet quite deficient in the graceful art of speech. You yourself, sir, present a most distinguished exterior to the world. The gods themselves could not improve it. But you have the brains of a dolt. You have stirred me to anger with your inept remarks, and I'd have you realise that I am no novice at sport, as you suggest, but consider myself to have been in the first rank so long as I was able to rely on the strength of my youth. But, as things are, all the misfortunes and hardships I have endured in warfare and in fighting my way through hostile seas weigh heavily upon me. All the same, and in spite of what I have gone through, I'll try my luck at the sports, for words can sting, and yours have put me on my mettle." With this, he leapt to his feet, and not even troubling to remove his cloak, picked up the biggest disc of all, a huge weight, more massive by far than those used in their regular matches. With one swing he launched it from his mighty hand, and the stone hummed on its course. The Phaeacians, lord of the sea and champions of the long oar, cowered down as it hurtled through the air, and so lightly did it fly from his hand that it overshot the marks of all the other throws. Athene, pretending to be one of the crowd, marked the distance of the cast and saluted the thrower. "Look, sir," she called, "even a blind man could pick out your peg by feeling with his hands. The others are all in a bunch, but yours stands right out in front. As far as this event is concerned, you can set your mind at rest. None of the Phaeacians will make as good a throw, let alone a better." Her announcement delighted the much-enduring Odysseus, who was happy to find a real friend in the lists, and now addressed the Phaeacians in lighter vein. "Reach that, my young friends, if you can, though I shouldn't be surprised if presently I sent along another just as far or even further. And since you have thoroughly roused me, come out, if any of you fancy the idea and have the pluck. Come out and take me on, at boxing, wrestling, or even running. I don't care which. Laodamas, whose guest I am, is the only one among all of whom I accept, for you would fight his host. A man must be out of his senses, or an utter fool, to challenge the friend who is entertaining him in a strange country. He would only wreck his own prospects by doing so. But of the rest of you, there is no one I'm too proud to take on. In fact, I'm ready to meet and match myself against all comers, for I am not a bad hand all round at any kind of manly sport. I can handle the well-polished bow, and I should be the first to pick off my man with an arrow in enemy ranks, however many of my side might be standing by and shooting at their marks. Felicitas was the only one who used to beat me with the bow when the Achaeans practised archery at Troy. Of all others now alive and eating their bread on the face of the earth, I claim to be by far the best, though I should not care to compete with the men of the past, with Heracles, for instance, or Eurytus of Oechalia, who, as a bowman, were a match even for the gods. In fact, that was why the great Eurytus came to a sudden end and never lived to see old age in his home, but was killed by Apollo, whom he had offended by challenging him to a match. As for the javelin, I can throw it further than anyone else can shoot an arrow. It is only in running that I am afraid some of you might outstrip me. I was too badly knocked about by the rough seas, for in that boat of mine all comfort soon gave out, and as a result my limbs have lost their power." Odysseus came to an end, and they all held their tongues, leaving it to Alcinous to make him a reply. "My friend," said the king, "we can take no exception to what you say. Angered as you are at the way this fellow came up and insulted you in the lists, you naturally wish to prove your native mettle. No one who knew how to talk sense would thus have belittled your prowess. But listen now to what I have to say. When you are banqueting in your own home, with your wife and your children beside you, and the talk turns on what the Phaeacians excel in, I want you to be able to tell your noble friends that Zeus has given us too a certain measure of success, which has held good from other forefathers, time to the present day. Though our boxing and wrestling are not beyond criticism, we can run fast, and we are first-rate seamen. But the things in which we take perennial delight are the feast, the lar, the dance, clean linen in plenty, a hot bath, and our beds. So forward now, my champion dancers, and show us your steps, so that when he gets home our guest may be able to tell his friends how far we all leave all other folk behind in seamanship, in speed of foot, in dancing, and in song, and let one of you run and fetch Demodocus the lyre, as so tuneful in his hands. They've left it lying somewhere in my house." At the king's word, an equerry set off to fetch the well-made instrument from the palace, and the official stewards, a committee of 9, took matters in hand. These were public servants who supervised all the details on such occasions. They now swept the dancing floor and cleared a ring wide enough for the performance. Meanwhile, the equerry came up to Demodocus and handed him his tuneful lyre. The minstrel then moved forward to the centre. A band of expert dancers, all in the first bloom of youth, took up their positions around him, and their feet came down on the sacred floor with a scintillating movement that filled Odysseus with admiration as he watched. Presently the bard's fine voice was heard above the music of his lyre. His theme was the love of Ares and Aphrodite, of the beautiful crown. He sang of their first and stealthy meetings in Hephaestus' palace, of the many gifts Ares made her, and of the dishonour he did to King Hephaestus' bed. But the sun, his lay went on to tell, had witnessed their loving embraces, and came to inform Hephaestus, who, when he heard the galling truth, went straight to his workshop with his heart full of evil thoughts, laid his great anvil on the stithy, and forged a chain network that could neither be broken nor undone, so as to keep them prisoners for ever. His fury with Ares inspired him as he worked, and when the snare was finished, he went to the room where his bed was laid, and threw the netting right round the bedposts. A number of further lengths were attached to the rafters overhead, and hung down light as gossamer and quite invisible even to the blessed gods. It was a masterpiece of cunning work. When he had thus surrounded the bed and set his trap, he made a pretence of leaving for the pleasant town of Lemnos, his favourite spot on earth. Meanwhile, Ares of the Golden Reins had not kept watching for nothing. Directly he saw the master craftsman leave, he made his way to the great god's house, filled with a passionate desire for Cytherea of the lovely crown. Now she had lately returned from a visit to her almighty father Zeus, and had just sat down when Ares came in at the door, grasped her hand, and saluted her fondly. "Come, my beloved," he said, "let's go to bed and lie each other's arms, for Hephaestus is no longer about. He has gone to Lemnos, I think, to visit his Sintian friends and listen to their barbarous talk." Aphrodite desired nothing better than to sleep with him, so the two went to bed and lay down, whereupon the netting, which Hephaestus's ingenuity had contrived, fell around them in such a way that they could not move or lift a limb. They found too late that there was no escape, and now they were faced by the great lame god himself. For the sun, acting as his spy, had given him word, and he had turned back before reaching the island of Lemnos, and hurried home in anguish. Standing there in the entrance, he was seized by a spasm of rage, and raised his voice in a terrible shout, so all the gods might hear him. "Father Zeus, and you other happy gods who live forever, come here and see a comic and cruel thing. Zeus's daughter Aphrodite has always despised me for my lameness, and now she's given her heart to this butcher Ares, just because he is good-looking and sound of limb, while I was born a cripple. And whom have I to blame for that, if not my father and my mother? I wish they had never begotten me. But you shall see how these two have crept into my bed, and are sleeping in each other's loving arms. The sight cuts me to the quick. Yet I have an idea that they won't be eager to prolong that embrace. No, not for a moment, not for all their love. Theirs is a sleep that both will soon be tired of. But my cunning meshes are going to keep them just where they are, till her father hands me back every one of the gifts I made him win to this brazen-faced hussy, who may be his daughter and a lovely creature, but is the slave of her passions." His shouts brought the gods trooping to the house with the bronze floor. Up came Poseidon the earth-shaker, Hermes the bringer of luck, and the archer king Apollo. But the goddesses, constrained by feminine modesty, all stayed at home. There they stood. Then, in front of the doors, the immortals, who are the source of all our blessings, and when they caught sight of Hephaestus' clever device, a fit of uncontrollable laughter seized these happy gods. "Bad deeds don't prosper," said one of them with a glance at his neighbour. "The tortoise catches up with the hare. See how our slow-moving Hephaestus has caught Arès, though no god on Olympus can run as fast. Hephaestus may be lame, but his craft has won the day, and now Arès will have to pay him an adulterous fine." This was the kind of chat was made, and King Apollo, son of Zeus, turned to Hermes and said, "Hermes, you that are son of Zeus, ambassador and giver of good things, would you care, though held in those unyielding shackles, to lie in bed by golden Aphrodite's side?" To which the giant slayer replied, "Apollo, my royal archer, there is nothing I should relish more. Though the chains that kept me prisoner were 3 times as many, though all you gods and all the goddesses were looking on, yet would I gladly sleep by golden Aphrodite's side." His jest raised another laugh from all the gods except Poseidon, who was not amused, but kept urging the great smith Hephaestus to free Arès from the net. "Let him go," he insisted, "and I promise you that by himself shall make full and proper atonement, as required by you, in the presence of the immortal gods." "Poseidon, girdle of the earth," replied the illustrious lame god, "I beg you, do not press me. Even the surety for a scoundrel is a poor thing to hold in hand. How could I subject you to public arrest if Arès were to shuffle out of his debt as well as out of his change?" "Hephaestus," said Poseidon the earthquaker, "if Arès does repudiate his debt and abscond, I myself will pay you the fines." "To such an offer from you," replied the great lame god, "I cannot, and I must not answer. No." With that, the mighty Hephaestus undid the chains, and the two of them, freed from the shackles that proved so strong, leapt up and fled. Arès to Thrace, and laughter-loving Aphrodite to Paphos in Cyprus, where she has a sacred precinct and an altar fragment with incense. There the Graces bathed her and anointed her with the imperishable oil that the immortals use, and when they had decked her out in her lovely clothes, she was a marvel to behold. This was the song that the famous minstrels sang, to the delight of Odysseus and the rest of his audience, the Phoenician sea lords, those lovers of the oar. After this, Alcinous commanded Halius and Laodamas to dance by themselves, since no one could compete with them. Polybus, a skilled craftsman, had made them a beautiful purple ball, which they took in their hands, and one of them, bending right back, would throw it up towards the shadowy clouds, and the other, leaping up from the ground, would catch it deftly in his turn before his feet touched earth again. After showing their skill at this high play, they began tossing the ball quickly to and fro as they moved in their dance on the bountiful earth, while the other youths stood at the ringside beating time, till the air was filled with sound, and the good Odysseus turned to his host with a compliment. "Alcinous, my royal and most worshipful prince, you boasted just now that your dancers are supreme. Your claim is made good. I marvel at the sight of them." His praise delighted the august Alcinous, who turned at once to his seafaring subjects and said, "Listen, princes and elders of the Phaeacians, I find a nice discernment in this guest of ours. Let us make him a friendly donation, as is only proper. Our folk have for their chiefs and rulers 12 eminent princes, or 13 if you count myself. I suggest that each one of us present him with a fresh mantle, a tunic, and a talent of sterling gold. Let us quickly gather all our gifts together, so that the stranger can take possession and come to supper in a happy frame of mind. As for Euryalus, he must make amends to him by a personal apology, and present as well, for his incivility was marked. His suggestions found favour with all, and were adopted. Each of the princes dispatched his equerry to fetch the gifts, and Euryalus spoke up in answer to the king's rebuke. "Alcinous, my royal and most worshipful prince, I am ready to obey you and make atonement to the stranger. I will give him this sword of bronze, which has a silver hilt and a sheath of fresh ivory to hold it, a gift he will value." He then laid the sword with its silver mounting in Odysseus' hands, and addressed him with studied courtesy. "Father and stranger, I salute you. If some offensive words escape my lips, let the storm winds blow them hence, and may the gods give you the joy of getting home again and seeing your wife, since you have been away from your friends and lived a hard life for so long." "Friend," said the wise Odysseus, "I return your kindly greeting. May the gods bless you, and I only hope you will not one day miss the sword you have given me here with such conciliatory words." And as he spoke, he slung the silver weapon from his shoulder. By sunset he was in possession of all their noble gifts, which were carried to Alcinous' palace by their well-born equerries. Their good king's sons took charge of them and placed a magnificent collection at their worthy mother's feet. Meanwhile, King Alcinous brought the rest of the company to his house, where they seated themselves on high chairs, and Alcinous called to Arete. "My dear," he said, "bring a good coffer here, the best we have, and put a fresh mantle and tunic in it on your own account. Then see that they heat a copper over the fire and make some water warm for our guest, so that when he has had his bath and seen all the gifts that the Phoenician nobles have brought him are properly packed, he can dine at his ease and enjoy the minstrel's lay that he will hear. And see, I'll give him this beautiful golden chalice of mine, so that he may have me in mind for the rest of his days, when he makes drinking offerings in his house to Zeus and to the other gods." Arete told her maidservants to put a large three-legged cauldron on the fire at once. They set the cauldron for bath water on the glowing fire, filled it with water, and brought faggots, which they kindled beneath. The flames began to lick around the belly of the cauldron, and the water was heated. Meanwhile, Arete brought out from the inner chamber a fine coffer for their guest, in which she packed the splendid gifts of clothing and of gold which the Thesians had made him. To these, on her own account, she added a mantle and tunic of gold quality, and then gave Odysseus a word of advice. "You had better see to the lid yourself now," she said, "and tie it up at once with a knot, so that you may not be robbed on your journey when you're enjoying a good sleep by and by, as the black ship carries you along." Stalwart Odysseus took her advice, and fixed the lid on at once, fastening it neatly with a complicated knot that the lady Circe had once taught him. No sooner was the task completed than the housekeeper invited him to get into his bath and wash. It was a pleasure to him to see a hot bath again, for he had not been used to such comforts since leaving the home of the refined Calypso, though while he was there he had received constant attention like a god. When the maids had bathed and anointed him, and had clothed him in a fine cloak and a tunic, he left the bath to join the men at their wine. Now Nausicaa, in all her heaven-sent beauty, was standing by one of the pillars that supported the massive roof. Filled with admiration as her eyes fell on Odysseus, she greeted him warmly. "Good luck, my friend," she said, "and I hope that when you are in your own country you will remember me at times, since it is to me before others that you owe your life." "Princess Nausicaa," answered the wise Odysseus, I do indeed pray Zeus, the thunderer and lord of Hera, to let me see the day of my return and reach my home. If he does, then even there I will never fail to worship you all the rest of my days, for it was you, lady, who gave me back my life." With this he took a chair by the side of King Alcinous, for they were already serving the portions and mixing the wine. And Echri now came in leading their beloved bard Demodocus, the people's favourite. He seated him in the centre of the company, with his back against one of the high columns, and at once the thoughtful Odysseus, carving a portion from the chine of a white-tusked boar, which was so large that more than half was left, with plenty of rich fat on either side, called to a serving man and said, "Here, my man, take this helping to Demodocus, and let him eat it, with kindly wishes from my unhappy self. No one on earth could help honouring and respecting the bards, for the Muse has taught them the art of song, and she loves the minstrel fraternity." The man took the meat and handed it to the Lord Demodocus, who accepted the attention with pleasure. The company now helped themselves to the good fare that was spread before them, and when they had satisfied their thirst and hunger, Odysseus turned to the minstrel and said, "Demodocus, I give you the highest possible praise. Either Zeus, the child, the Muse, or Apollo must have been your teacher, for it is remarkable how well you sing the tale of the Achaeans' fate, and all of their achievements, sufferings, and toils. It is almost as though you'd been with them yourself, or heard the story from one who was. But I ask you now to change your theme, and sing to us of the making of the wooden horse, which Epeius built with Athena's help, and which my lord Odysseus contrived to introduce one day into the citadel of Troy as an ambuscade, manned by the warriors who then sacked the town. If you can satisfy me in the telling of this tale, I shall be ready to acknowledge to the world how generously the god has endowed you with the heavenly gift of song." The bard took his cue from Odysseus, and beginning with an invocation to the god, unfolded the tale. He took it up at the point where the Argives, after sitting far to their huts, had embarked on the galleys and were sailing off, while the renowned Odysseus and his party were already sitting in the place of assembly at Troy, concealed within the horse which the Trojans had themselves dragged into the citadel. There stood the horse, with the Trojans sitting round it, and indulging in a war of words. 3 policies emerged. Some were for piercing the wooden frame with a bold stroke of a spear. Others would have dragged it to the edge of the heights and hurled it down the rocks, while others again wished to let it stand as a signal offering to appease the gods. And that was just what happened in the end. For it was destiny that they should fall when Troy received within her walls that almighty wooden horse, laden with the pick of the Argive chivalry, bringing doom and slaughter to the Trojans. He went on to sing how the Achaean warriors, deserting their hollow ambuscade, poured out from the horse to ravage Troy, how they scattered through the steep streets of the city, leaving ruin in their wake, and how Odysseus, looking like Areus himself, went straight to Deiphobus' house with the gallant Menelaus, and there sung the bard. He rushed into the most terrible of all his fights, which in the end he won with Athena's magnanimous aid. Odysseus broke down as the famous minstrel sang this lay, and his cheeks were wet with the tears that ran down from his eyes. He wept as a woman weeps when she throws her arms around the body of her beloved husband, fallen in battle before his city and his comrades, fighting to save his hometown and his children from disaster. She has found him gasping in the throes of death. She clings to him and lifts her voice in lamentation. But the enemy came up and belabor her back and shoulders with spears, as they lead her off into slavery and a life of miserable toil, with her cheeks wasted by her pitiful grief. Equally pitiful were the tears that now welled up in Odysseus's eyes, and though he succeeded in hiding them from all but the king, Alcamenus could not help observing his condition, for he was sitting next to him, and heard his heavy groans. He spoke up at once, and said to the Phaeacian sea captains, "Pray silence, my lord and honourable lords, and let the music of Demodocus' lyre be stilled, for it appears that the theme of his song is not to everybody's liking. Since we have been sitting at supper and our worthy minstrel struck up, our guest here has been weeping bitterly without a pause. Some poignant sorrow must have overwhelmed his feelings. Let the bard stop playing, so that we can all be merry, hosts and guests alike. How much pleasanter that would be! For it was on account of our worthy guest that all this has been arranged, this farewell banquet and these friendly gifts that show the warmth of our hearts. To any man with the slightest claim to common sense, a stranger and a suppliant is as good as a brother. And now, sir, I beg you to be equally friendly, and not for some subtle purpose to withhold the answers to the questions I may ask. 'Twould be more courteous on your part to be frank. Tell me the name by which you were known at home to your mother and father, and your friends in the town and country round. No one, after all, whatever of low or high degree, goes nameless once he has come into the world. Everybody is named by his parents the moment he is born. You must also tell me where you come from, to what state and to what city you belong, to that my ships, as they convey you there, may plan the right course in their minds. For the Phaeacians have no steersman, no steering oar, such as other craft possesses. Our ships know by instinct what their crews are thinking and propose to do. They know every city, every fertile land, and hidden in mist and cloud they make their swift passage over the sea's immensities, with no fear of damage and no thought of wreck. At the same time, I must tell you of a warning I had from my father Nostysos, who used to say that Poseidon grudged us our privilege of giving safe conduct to all comers. He prophesied that some day the god would wreck one of our well-found vessels on the misty sea as she came home from a convoy, and would overshadow our city with a great mountain wall. That is what the old king used to say, and the god may do it, or may let things be. It is for him to decide at his pleasure. And now I call upon you for a true account of your wanderings. To what parts of the inhabited world did they take you? What lovely cities did you see? What people in them? Did you meet hostile tribes and lawless savages, or did you fall in with some friendly and God-fearing folk? Explain to us also what secret sorrow makes you weep as you listen to the tragic story of the Argives and the fall of Troy. We're not the gods responsible for that, weaving catastrophe into the pattern of events to make a song for future generations. Perhaps one of your kinsmen by marriage fell before Ilium. A good man, your son-in-law, possibly, or your wife's father, to mention those nearest after one's own blood and stock. Or perhaps it was a comrade, some true friend, who knew his way to your heart. For a sympathetic friend can be quite as dear as a brother. Chapter 9. The Cyclops. In answer to the king, this is how Odysseus, the man of many resources, began his tale. Lord Alcinous, my most worshipful prince, it is indeed a lovely thing to hear a bard such as yours with a voice like the gods. I myself feel there is nothing more delightful than when the festive mood reigns in a whole people's hearts, and the banqueteers listen to a minstrel from their seats in the hall, while the tables before them are laden with bread and meat, and the steward carries round the wine he has drawn from the bowl and fills their cups. This, to my way of thinking, is something very like perfection. You, however, have made up your mind to probe into my troubles, and so to intensify my grief. Where shall I begin? Where end? my tale. For the list of woes which the gods in heaven have sent me is a long one. I'd better start by giving you my name. I wish you all to know it so that in the days to come, if I escape the cruel hand of fate, I may be counted as a friend of yours, however far away I live. I am Odysseus, Laertes' son. The whole world talks of my stratagems, and my fame has reached the heavens. My home is under the clear skies of Ithaca, our landmark in the wooded peak of windswept Neriton. For neighbours we have many peopled isles, with no great space between them. Dulcium, and the same and wooded Zacynthus. But Ithaca, the farthest out to sea, lies slanting to the west, whereas the others face the dawn and rising sun. It is a rough land, but a fit nurse of men, and I, for one, know of no sweeter sight for man's eyes than his own country. The divine Calypso certainly did her best to keep me yonder in her cavern home, because she wished to be my wife, and with the same object Circe, the Achaean witch, detained me in her castle, but never for a moment did they win my heart. So true it is that his motherland and his parents are what a man holds sweetest, even though he may have settled far away from his people in such rich home in foreign lands. However, it is time I told you of the disastrous voyage Zeus gave me when I started back from Troy. The same wind as wafted me from Ilium brought me to Ismarus, the city of the Cicons. I sacked this place and destroyed the men who held it. Their wives and the rich plunder that we took from the town we divided, so that no one, as far as I could help it, should go short of his proper share. And then I said we ought to be off, and show a clean pair of heels. But my fools of men refused. There was plenty of wine, plenty of livestock, and they kept on drinking and butchering sheep and fatted cattle by the shore. Meanwhile the Cicons went and raised a cry for help among other Cicons, their up-country neighbours, who were both more numerous and better men, trained in fighting from the chariot and on foot as well, as the occasion requires. At dawn they were on us, thick as the leaves and flowers in their season, and it certainly looked as though Zeus meant the worst for my unhappy following, and we were in for a very bad time. A pitched battle by the ships ensued, and volleys of bronze spears were interchanged. Right through the early morning, and while the blessed light of day grew stronger, we held our ground and kept their greater force at bay. But when the sun began to drop, towards the time when the ploughman unyokes his ox, the Cicons gained the upper hand and broke the Achaean ranks. 6 of my warriors from each ship were killed. The rest of us contrived to dodge our fate and got away alive. We made off from Ismarus with heavy hearts, but the joy we felt at our own reprieve was tempered by the grief of our dear comrades in arms, and I would not let the curved ship sail before each of our poor friends who had fallen in action against the Cicons had been 3 times saluted. Zeus, who marshals the clouds, now sent my fleet a terrible gale from the north. He covered land and sea alike with a canopy of cloud, and darkness swept on us from the sky. Our ships were driven sidelong by the wind, and the force of the gust tore their sails to rags and tatters. With the fear of death upon us, we lowered these onto the decks, and rowed the bare ships landward with all our might. Thus we lay for 2 days and 2 nights on end, with exhaustion and anxiety gnawing at our hearts. But on the 3rd morning, which a beautiful dawn had ushered in, we stepped the mast, hauled up the white sails, and sat down, leaving the wind and the helmsman between them to keep our vessel straight. In fact, I should have reached my own land safe and sound had not the swell, the current, and the north wind combined, as I was doubling Malea, to drive me off my course and send my drifting past Cythera. For 9 days I was chased by those accursed winds across the fish-infested seas. But on the 10th we made the country of the lotus-eaters, a race that live on vegetable foods. We disembarked to draw water, and my crews quickly set on to their midday meal by the ships. But as soon as we had mouthful and drink, I sent some of my followers inland to find out what sort of human beings might be there, detailing 2 men for the duty, with a third as messenger. Off they went, and it was not long before they were in touch with the lotus-eaters. Now, it never entered the heads of these natives to kill my friends. What they did was to give them some lotus to taste, and as soon as each had eaten the honeyed fruit of the plant, all thoughts of reporting to us or escaping were banished from his mind. All they now wished for was to stay where they were with the lotus-eaters, to browse on the lotus, and to forget that they had home to return to. I had to force to bring them back to the ships, and they went on their way, but once on board I dragged them under the benches and left them in irons. I then commanded the rest of my loyal band to embark with all speed on their fast ships, for fear the others of them might eat the lotus and think no more of home. They came on board once, went to the benches, sat down in their proper places, and struck the white surf with their oars. So we left that country and sailed on sick at heart, and we came to the land of the Cyclopes, a fierce and civilized people who never lifted a hand to plant or plough, but put their trust in Providence. All the crops they require spring up unsown and untilled. Wheat and barley and the vines whose generous clusters give them wine when ripened for them by the timely rains. The Cyclopes have no assemblies for the making of laws, nor any settled customs, but live in hollow caverns in the mountain heights, where each man is lawgiver to his children and his wives, and nobody cares a jot for his neighbours. Not very far from the harbour, on their coast, and not so near either, there lies a luxuriant island, covered with woods, which is the home of innumerable goats. The goats are wild, for man has made no pathways that might frighten them off, nor do hunters visit the island with their hounds to rough it in the forests and to rage the mountain tops. Used neither for grazing nor for ploughing, it lies for ever unsown and untilled, and this land, where no man goes, makes a happy pasture for the bleating goats. I must explain that the Cyclopes have nothing like our ships with their crimson prows, nor have they any shipwrights to build merchantmen. They could serve their needs by playing to foreign ports in the course of their overseas traffic, which ships have established between the nations. Such craftsmen would have turned the island into a fine colony for the Cyclopes, for it is by no means a poor country, but capable of yielding any crop in due season. Along the shore of the grey sea there are soft water meadows, where the vine would never wither, and there is plenty of land level enough for the plough, where they could count on cutting a deep crop at every harvest time, for the soil below the surface is exceedingly rich. Also it has a safe harbour, in which there is no occasion to tie up at all. You need neither cast anchor nor make fast with horses. All your crew have to do is to beach their boat and wait till the spirit moves them and the right wind blows. Finally, at the head of the harbour, there is a stream of fresh water running out of a cave in a grove of poplar trees. This is where we came to land. Some god must have guided us through the murky night, for it was impossible to see ahead. The ships were in thick fog, and overhead not a gleam of light came through the moon, which was obscured by clouds. In these circumstances, not a man amongst us could court the sight of an island, nor did we even see the long rollers beating up to the coast before our good ships ran aground. It was not till they were beached that we lured sail. We then jumped out on the shore, fell asleep where we were, and so waited for the blessed light of day. When the fresh dawn came, and with her crimson streamers lit the sky, we were delighted with what we saw of the island, and set out to explore it. Presently, in order that my company might have something to eat, the nymphs, those children of Zeus, set the mountain goats on the move. Directly we saw them, we fetched our curved bows and our long spears from the ships, separated into 3 parties, and let fly at the game. And in a short time Providence had sent us a satisfactory bag. There were 12 ships in my squadron. 9 goats fell to each, while to me they made a special allotment of 10. So the whole day long, till the sun set, we sat and enjoyed this rich supply of meat, which we washed down by mellow wine, since the ships had not run dry of our red vintage. There was still some in the holds, for when we took the sacred citadel of the Cyclones, every member of the company had drawn off a generous supply in jars. There we sat, and as we looked across at the neighbouring land of the Cyclopes, we could not only see the smoke from their fires, but hear their voices and the bleating of their sheep and goats. The sun went down, night fell, and we slept on the seashore. With the first rosy light of dawn, I assembled my company and gave them their orders. "My good friends," I said, "for the time being I want you to stay here, while I go in my ship with my own crew to find out what kind of men are over there, and whether they are brutal and lawless savages, or hospitable and God-fearing people." Then I climbed into my ship and told my men to follow me and loose the hawsers. They came on board at once, went to the benches, sat down in their places, and churned the grey water with their oars. It was no great distance to the mainland coast, as we approached its nearest point. We made out a cave there. Close to the sea was a high entrance overhung by laurels. Here large flocks of sheep and goats were penned at night, and round the mouth a yard had been built with great wall of stones bedded deep between tall pines and high-branched oaks. It was the den of a giant, the lonely shepherd of sequestered flocks, who had no truck with others of his kind, but lived aloof in his own lawless way. Oh, and what a formidable monster he was! No one had taken him for a man who ate bread like ourselves. He reminded one rather of some wooded peak in the high hills, lifting itself in a solitary state. At this point I told the rest of my loyal following to stay there on guard by the ship, while I myself picked out the 12 best men in the company and advanced. I took with me in a goatskin some dark and mellow wine, which had been given to me by Maron, son of Euthenus, the priest of Apollo, who was patron deity of Ismarus, because we had protected him and his child and wife out of respect for his office when we came upon his home in a grove of trees sacred to Phoebus Apollo. This man made me some fine presents. He gave me 7 talents of wrought gold, with a mixing bowl of solid silver, and he drew for me as well a full dozen jars of mellow, unmixed wine, and a wonderful drink it was. It had been kept secret from all his serving men and maids, in fact, from everyone in the house but himself, his good wife, and a single stewardess. When they drank this red and honeyed vintage, he used to pour 1 cupful of wine into 20 of water, and the sweet fumes that came up from the bowl were irresistible. Those were occasions when abstinence could have no charms. Well, I filled a big bottle with this wine, and took some food in a wallet along with me also, for I had an instant foreboding, though I am not a coward, that we are going to find ourselves face to face with some being of colossal strength and ferocity, to whom the law of man and God meant nothing. It took us very little time to reach the cave, but we did not find its owner at home. He was tending his fat sheep in his pastures, so we went inside and had a good look around. There were baskets laden with cheeses, and the folds were thronged with lambs and kids, each class, the firstlings, the summer lambs, and the little ones, being separately penned. All this well-made vessels, the pails and the bowls he used for milking, were swimming with whey. Now, my men's idea was first to make off with some of the cheeses, then come back, drive the kids and lambs quickly out of the pens down to the good ship, and so set sail across the salt water. They pleaded with me, but though it would have been far better so, I was not to be persuaded. I wished to see the owner of the cave and had hopes of some friendly gifts from my host. As things fell out, my company were to have unpleasant surprise when he did put in an appearance. We lit a fire, killed a beast, and made offerings, took some cheeses just for ourselves, and when we had eaten, sat down in the cave to await his arrival. At last he came up, shepherding his flocks and carrying a huge bundle of dry wood to burn at supper time. With a great din he cast his down inside the cavern, giving us such a fright that we hastily retreated to an inner recess. Meanwhile he drove his fat sheep into the wider part of the cave. I mean all the ewes that he milked, the rams and he-goats he left out of doors in the walled yard. He then picked up a huge stone, with which he closed the entrance. It was a mighty slab, such as you couldn't have budged from the ground, not with a score of heavy four-wheeled wagons to help you. That will give you some idea of the monstrous size of the rock with which he closed the cave. Next, he sat down to milk his ewes and bleating goats, which he did methodically, putting a young to each mother as he finished. He then curdled half the white milk, gathered it all up, sorted it in wicker baskets. The remainder he left standing in pails, so that it would be handy at supper time when he wanted a drink. When he had done with his business and finished all his jobs, he lit up the fire, spied us, and began asking questions. "Strangers," he said, "and who may you be? Where do you hail from over the highways of the sea? Is your trading venture, or are you cruising the main on chance, like roving pirates who risk their lives to ruin other people?" Our hearts sank within us. The booming voice and the very sight of the monster filled us with panic. Still, I managed to find words to answer him. "We are Achaeans," I said, "on our way back from Troy, driven astray by contrary winds across a vast expanse of sea. Far from planning to come here, we meant to sail straight home, but we lost our bearings, as Zeus, I suppose, intended that we should. We are proud to belong to the forces of Agamemnon, Atreus' son, who by sacking the great city of Ilium and destroying all its armies had made himself the most famous man in the world today. We, less fortunate, are visiting you here as suppliants in the hope that you may give us friendly entertainment, or even go further in your generosity. You know the laws of hospitality. I beseech you, good sir, to remember your duty to the gods, for we throw ourselves on your mercy, and Zeus is there to avenge the suppliant and the guest. He is the traveller's god. He guards their steps and invites them with their rites." So said I, and promptly he answered me out of his pitiless heart. "Stranger, you must be a fool, or you have come from very far afield to preach to me of fear or reverence of the gods. We, Cyclopes, care not a jot for Zeus with his aegis, nor for the rest of the blessed gods, since we are much stronger than they. It would never occur to me to spare you or your men against my will for fear of trouble from Zeus. But tell me, where you moored your good ship when you came? Was it somewhere up the coast, or nearby? I should like to see it." He was trying to get the better of me, but I knew enough of the world to see through him, and I met him with deceit. "As for my ship," I answered, "it was wrecked by the earthshake of Poseidon on the confines of your land. The wind had carried it onto a lee shore. He drove the she up to a headland and hurtled it on the rocks, but I and my friends have managed to escape with our lives." To this the cruel brute made no reply. Instead, he jumped up, and reaching out towards my men, seized a couple, dashed their heads against the floor as though they had been puppies. Their brains ran out on the ground and soaked the earth. Limb by limb he tore them to pieces to make his meal, which he devoured like a mountain lion, never pausing till entrails and flesh, marrow and bones were all consumed, while we could do nothing but weep and lift up our hands to Zeus in horror at the ghastly sight, paralysed by a sense of utter helplessness. When the Cyclops had filled his great belly with his meal of human flesh, which he washed down with unwatered milk, he stretched himself out for a sleep among his flocks inside the cave. And now my manhood prompted me to action. I thought I would draw my sharp sword from the scabbard at my side, creep up to him, feel for the right place with my hand, and stab him in the breast where the liver is supported by the midriff. But on second thoughts I refrained, realizing that we should have perished there as surely as the Cyclops, for we should have found it impossible with unaided hands to push aside the huge rock with which he had closed the great mouth of the cave. So, for the time being, we just sat groaning there and waited for the blessed light of day. No sooner had the tender dawn shown her roses in the east than the Cyclops lit up the fire and milked his splendid ewes, all in their proper order, putting her young to each. This business over, and his morning labours done, he once more snatched up a couple of my men and prepared his meal. When he had eaten, he turned his fattered sheep out of the cave, removing the great doorstone without an effort. But he replaced it immediately, as easily as though he was putting the lid on a quiver. Then, with many a whistle, he drove his rich flocks off towards the high pasture, while I was left, with murder in my heart, beating about for some scheme by which I might pay him back if only Athene had grant me at my prayer. The best plan I could think of was this. Lying by the pen, the Cyclops had a huge staff of green olive wood, which he had cut to carry in his hand when it was seasoned. To us it looked more like the mast of some black ship of 20 oars, the broad-bottomed freighter such as they use for long sea voyages. That was the impression which its length and thickness made on us. On this piece of timber I set to work and cut off a fathom's length, which I handed over to my men and told them to smooth down. When they had dressed it, I took a hand and sharpened it to a point. Then I poked it into the blazing fire to make it hard, and finally I laid it carefully by, hiding it under the dung, of which there were heaps scattered in profusion throughout the cave. I then told my company to cast lots among themselves for the dangerous task of helping me to lift the pole and twist it in the Cyclops's eye when he was sound asleep. The lot fell on the very men that I myself should have chosen, 4 of them, so that, counting myself, we made a party of 5. Evening came, and with it the Cyclops, shepherding his woolly sheep, every one of which he herded into the broad part of the cave, leaving none out in the walled yard, either because he suspected something, or because a god had warned him. He raised the great doorstone, set it in its place, and then sat down to milk his ewes and bleating goats, which he did in an orderly way, giving each mother its younger one in due course. When this business was over, and his work finished, he once more seized upon 2 of us and prepared his supper. Then came my chance. With an ivy-wood bowl of my dark wine in my hands, I went up to him and said, "Here, Cyclops, have some wine to wash down that meal of human flesh, and find out for yourself what kind of vintage was stored away in your ship's hold. I brought it for you by way of an offering, in the hope that you would be charitable and help me on my homeward way. But your savage is more than we can bear. Cruel monster, how can you expect ever to have a visitor again from the world of men after such deeds as you have done?" The Cyclops took the wine and drank it up, and the delicious draught gave him such exquisite pleasure that he asked me for another bowlful. "Be good enough," he said, "to let me have some more, and tell me your name here and now, that I may make you a gift that you will value. We Cyclopses have wine of our own, made from the grapes that our rich soil and timely rains produce, but this vintage of yours is nectar and ambrosia distilled." "So," said the Cyclops, and I handed him another bowlful of the ruddy wine. 3 times I filled it up for him, and 3 times the fool drained the bowl to the dregs. At last, when the wine had fuddled his wits, I addressed him with disarming suavity. "Cyclops," I said, "you wish to know the name I bear. I'll tell it to you, and in return I should like to have the gift you promised me. My name is Nobody. That is what I am called by my mother and father and by all my friends." The Cyclops answered me with a cruel jest. "Of all his company I will eat nobody last, and the rest before him. That shall be your gift." He'd hardly spoken before he toppled over and fell face upwards on the floor, where he lay with his great neck twisted to one side, conquered, as all men are, by sleep. His drunkenness made him vomit, and a stream of wine mixed with morsels of men's flesh poured from his throat. I went at once and thrust our pole deep under the ashes of the fire to make it hot, and meanwhile gave a word of encouragement to all my men, to make sure that no one should play the coward and leave me in the lurch. When the fierce glow from the olive stake warned me that it was about to catch alight in the flames, green as it was, I withdrew it from the fire and brought it over to the spot where my men were standing ready. Heaven now inspired them with reckless courage. Seizing the olive pole, they drove its sharpened end into the Cyclops' eye, while I used my weight from above to twist it home, like a man boring a ship's timber with a drill, which his mates below him twirl with a strap they hold at either end, so that the spins continuously. In much the same way we handled our pole with its red-hot point and twisted in his eye till the blood boiled up around the burning wood. The fiery smoke from the blazing eyeball singed his lids and brow, and all around the very roots of his eye crackled in the heat. I was reminded of the loud hiss that comes from a great axe or adze when the smith plunges it into cold water, to temper it and give strength to the iron. That is how the Cyclops' eye hissed around the olive stake. He gave a dreadful shriek, which echoed around the rocky walls, and we backed away from him in terror, while he pulled the stake from his eye, streaming with blood. Then he hurled it away from him with frenzied hands, and raised a great shout for the older Cyclops, who lived in neighbouring caves along the windy heights. These, hearing his screams, came up from every quarter, and gathering outside the cave, asked him what ailed him. "What on earth is wrong with you, Polyphemus? Why must you disturb the peaceful night and spoil our sleep with all this shouting? Is a robber driving off your sheep, or is somebody trying by treachery or violence to kill you?" Out of the cave came Polyphemus's great voice in reply. "Oh, my friends, it's nobody's treachery, no violence, that is doing me to death." "Well then," they answered, in a way that settled the matter, "if nobody is assaulting you in your solitude, you must be sick. Sickness comes from Almighty Zeus, and cannot be helped. All you can do is pray to your father, Lord Poseidon." And off they went, while I chuckled to myself at the way in which my happy notion of a false name had taken them. In the Cyclops, still moaning in agonies of pain, groped about with his hands and pushed the rock away from the mouth of the cave. But then he sat himself down in the doorway and stretched out both arms in the hope of catching us in the act of slipping out among the sheep. What a fool he must have thought me. Meanwhile, I was cudgelling my brains with the best possible course, trying to hit on some way of saving my friends as well as my own skin. Plan after plan, dodge after dodge, passed through my mind. It was a matter of life or death. We were in mortal peril, and this was the scheme I eventually chose. There were in the flock some well-bred, thick-fleeced rams, fine, big animals in their coats of black wool. These I quietly lashed together with the plated wives, with the savage monster used for his bed. I took 'em in threes. The middle one in each case was to carry one of my followers, while its fellows went on either side to protect him. Each of my men thus had 3 sheep to bear him, but for myself I chose a full-grown ram, who was the pick of the whole flock. Seizing him by the back, I curled myself up under his shaggy belly and lay there, upside down, with a firm grip on his wonderful fleece, and with patience in my heart. Thus, in fear and trembling, we waited for the blessed dawn. As soon as she arrived and flecked the east with red, the rams of the flock began to scramble out and make for the pastures. But the ewes, unmilked as they were, and with udders full to bursting, stood bleating by the pens. Their master, though he was worn out by the agonies he had gone through, passed his hands along the backs of all the animals as they came to stand before him. But the idiot never noticed that my men were tied up under the breasts of his own woolly sheep. The last of the flock to come up to the doorway was the big ram, burdened by his own fleece and by me with my teeming brain. As he felt him with his hands, the great Polymenus broke into speech. "Sweet ram," he said, "what does this mean? Why are you the last of a flock to pass out of the cave? You who have never lagged behind the sheep, you have always stepped so proudly out and are the first of them to crop the lush shoots of the grass, first to make your way to the flowing stream, and first to turn your head homewards to the sheepfold when the evening falls. Yet today you are the last of all. Are you greed for your master's eye, blinded by a wicked man and his accursed friends, when he had robbed me of my wits with wine? Nobody was his name, and I swear that he has not yet saved his skin. Ah, if only you could feel as I do, and find a voice to tell me where he's hiding from my fury. Wouldn't I hammer him and splash his brains all over the floor of the cave till that miserable nobody had eased my heart of the suffering I owed to him?" So he passed the ram out, and when he had put a little distance between ourselves and the courtyard of the cave, I first freed myself from under my ram, and next untied my men from theirs. Then quickly, though with many Blackwood look, we drove our long-legged sheep right down to the ship, and a rich, fat flock they made. My dear companions were overjoyed when they caught sight of us survivors, though their relief soon changed to lamentation for their slaughtered friends. I would have none of this weeping, however, and with the nod made clear my will to each, bidding them to make haste instead to tumble all the fleecy sheep on board and put to sea. So in they jumped, run to the beaches, sorted themselves out, and piled the grey water with their oars. But before we were out of earshot, I let Polyphemus have a piece of my mind. "Cyclops!" I called. So he was not such a weakling after all, the man whose friends who meant to overpower and eat in that snug a cave of yours, and your crimes came home to roost, you brute, who have not even the decency to refrain from devouring your own guests. Now Zeus and all his fellow gods have paid you out." My taunts so exasperated the angry Cyclops that he tore the top off a great pinnacle of rock and hurled it at us. The rock fell just ahead of our blue-painted bows. As he plunged in, the water rose, and the backwash, like a swell from the open sea, swept us landward and nearly drove us on the beach. Seizing a long pole, I succeeded in punting her off, at the same time rousing my crew with urgent nods to dash in with their oars and save us from disaster. They buckled to and rowed with a will, but when they had brought up across the water to twice our previous distance, I was for giving the Cyclops some more of my talk, though from all parts of the ship my men's voices were raised in gentle remonstrance. "Aren't you rash, sir?" they said, "so to provoke this savage? The rock he threw into the sea just now drove the ship back to the land, and we thought we were done for then and there. Had he heard a cry, or so much as a word from a single man, he'd have smashed in our heads and the ship's timbers with another jagged boulder from his hand. You have seen how he can throw. But all this went for nothing with me. My spirit was up, and in my rage I called to him once more. Cyclops, if anyone ever asks you how you came by your unsightly blindness, tell them your eye was put out by Odysseus, sacker of cities, the son of Laertes, who lives in Ithaca. The Cyclops gave a groan. Alas, he cried, so the old prophecy has come home to me with a vengeance. We had a prophet with us once, a fine upstanding man, Telemus, son of Eurymus, who was an excellent seer and grew old among us in the practice of his art. All that now has happened, he foretold, when he warned me that a man called Odysseus would rob me of my sight. But I always expected some big and handsome fellow of tremendous strength to come along, and now a puny, good-for-nothing little runt fuddles me with wine and then puts out my eye. But come here, Odysseus, so I may take you some friendly gifts and prevail on a great earth-shaker to see you safely home. For I am his son, and he is not ashamed to call himself my father. He is the one who will heal me if he's willing, a thing no other blessed god nor man on earth could do. To which I shouted in reply, I only wish I could make as sure of robbing you of life and breath as sending you to hell, as I'm certain that odd even Earthshaker will ever heal your eye. At this the Cyclops lifted up his hands to the heavens that hold the stars, and prayed to the Lord Poseidon. Hear me, Poseidon, girdle of the earth, god of the sable looks. If I am yours indeed, and you accept me as your son, grant that Odysseus, styles himself sacker of cities and son of Laertes, may never reach his home in Ithaca. But if he is destined to reach his native land, to come once more to his own house and see his friends again, let him come late, in evil plight, with all his comrades dead, and when he is landed by a foreign ship, let him find trouble in his home. So Polyphemus prayed, and the god of the sable locks heard his prayer. Then, once again, the Cyclops picked a boulder up, bigger by far this time, and hurled it with a swing, putting such boundless force into his throw that the rock fell only just astern of our blue-painted ship, missing the end of the steering oar by inches. The water heaved up as it plunged into the sea, but the wave that it raised carried on toward the farther shore, and so we reached our island, where the rest of our good ships were waiting us in a body, while their crews sat around disconsolate and kept a constant watch for our return. Once there, we beached our ship, jumped out on the shore, and unloaded the Cyclops' sheep from the hold. We then divided our spoil, that no one, as far as I could help it, should go short of his proper share. But my comrades in arms did me the special honour, when the sheep were distributed, of presenting me with the big ram in addition. Him I sacrificed on the beach, burning slices from his thighs as an offering to Zeus of the black clouds, the son of Cronos, who is lord of us all. But Zeus took no notice of my sacrifice. His mind must already have been full of plans for destruction of all gallant ships and of my trusty band. So, the whole day long till sundown, we sat and feasted on our rich supply of meat, washed down by mellow wine. When the sun set and darkness fell, we lay down to sleep on the seashore. But as soon as dawn first showed her rosy fingers in the east, I roused my men and ordered them to get on board, and the horses go. Climbing in at once, they went to the benches, sorted themselves out, and struck the grey water with their oars. Thus we were left the island, and sailed on with heavy hearts, for the joy we felt at our escape from death was tempered by grief for the dear friends that we had lost. Chapter 10. Circe. Our next landfall was the floating island of Aelia, home of Aeolus's son Hippotas, who is a favourite of the immortal gods. All round this isle there runs an unbroken wall of bronze, and below it the cliffs rise sheer from the sea. Aeolus shares his house with his family of 12, 6 daughters and 6 grown-up sons. And I must tell you that he has given his daughters to his sons in marriage. With their father and their estimable mother they spend their days feasting. Of luxuries they have never failing store. All day long the house is fragrant with the roasting of meat, and the courtyard echoes of the sounds of banqueting within. At night they sleep in blankets by their loving wives on well-made wooden beds. To this domain of theirs and this palatial home we found our way. For a whole month Aeolus was my kind host, and I was able to satisfy his thirst for news by giving him a full account of the Argive expedition to Ilium and the Achaean start for home. Nor was he less obliging when it came to my turn, and I asked him whether I might now continue my journey and count on his help. He gave it willingly, and presented me with a leather bag made from the flayed skin of a full-grown ox, in which he had imprisoned the boisterous energies of all the winds. For you must know that Zeus had made him warden of the gales, with power to lay or rouse them each at will. This pouch, bestowed in the hold of my ship, securing it tightly with a burnished silver wire, so as to prevent the slightest leakage. Then, for my present purpose, he called up a breeze from the west to blow my ships and their crews across the sea. But his measures were doomed to failure, for we came to grief for our own criminal folly. For the next 9 days we sailed on, day and night, and on the 10th we were already in sight of our homeland. Actually, came near enough to see the people tending their fires when I fell asleep. I was utterly exhausted, for in my anxiety to make a quick run home, I had refused to let any of my men handle the sheet of my ship, and managed it myself without a break. The crew seized this chance to discuss matters among themselves, and word went round that I was bringing home a fortune in gold and silver, which the generous Aeolus, son of Hippotas, had given me. You can imagine the glances and comments that were exchanged. What a captain we have! Welcome wherever he goes, popular in every port. Back he comes from Troy with a splendid haul of plunder. Though we have gone every bit as far, come home with empty hands. And what must Achelous do but give him all this into the bargain, just for friendship's sake? Come on, let's find out all about it, and see what gold and silver is hidden in that bag. A few speeches in this vein, the evil counsels carried the day. They undid the bag, the winds all rushed out, and in an instant the tempest was upon them, carrying them headlong out to sea. They had good reason for their tears. Ithaca was vanishing astern. As for myself, when I awoke to this, my spirit failed me, and I had half mind to jump overboard and drown myself in the sea, rather than stay alive and quietly accept such a calamity. However, I steeled myself to bear it, and covering my head with my cloak, I lay where I was in the ship. So the whole fleet was driven back again to the Ionian Isle by the accursed storm, and in it my repentant crews. Once there, we disembarked and watered. The men fell to and took a quick meal by the ships. But as soon as we'd had something to eat and drink, I detailed a messenger and one sailor to accompany me, and set out for the palace of Aeolus, whom we found at dinner with his wife and family. We went in and sat down on the threshold by the pillars of the door. Our friends were astounded at the sight of us. "Odysseus," they exclaimed, "how do you come to be here? What evil power is to blame for this? Surely when we sent you off, you thought of all you could possibly need to get you home to Ithaca or any port you might choose." I was utterly downcast. I could only explain that 2 things had combined to bring me to this pass: a rascally crew and a fatal sleep. "But my friends," I went on, "won't you put things right for me? You easily could." My humble appeal had no effect. The sons held their tongues. Their father answered only to denounce me. "Begone from this island instantly," he cried. "The world holds no greater sinner than you, and I'm not one to entertain and equip a man bestowed by the blessed gods. Your very presence here is proof of their enmity. Be off!" Thus he dismissed me from his palace, and all my protests went for nothing. We left the island and resumed our journey in a state of gloom, and the heart was taken out of my men by the wearisome rowing, though it was certainly through our own folly, and the friendly breeze we had before enjoyed now failed us. For 6 days we forged ahead, never lying up even at night, and on the 7th we came to Telephilus, Lammas's stronghold, in the Laestrygonian land, where shepherds bringing in their flocks at night hail, and are answered by their fellows driving out at dawn. For in this land nightfall and morning tread so closely on each other's heels that a man who could do without sleep might earn a double set of wages, one as a neat-herd and the other for sheep-herding, while flocks of sheep. Here we found an excellent harbour, closed in on all sides by an unbroken ring of precipitous cliffs, with 2 bold headlands facing each other at the mouth so as to leave only a narrow channel in between. The captains of my squadron all steered their craft straight into the cover and tied up the sheltered waters within. They remained close together, for it was obvious that the spot was never exposed to be a heavy or even moderate sea, and the weather outside was bright and calm. But I did not follow them. Instead, I brought my ship to rest outside the cove, and made her fast with a cable to a rock at the end of the point. I then climbed the headland to get a view from the top, and took my bearings. No ploughed fields or other signs of human activities were to be seen. All we caught sight of was a wisp of smoke rising from the countryside. So I sent a party inland to find out what sort of people the inhabitants were, for which duty I dialed 2 of my sailors, together with a messenger. When they had left the ships, they found a well-worn track, which had been used by wagons bringing timber down from the high mountains to the settlement. Presently they fell in with a girl who was drawing water outside the village, and for this purpose had come down to a bubbling spring called Odyssey, which supplied the place. This strapping young woman proved to be the daughter of Antiphates, the Laestrygonian chief. When they went up and asked her who was the ruler of the country, and what his people were called, she pointed at once to the high roof of her father's dwelling. So they made their way to his house, and had no sooner gone in when they were confronted by Antiphates' wife, a creature of mountainous proportions, one glance at whom was enough to fill them with horror. The woman rushed off to the marketplace to call her husband, Antiphates himself, and he gave my men a murderous reception, pouncing on one of them at once with a view to eating him for supper. The other 2 beat a hasty retreat and managed to make their way to the ships. Meanwhile, Antiphates raised a hue and a cry through the place, which brought the Laestrygonians running up from every side in their thousands. Huge fellows, more like giants than men, standing at the top of the cliffs, they began pelting my flotilla with lumps of rock such as a man could hardly lift, and the din that now rose from the ships, where the groans of dying men could be heard above the splintering of timbers, was appalling. One by one they harpooned their prey like fish, and so carried them off to make their loathsome meal. But while this massacre was still going on in the depths of the cover, I drew my sword from my hip, slashed through the hawser of my vessel, and yelled it to the crew to dash in with their oars if they wished to save their skins. With the fear of death upon them, they struck the water like one man, and with a sigh of relief we shot out to sea and left those frowning cliffs behind. My ship was safe, but that was the end of all the rest. We travelled on in utter dejection, thankful to have escaped alive, but grieving for the good comrades we had lost. In due course we came to the island of Aea, the home of the beautiful Circe, a formidable goddess. Though her voice is like a woman's, she is the sister of the wizard Attis, both being children of the sun who lights the world by the same mother, Persa, the daughter of Ocean. We approached the coast of this island and brought our ship into the shelter of the heaven without making a sound. Some god must have guided us in, and when he had disembarked for 2 whole days and nights, we lay on the beach, suffering not only from exhaustion but from the horrors we had been through. The 3rd day was heralded by a lovely dawn. When the sun was up, I took my spear and sword, sipped away from the ship, and struck inland, making for a conyon of vantage from which I might look out for signs of human industry, or hear men's voices. I climbed a rocky height which promised a wide view, and on reaching the top I was able to see the smoke rising from the distant spot where Circe's house lay, screened by the dense oak scrub and forest trees. That glimpse I had of ruddy smoke left me in 2 minds whether or not to press forward and reconnoitre. After some hesitation, I thought the better course would be to return first to my ship on the beach, give my men a meal, and send out an exploring party. And here some god must have been moved to pity my forlorn condition. For when I had almost got back to the ship, I fell in with a great antlered stag, right across my path. The fierce heat of the sun had brought him down from the forest pastures to drink at the stream, and as he came from the water, I caught him on the spine, halfway down to his back. The bronze point of my spear went right through him, and with a groan he fell in the dust and was dead. With 1 foot on his carcass, I dragged the spear out of the wound, laid it on the ground, and left it there while I plucked myself from withes and willow twigs, which I twisted into a fathom's length of rope, carefully plaited from end to end. With this, I tied his feet together, and since he was far too big for me to carry on one shoulder and steady with a single hand, I slung the great beast around my neck, and using my spear as a staff, I set off for my ship. When I reached it, I threw the stag down by the hull, made the round of all my men, and roused them with the cheerful news. "My friends," I said, "we may be miserable, but we're not going down below just yet, not till our time has come. Up you get, and while there's food and drink on board, let us have something to eat instead of dying here of starvation." This was a hint they took readily enough. All heads were at once unmuffled, and there on the desolate sea beach they saw the stag. They had good reason to stare, for he really was a monster. When they had feasted their eyes on the sight, they washed their hands and prepared a glorious meal. So the whole day long, till sundown, we sat and banqueted on our rich supply of meat, washed down by mellow wine. When the sun set and darkness fell, we lay down for sleep on the seashore. But as soon as dawn had flecked the sky with red, I gathered my men around me and made them a speech. "My friends," I said, "east and west mean nothing to us here. Where the sun is rising from where he comes to light the world, and where he is sinking, we do not know. So the sooner we decide on a sensible plan, the better, if one can still be found, which I doubt. For when I climbed a crag to reconnoitre, I found that this is an island, and for the most part low-lying, and all around it a ring I saw the sea stretching away to the horizon. What I did catch sight of, right in the middle, though dense oak scrub and forest, was a wisp of smoke." When they heard my report, they broke down completely. They could not help remembering what Antiphates the Lastrygonian had done, and the unbridled savagery of the man-eating Cyclops. They burst into sobs, and the tears streamed down their cheeks, but they might have spared themselves their lamentations for all the good they did. In the end, I numbered them off into 2 well-armed parties, with a commander for each. Of one, I myself took charge. The other I gave to an officer of nobler birth called Eucolus, and without more ado we shook lots in a bronze helmet. Out came the gallant Eurylochus's lot, and so he went off with his 22 men, a tearful company, leaving us, who stayed behind, in no better case. In due course they came upon Circe's house, which was built of dressed stone and stood in the middle of a clearing in a forest dell. Prowling about the place were mountain wolves and lions, actually the drugged victims of Circe's magic, for they not only refrained from attacking my men, but rose on their hind legs to caress them, with much wagging of their long tails, like dogs fawning on their master, as he comes from table from the tasty bits they know he always brings. But these were wolves and lions with great claws that were gambolling in this way around my men. Terrified at the sight of the formidable beasts, they shrank away and took refuge in the porch of the fair goddess's castle. From there they could hear Circe within, singing in a beautiful voice as she went to and fro her great everlasting loom, on which she was weaving one of those delicate, graceful, and dazzling fabrics that goddesses love to make. Polites, one of my captains and the man in my party whom I liked and trusted most, now took the lead. "Friends," he said, "there is someone in the castle working at a loom. The whole place echoes to that lovely voice. It's either a goddess or a woman. Let us waste no time, but give her a shout." So they shouted to attract attention, and the next moment Circe came out, opened the polished doors, and invited them to enter. In their innocence, the whole party, except Eurylochus, followed her in, but he suspected a trap and stayed outside. Circe ushered the rest into a hall, gave them settles and chairs to sit on, and then prepared a mixture of cheese, barley meal, and yellow honey flavoured with Pramnian wine. But into this dish she introduced a powerful drug, to make them lose all memory of their native land. And when they had emptied their bowls in which she had served them, she struck them with her wand, drove them off, and penned them in a pigsty. For now, to all appearance, they were swine. They had pigs' heads and bristles, and they grunted like pigs, but their minds were as human as they had been before the change. Indeed, they shed tears in their sties, but Circe flung them some mast, acorns and cornel berries, and left them to eat this pig's fodder and wallow in the mud. Meanwhile, Eurylochus came back to the good black ship to report the catastrophe his party had met with. He was in such anguish that for all his eagerness to tell us he could utter not a single word. His eyes were filled with tears, and the rising sob stuck in his throat. Aghast at the sight, we all bombarded him with questions, till at length the story of his comrade's fate came out. "My lord Odysseus," he said, "we followed your orders. We made our way through the oaklands, and in the clearing and some glade we came to a well-built castle of dressed stone. Someone was working at a great loom inside and singing in a clear voice, either a goddess or a woman. My men gave shout to attract her attention. In a moment she came out, opened the polished doors, and invited us in. Not knowing better, the men followed her into the house in a body. I stayed where I was, because I thought it might be a trap, and now the whole party had vanished. Not a single man showed up, though I sat there a long time and kept a sharp lookout. When I heard his story, I slung my bow over my shoulder, and my big bronze sword in its silver scabbard, and I told Eurylochus to take me back with him by the way he had come, but he threw his arm around my knees in supplication and broke into pitiful appeal. "My king," he said, "leave me behind and don't force me to go with you there. You will never come back yourself, and you won't rescue a man of your crew. I'm certain of it. Let us get away quickly, and with those that are left here, we might still save our skins." "Very well, Eurylochus," I replied. "Stay where you are, and eat and drink by the black ship's hull. But I shall go. It is my plain and bounden duty. With this, I turned my back on the ship and the sea, and struck inland. But as I was treading my way through the enchanted glades that led to the witch's castle, whom should I fall in with but Hermes, god of the golden wand, who came up to me just before I reached the house, looking like a young man at that most charming age when the beard first starts to grow. He took my hand in his and greeted me amiably. "Where are you off to now, my poor fellow?" he said. "Wandering alone through the wilds and unknown country with your friends here in Circe's house, pen like pigs in their crowded sties? I suppose you have come to free them, though I think you are more likely to stay with them yourself and never see your home again. However, I'm coming to the rescue, and will see you through. Look, here's a drug of real virtue that you must take with you into Circe's palace to save yourself from disaster. But I must explain how she works her black magic. She will begin by mixing you a potage, into which she will put her poison. But even with its help, she will be unable to enchant you, for this antidote that I am going to give you and describe will rob it of its power. When Circe strikes you with her long wand, you must draw your sword from your side and rush at her as though you meant to take her life. She will shrink from you in terror and invite you to her bed. Nor must you hesitate to accept the goddess's favours, if you want her to free your men and treat you kindly. But make her swear a solemn oath by the blessed gods not to try on you any more of her tricks, or when she has you stripped, she may rob you of your courage and your manhood." Then the giant killer handed me a herb, and he had plucked from the ground, and showed me what it was like. It had a black root and milk-white flower. The gods call it molly, and it is an awkward plant to dig up, at any rate for a mere man. But the gods, after all, can do anything. Hermes went off through the island forests, making for high Olympus, while I, with a heart oppressed by many dark forebodings, pursued my way to Circe's house, till I found myself at the doors of the lovely goddess's palace. Here I halted and gave a shout. Circe heard my call, came out at once, and opening the polished doors, invited me in. Filled with misgivings, I followed her indoors, and was asked to sit down on a beautiful chair with silver decorations and a stool for my feet, while she prepared some potage in a golden bowl for me to drink, and for her own evil purposes threw in some poison. When I had taken the bowl from her and drained it, but without suffering any magic effects, she touched me with her wand and sharply ordered me to be off to the pigsties and lie down with my friends. Whereupon I snatched my sword from my hip, rushed on Circe as though I meant to kill her, but with a shriek she slipped below my blade, fell at my knees, and burst into tears. "Who on earth are you?" she asked. "What parents begot, what city bred such a man? I am amazed to see you take my poison and suffer no magic change, for never before have I known a man who could resist that drug once he had taken it and swallowed it down. You must have heart in your breast that is proof against all enchantment. I am sure you are Odysseus, the man whom nothing defeats, the man who the giants there with the golden wand always told me to expect here on his way back from Troy in his good black ship. But I beg you now to put up your sword and come with me to my bed, so that in love and sleep we may learn to trust one another." "Circe," I answered, "how can you expect me to be gentle with you, who have turned my friends into pigs here in your house, and now that you have me too in your clutches, are inveigling me to your bedroom and inviting me to your bed to make a coward and a weakling of me when you have me stripped? Nothing, goddess, would induce me to sleep with you, unless you can bring yourself to swear a solemn oath that you have no other mischief in store for me." Circe complied, and swore that she had no evil intentions. So, when she had given me her word with due solemnity, I went with the goddess to her beautiful bed. Meanwhile, the 4 maids who do the housework for Circe were busying themselves in the palace. They are the daughters of springs and groves and the sacred rivers that flow out into the sea. One of them threw covers over the chairs and spread fine purple rugs on top. Another drew silver tables on the chairs and placed golden baskets upon them, while the third was mixing the sweet and mellow wine in a silver bowl and settling out the golden cups. The fourth fetched water and lit up a great fire under a big cauldron so that the water grew warm. When the bright copper was boiling, she sat me down in a bath and washed me with water from the great cauldron mixed with cold to a comfortable heat, sluicing my head and shoulders till all the painful weariness was gone from my limbs. My bath done, she rubbed me with olive oil, clothed me in a tunic and splendid cloak, and conducted me to the hall, where she seated me in a beautiful chair, with silver decorations and a footstool below. Next came another maid with water in a splendid golden ewer. She poured it out over a silver basin so that I could rinse my hands, and then drew up a polished table to my side. A staid housekeeper brought some bread, which she put by me with a variety of dainties, and after helping me liberally to all she had brought, she invited me to fall to. But I had no heart for eating. I sat there heedless, engrossed in my cares. When Circe saw me sitting so quiet and not helping myself to the food, she knew that I had some serious trouble on my mind. So she faced me and came straight to the point. "Odysseus," she said, "why are you sitting here like this as though you were dumb, and feeding on your own thoughts instead of helping yourself to meat and wine? Do you suspect another trap? You need have no fears. I have given you my solemn word to do you no more harm." "Circe," I answered, "could any honest man in my position bear to taste food and drink before he had freed his men and seen them face to face? If you really mean me to eat and drink, give them their liberty, and let me set eyes on my loyal followers." Wand in hand, Circe went straight out of the hall, threw open the pigsty gate, and drove them out, looking exactly like full-grown swine. And there they stood and faced her. She went in among them and smeared them each in turn with some saliva she had, whereupon the bristles which her first deadly potion had made them sprout dropped off their limbs, and they not only became men again, but looked younger and much handsomer and taller than before. They recognized me now, and one after the other ran up and seized my hand. We were so moved that we all wept for happiness. It was a strange sound for those walls to echo. Even the goddess was touched. Presently she came to me and said, "Royal son of Laertes, you have shown your infinite resource. Go down now to your ship and the seashore, drag her straight up onto dry land, stow your belongings and all the ship's tackle in a cave, and then come back yourself with the rest of your loyal company." I could not refuse this challenge to my adventurous spirit, so off I went to the ship and the seashore. I found my good fellows by the ship in a woe-begotten state, with the tears streaming down their cheeks. Indeed, I was reminded of the scene at a farm when a drove of cows came home full-fed from the pastures to the yard, and were welcomed by all their frisking calves, who burst out from the pens to gambol round their mothers and fill their air with sound of their loving. For my men no sooner caught sight of me than they were all around me in a weeping throng. They were as deeply moved as if they had reached their homeland and were standing in the streets of their own town in rugged Ithaca, where they were born and bred. "Royal master," they said between their sobs, "we are as happy to see you back as we should be to set foot in our own island of Ithaca. But tell us how our comrades met their end." I gave them a cheerful reply. "Our first business," I said, "is to drag up the ship on dry land and stow our cargo and tackle in a cave. Then you must get ready and all come along with me."
Yourselves, if you wish to see your friends eating and drinking in Circe's enchanted palace, where I tell you they have enough to last them forever. The rest were quick to fall in with my suggestion, but not Euryclochus, who, by infecting them with his fears, did his best to keep the whole company back. "Where are the poor wretches off to now?" he cried. "Are you so keen on trouble that you must seek out the witch in her stronghold, and all be turned into pigs or wolves or lions and forced to keep watch in that great house of hers? We've had all this before with the Cyclops, when our friends found their way into his fold and his daredevil Odysseus for company. It was this man's reckless folly that cost them their lives." Now, when Euryclochus said that, I had half a mind, though he was close kinsman of my own, to draw the long sword from my side and lop his head off to roll in the dust. But I was checked by a chorus of remonstrance from my men, who took a milder view. "Sir," they said, "it is for you to give the order, but why not leave this fellow here by the ship on guard, while we follow you to lead Circe's enchanted castle?" So we turned our backs on the ship and the sea and struck inland, and Eurylochus came with us after all. He was not going to be left by the ship, and was afraid of the stinging rebuke I might give him. Circe had been spending the interval in a hospitable care for the party in her house. She bathed and anointed them with olive oil, gave them all tunics and warm cloaks to wear, so that on our arrival we found them enjoying a comfortable dinner in the hall. When the two companies came face to face, and each man recognized his friends, they burst into tears, and the whole house echoed to their sobs, till the goddess herself, coming up and addressing me by my royal titles, appealed to me to check this fit of weeping. "I know as well as you," she said, "all you have gone through on the fish-infested seas, and suffered at the hands of savages on land. But now I want to see you enjoying your food and putting down your wine, till you are once more the men you were when first you sailed from your homes in rugged Ithaca. You are worn out now and depressed. You cannot forget the buffetings you have had, and your sufferings have been so continuous that you don't know what it is to have a merry heart." My gallant company were not difficult to persuade. In fact, we stayed on day after day for a whole year, feasting on meat galore and mellow wine. But when the year was out, and the seasons began to repeat their round, my good friends called me aside one day, and said reproachfully, "Master, if you are ever going to escape and get back to your old home in your own country, it's high time you thought of Ithaca again." This was enough. My proud heart was convinced. For the rest of that day till sunset we sat and banqueted on the meat and mellow wine that were provided in such abundance. When the sun sank and night fell, my men settled down for sleep in the darkened hall. But I went to the beautiful bed where Circe lay, and there clasped the goddess's knees in prayer, while she listened to my eager words. "Circe," I said, "I beseech you to keep that promise which you made me once to send me home. I am eager now to be gone, and so are all my men. They wear me out and pester me with their complaints whenever you are not about. Royal son of Laertes, Odysseus of the nimble wits," the goddess answered me, "I'm not going to keep you in my house against your wishes, but before I can send you home you have to make a journey of a very different kind, and find your way to the halls of Hades and Persephone, the dread, to consult the soul of Tiresias, the blind Theban prophet, whose understanding even death has not impaired. For dead though he is, Persephone has left to him, and him alone, a mind to reason with. The rest are mere shadows, flitting to and fro." This news broke my heart. I sat down on the bed and wept. I had no further use for life, no wish to see the sunshine any more. But when at last I grew tired of tears and of tossing about on the bed, I began to question her. But tell me, Circe, who is to guide me on this way? No one has ever sailed a black ship into hell. Odysseus, the goddess answered me, don't think of lingering on shore for lack of a pilot. Set up your mast, spread the white sail, and sit down in the ship. The north wind will blow her on her way, and when she has brought you across the river of ocean, you will come to a wild coast and to Persephone's grove, where the tall poplars grow and the willows that so quickly shed their seeds. Beach your boat there by ocean's swirling stream, and march on to Hades' kingdom of decay. There the river of flaming fire and the river of lamentation, which is a branch of the waters of Styx, unite round a pinnacle of rock to pour their thundering screams into Acheron. This is the spot, my lord, that I bid you to seek out. Once there, dig a trench, about a cubit long, and a cubit in breadth. Around this trench pour offering to all the dead, first with honey mixed with milk, then with sweet wine, and last of all with water. Over all this sprinkle white barley, and then begin your prayers to the helpless ghosts of the dead. Promise them that once you are in Ithaca, you will sacrifice in your palace a barren heifer, the best that you have, and will keep the pyre with treasures, and make Theseus a separate offering of the finest jet-black sheep to be found in your flock. When you have finished your invocations to the glorious fellowship of the dead, sacrifice a young ram and a black ewe, holding their heads down towards Erebus, while you turn on your own side, as though about to recross the river of ocean. Then the souls of the dead and departed will come up in their multitudes, and you must bid your men make haste to flay the sheep that are lying there slaughtered by your blade, and burn them up while they pray to the gods. So mighty Hades and august Persephone, sit still yourself meanwhile, with your drawn sword in your hand, and do not let any of the helpless ghosts come near the blood till you have had that speech with Tiresias. Presently the prophet himself will come to you, my lord king, and he will lay down for you your journey and the distances to be covered, and direct you home across the fish-delighting seas. Circe finished, and soon after the dawn enthroned herself in gold. The nymph clothed me in my tunic and cloak, and dressed herself in a long robe of silvery sheen, light in fabric and charming to the eye. She put a veil on her head, and round her waist she fastened a splendid golden belt. Then I walked through the palace and made a round of my men, rousing them each with a cheerful word. "Wake up," I said, "and bid your pleasant dreams farewell. We must be off. My lady Circe has given our sailing orders." My gallant band made no demur, but not even now did I get them all off without a casualty. There was one called Elephanor, the youngest of the party, not much of a fighting man or very strong in the head. This young fellow of mine had got drunk, and longing for fresh air had left his friends in the enchanted palace and gone to sleep by himself. Roused in the morning by the bustle and din of the departure, he leapt up suddenly, and forgetting to go to the long ladder and take the right way down, he toppled headlong from the roof. He broke his neck, and his soul went down to Hades. When the rest of the party joined me, I took them into my confidence. "You no doubt imagine," I said, "that you are bound for home and our beloved Ithaca. But Circe has marked us out for a very different route, to the halls of Hades and Persephone the dread, where we must seek advice of the soul of Theban Tiresias." When I told them this, they were heartbroken. They sat down where they were and wept their toil their hair. But they might have spared themselves their lamentations for all the good they did. We made our way to our ship, and the beach in a sorry mood with many tears. Meanwhile, Circe, after taking leave of us, has tethered a young ram and a black ewe by the ship. She had slipped past us with ease, and when a god wishes to remain unseen, what eye can observe his coming or his going? just take a short break now.
So, hello everybody who's still up and listening to us. Here is the sight reading marathon of Homer the Odyssey, read by Adrian Marvell. And we're gonna go on a short break and return very, very shortly. So, Adrian is having quickly relax quick. He has something to drink. He has to get onto his feet and, yes, just get a little bit away from the sitting he's doing. He's fantastic. It's great to see what he's doing, and we're halfway through the marathon now. So we have a short intermission and we'll be back soon. So hello to everybody who just logged on to watch us. This is the sight reading marathon live stream of Homer the Odyssey. That's a continuous reading from start to end of Homer the Odyssey. Mr. Marvel is still having a quick break and are gonna be returning to the reading in a couple of minutes. So there's enough time for you guys to make yourself a cup of coffee if you want, or a cup of tea, or take a sandwich and carry on. So thank you for tuning in, and please like and follow us on social media at Studio Kerkera on Facebook or on YouTube. So, and just to let you know, for everybody who is on here, that's a little bit of a warm-up event to the Corfu Literary Festival happening next week from the 17th to the 20th of September. An island celebration of the arts and a lineup of fantastic authors here, from Tom Holland to Sebastian Faulks to Sarah Churchwell, Alex Preston, Peter Frankoban, and more, John Hutton. There's a lot of things. If you want to know anything more, log on to corfuliteraryyfestival.com. There you can find out all the details about this fantastic festival, what is in its third year at the moment. And this year we having a full coverage of the festival. So you can log on here again to studiokerkera.live and subscribe to the festival live stream, interviews and updates. That's a 4-day fantastic festival, and a lot is being organized, and that's been organized from the fantastic Annabelle and Nikos Louvros. So guys, it's a fantastic thing. If you want to go on Facebook at Corfu Arts, you can find all the details out, or log on to corfuliteraryyfestival.com. And for the live coverage, if you can't make it to this beautiful island of Corfu, you can come anytime and log on to www.kerkera.live. And here we're still in intermission. Adrian had to walk a little bit. It's now 6 hours and 9 minutes reading time. We are on air for 6 hours and 48 minutes already. So in the next gonna be the next chapter he gonna read. After the next chapter we're gonna take a small break, because we have to split that on Facebook into 2 parts, because Facebook doesn't allow to stream continuously more than 8 hours. On our website www.kerkera.live you can watch continuously, and the same you can do also on YouTube. But Facebook we sadly have to disconnect, but we connect within 1 minute, reconnect within 1 minute, and you can carry on watching on Facebook. So after the next chapter we're gonna take another quick break just to restart the system for Facebook. So Adrian Mabel is quick having a coffee. He's just making himself something. So, and he's back within the next couple of minutes, and we gonna carry on with it. So thank you for following. Thank you for sharing, listening to us. So then Mavel is getting now slowly ready again. He had to 6 hours and 9 minutes. He been reading already, and this is sight reading. For everybody who doesn't know what the sight reading is simple. He has never read that book before, so that's the first time he's reading that book. So, and it's quite a task when you think, normally you prepare yourself, you read your scripts, you read your texts before you go live, and you share that with the world. But in this case we done a challenge, and the challenge came up just over a year ago, where Adrian admitted, I have this Homer the Odyssey, the English translation from Iviru, laying at home for nearly 40 years, and it's a shame I have never read that before. So not being stupid, I said to him, what, we can make a live stream out of that. How do you fancy to read that in one go, from start to finish? So we started calculating, and our calculation came just over 13 hours. So 13 hours and 30 minutes to be exact. And yes, and he accepted this challenge, and that's why we're doing it today. And it fits so perfectly, because next week is the fabulous Corfu Literary Festival here on the beautiful island of Corfu, an island celebration of the arts, and this is starting on the 17th and goes until the 20th of September, and a fantastic lineup. So if you want to know anything more, go on to corfuliteraryfestival.com or on Facebook at Corfu Arts. That's organized by lovely Annabelle and Nikos Louvros, and I forgot to mention also Alex Preston. So that's a fantastic thing. If you sadly can't make it on the island to this beautiful festival, I would suggest go on, subscribe to the festival live stream, interviews and the updates. We're gonna cover the whole festival for you on www.caregiver.live. And Mr. Mavel is now getting slowly ready. He's just walking a little bit, his leg fallen asleep, would you believe? But that's it. That's a sight reading. He never read it before. So it is so hard to read when you can't read yourself into a book when you present it. It's a big task, and I think he done until so well until now. He started getting a little bit tired, a little bit of fatigue. So Jay, our cameraman, is making him a strong coffee, fills up with the juice, and he should be back with you in a couple of minutes. So we're gonna carry on within the next 1 to 2 minutes. I can see already he's coming. He's taking his place on the chair slowly. So guys, we're gonna carry on in a moment. Thank you for tuning in, thank you for sharing, and if you want to help us out, please like us, follow us on Facebook, and subscribe on YouTube. The reason for that, if we reach a threshold of subscribers, we can start monetizing our shows, what would help us run in the running of Studio Caregiver. Because of the current situation we experience, what everybody experiences, is not just hard for us, it's hard for everybody out there, especially for artists and performers, and we would love to support them, we would love to carry on. That's why we ask you for your help. If you want to find out more on how you can help us, support us, log on to the website www.caregiver.live. There is more details on there. But this live sight reading marathon is gonna carry on in around 2 minutes time. Thank you. And I got the question in where we are, and we are at the beautiful St. George South Corfu in this holiday resort. It's a fantastic holiday resort. We broadcasted here live a few times already, and it's very welcoming. We got a lot of friends here, not just here on the whole island, but it's not far away from our SK HQ in Notos. So, and we get a fantastic invitation to use this fantastic building here. We're gonna do something separate about this building we are at the moment, because it's it's just unbelievable. When we came across this through a friend, and this is Alex Pizza, here in St. George South. We couldn't believe it, and that was for us the kick where I said, okay, we can do this reading here. We really isolated. We have our piece. Adrian, it's of course quiet when he's doing that. This is going on for sure now until 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning, straight through. We're on chapter 11, so he's gonna start chapter 11 very shortly, and all the chapters are 24 of them, so we're nearly halfway through, and he's doing well. His voice is alright, it's just a little bit the fatigue setting in, but he's bouncing up. He loves the story, and he is determined to finish that. So guys, thank you so much for your great words, for your kind words you sending in. Sadly, I cannot rely anything. I don't want to disturb him with anything, but it's fantastic, and he gonna catch up with all the messages, of course, after the show. So it's another minute away, and we gonna carry on. So thank you so much for taking part, for sharing, for following and liking us, and keep up the good work, of course, guys. Thank you, and we gonna carry on in a minute.
Chapter 11. The Book of the Dead. Our first task, when we came down to the sea and reached our ship, was to run her into the good salt water and put the mast and sails on board. We then picked up the sheep we found and stowed them in the vessel, after which we ourselves embarked. And a melancholy crew we were. There was not a dry cheek in the company. However, Circe of the lovely tresses, human though she was in speech, proved her powers as a goddess by sending us the friendly escort of a favourable breeze, which sprung up from astern and filled the sail of our blue-prowed ship. All we had to do, after putting the tackle in order fore and aft, was to sit still, while the wind and the helmsman kept her straight. With a taut sail she forged ahead all day, till the sun went down and left her to pick her way through the darkness. Thus she brought us to a deep-flowing river of ocean and the frontiers of the world, where the fog-bound Cimmerians live in the city of perpetual mist. When the bright sun climbs the sky and puts the stars to flight, no ray from him can penetrate to them, nor can he see them as he drops from heaven and sinks once more to earth. For dreadful night has spread her mantle over the heads of that unhappy folk. Here we breached our boat, and after disembarking the sheep made our way along the banks of the river ocean till we reached the spot that Circe had described. There, while Perimedes and Eurylochus caught hold of the victims, I drew my sharp sword from my side and dug a trench about a cubit long and a cubit wide. Around this trench I poured libations to all the dead, first with mingled honey and milk, then with sweet wine, and last of all with water. Over all this I sprinkled some white barley, and then began my prayers to the helpless ghosts of the dead, promising them that directly I got back to Ithaca I should sacrifice a barren heifer in my palace, the best I had in my possession, and heap the pyre with treasures, and make Teresis a separate offering of the finest jet-black sheep to be found in my flocks. When I had finished my prayers and invocations to the communities of the dead, I took the sheep and cut their throats over the trench so that the dark blood poured in. And now the souls of the dead who had gone below came swarming up from Erebus, fresh brides, unmarried youths, old men with life's long suffering behind them, tender young girls still nursing his first anguish in their hearts, and a great throng of warriors killed in battle, their spear wounds gaping yet, and all their armour stained with blood. From this multitude of souls, as they fluttered to and fro by the trench, there came a moaning that was horrible to hear. Panic drained the blood from my cheeks. I turned to my comrades and told them quickly to flay the sheep I had slaughtered with my sword and burn them, while they prayed to the gods, to mighty Hades and august Persephone. But I myself sat on guard, bare sword in hand, and prevented any of the feckless ghosts from approaching the blood before I had speech with Teresis. The first soul that came up was that of my own man, Elepenor, for he had not yet had his burial in the wide bosom of earth. So urgent had we felt our other task to be, that we had left his corpse unburied and unwept in Circe's house. Now, when I saw him, tears started to my eyes, and I stirred with pity for him. I called across to him at once. "Elepenor, how did you come here, under the western gloom? You have been quicker on foot than I in my black ship." I heard him sigh, and then his answer came. "My royal master, Odysseus of the nimble wits, was the malice of some evil power that was my undoing, and all the wine I swilled before I went to sleep in Circe's palace. For I clean forgot to go to the long ladder and take the right way down, and so fell headlong from the roof. My neck was broken, and my soul came down to Hades. And now, since I know that when you leave this kingdom of the dead, you will put in with your good ship at the Isle of Achaea, I beseech you, my prince, by all the absent friends we left behind, by your wife, by your father, who supported you as a child, and by Telemachus, your only son, whom you left at home, by all these I beg you to remember me then, and not to sail away and forsake me utterly, nor leave me there unburied and unwept, or the gods may turn against you when they see my corpse. So burn me there with all my arms, such as they are, and raise a mound for me on the shore of the grey sea, in memory of an unlucky man, to mark the spot for future voyages. Do this for me, and on my barrow plant the oar I used to pull when I was alive and on the benches with my mates." To which I answered, "All this, my poor Elepenor, I will do. Nothing shall be forgotten." Thus we two faced each other across the trench in solemn colloquy, I on the one side, and my sword stretched out above the blood, and on the other the ghost of my comrade pouring out his tale. Next came the soul of my dead mother, Anticlea, the daughter of the great Autolycus, who had still been alive when I said farewell and sailed for sacred Ilium. My eyes filled with tears when I saw her there. I was stirred to compassion. Yet, deeply moved though I was, I would not allow her to approach the blood out of turn before I had speech with Tiresias. And the soul of the Theban prophet now came up, with a gold rod in his hand, saw who I was, and saluted me.
Royal son of Laertes, Odysseus of the nimble wit, what has brought you, the man of misfortune, to forsake the sunlight and to visit the dead in this mirthless place? Step back now from the trench and hold your sword aside, so that I can drink the blood and prophesy the truth to you. I backed away, driving my sword home in its silver scabbard, and when Thesrius spoke, after drinking the dark blood, it was the voice of the authentic seer that I heard. "My lord Odysseus," he began, "you are in search of some easy way to reach your home, but the powers above are going to make your journey hard, for I cannot think that you will slip through the hands of the Earthshaker, who has by no means forgotten his resentments against you for blinding his beloved son. Notwithstanding that, you and your friends may yet reach Ithaca, though not without mishap, if only you determine to keep a tight hand on yourself and your men from the moment when your good ship leaves the deep blue seas and approaches the Isle of Thrinace, and you see there at their pasture the cattle and the fat sheep of the sun god, whose eye and ear miss nothing in the world. If you leave them untouched, and fix your mind on getting home, there is some chance that all of you may yet reach Ithaca, though not in comfort. But if you hurt them, then I warrant you that your ship and company will be destroyed, and if you yourself do manage to escape, you will come home late, in evil plight, upon a foreign ship, with all your comrades dead. You will find trouble too in your house, a set of scoundrels eating up your stores, making love to your royal consort, and offering wedding gifts. It is true that you will pay out these men for their misdeeds when you reach home, but whichever way you choose to kill them, whether by stratagem or in a straight fight with the naked sword, when you have cleared your palace of these suitors, you must then set once more upon your travels. You must take a well-cut oar, and go on till you reach a people who know nothing of the sea and never use salt with their food, so that our crimson-painted ships and the long oars that serve those ships as wings are quite beyond their ken. And this will be your cue, a very clear one, which you cannot miss. When you fall in with some other traveller who speaks of the winnowing fan you are carrying on your shoulder, the time will have come for you to plant your shapely oar in the earth and offer Lord Poseidon the rich sacrifice of a ram, a bull, and a breeding boar. Then go back home and make ceremonial offerings to the immortal gods who live in the broad heavens, to all of them, this time, in due precedence. As for your own end, death will come to you out of the sea, death in its gentlest guise. When he takes you, you will be worn out after an easy old age, and surrounded by a prosperous people. This is the truth that I have told you. Theresias, I answered him, I cannot doubt that these are the threads of destiny which the gods themselves have spun, but there is another matter which I wish you to explain. I see the soul of my dead mother over there. She sits in silence by the blood, and cannot bring herself to look her own son in the face, or say a single word to him. Tell me, my prince, is there no way to make her know that I am he? There is a simple rule, said Thyresis, which I will explain. Any ghost to whom you give access to the blood will hold rational speech with you, while those whom you reject will leave you and retire. These were the last words I heard from Prince Theresias. He had spoken his prophecies, and now withdrew into the halls of Hades. But I kept steady at my post, and waited till my mother came up and took a draught of the black blood. She recognized me then at once, and the pitiful words fell fast enough from her lips. "My child, how did you come here under the western gloom, you that are still alive? This is no easy place for living eyes to find." For between you and us flow the wide waters of the rivers of fear, and the very first barrier is ocean, whose stream a man could never cross on foot, but only in a well-found ship. Have you come here now from Troy, and been wandering over the seas with your comrades ever since you left? Have you not been to Ithaca yet, nor seen your wife and home?" "Mother," I answered her, "I had no choice but to come down to Hades and consult the soul of Theban Tiresias, for I have never yet been near to Achaea, nor set foot on our own land, but a wretched wanderer from the very day when I sailed with King Agamemnon for Ilium to fight the Trojan charioteers. But tell me your own story. What was your fate? What death overtook you? Had you some lingering disease? Or did Artemis the archeress visit and kill you with her gentle darts? And tell me of my father and the son I left behind. Is my royal prerogative safe in their hands? Or did it fall to some other man when it was assumed that I should never return? And what of my good wife? How does she feel, and what does she intend to do? Is she still living with her son, and keeping our estate intact? Or has the likeliest of her countrymen already married her?" "There is no question of her not staying in your house," my royal mother replied. "She has schooled her heart to patience. Through her eyes are never free from tears as the slow nights and day passes sorrowfully by. Your princely rights have not yet passed into other hands, but Telemachus is in peaceful possession of the royal lands, and attends all public banquets such as the magistrates are expected to give, for every one of them invites him. But your father has made a recluse of himself in the country, and never goes down to the city. He has given up sleeping in laundered sheets and blankets on a proper bed. Instead, he lies down in the winter time with the labourers at the farm in the dust by the fire, and goes about in rags. But when the summer and the mellow autumn days come round, he makes himself a humble couch of fallen leaves anywhere on the high ground of his vineyard plot. There he lies his misery, nursing his grief and yearning for you to come back, while to make things worse old age is pressing hard upon him. That was I undoing too. It was that brought me to the grave. It was not that the keen-eyed archeress sought me out in our home and killed me with her gentle darts, nor was I attacked by any of the malignant diseases that so often make the body waste away and die. No, it was my heartache for you, my glorious Odysseus, and for your wise and gentle ways that brought my life and all its sweetness to an end." As my mother spoke, there came to me out of the confusion in my heart the one desire, to embrace her spirit, dead though she was. Thrice, in my eagerness to clasp her to me, I started forward with my hands outstretched. Thrice, like a shadow or a dream, she slipped through my arms and left me harrowed by an even sharper pain. "Mother!" I cried in despair, "why do you avoid me when I try to reach you, so that even hell we may throw our loving arms around each other's necks and draw cold comfort from our tears? Or is this a mere phantom that grim Persephone has sent me to accentuate my grief?" My child, came her reply. "What man on earth has more to bear than you? This is no trick played on you by Persephone, daughter of Zeus. You are you are only witnessing here the law of our mortal nature when we come to die. We no longer have sinews keeping the bones and flesh together, but once the life force has departed from our white bones, all is consumed by the fierce heat of the blazing fire, and the soul slips away like a dream and flutters on the air. But you must hasten back now to the light of day, and bear in mind all you have learnt here, so that one day you can tell your wife." Such was the talk that we two had together. And now, impelled by dread Persephone, there came up all the women who had been the wives or the daughters of princes, and gathered round the black blood in a throng. I cast about me for a way to question each in turn, and in the end I solved the problem by drawing my long sword from my side and preventing them from drinking the dark blood altogether. So they came forward and announced their lineage one by one, and thus I was able to question them all. The first I saw was high-born Tyro, who told me she was the daughter of the noble Salomenius and had married Cretheus, Achelous' son. She fell in love with the god of the river Eniphaeus, the loveliest river that runs on earth, and often wandered on the banks of this beautiful stream, until one day the lord of the earthquake, the girdler of the world, disguised himself as the river god, and lay with her where the river rushes out to sea. A dark wave gathered mountain high, curled over them, and hid the woman and the god. He then unclasped her virgin belt and sealed her eyes in sleep. But when his love had had its way, he took a hand in this, and now he spoke. "Lady," he said, "be happy in this love of ours, and as the year completes its course, since a god embrace is never fruitless, you will give birth to beautiful children, who you must nurse and rear with care. But now go home and guard your tongue. Tell no one, but I wish you to know that I am Poseidon, the shaker of the earth." The god then disappeared under the heaving sea. Tyro conceived and gave birth to Peleus and Neleus, who both rose to power as servants of almighty Zeus. Peleus lived in the spacious lands of Lolacus, and his wealth lay in his flocks, while Neleus had his home in sandy Pylos. Nor were these the only children of this queen among women. To Cretheus she bore 3 other sons, Aeson and Pheres and Amethaon, that gallant charioteer. The next I saw was Antipe, the daughter of Asiphus, and it was in the arms of Zeus that she claimed to have slept. She had 2 sons, Amphion and Zethus, the founders of Thebes of the 7 gates, who first fortified its site with towers, since for all their prowess they could not establish themselves in the open land of Thebes without a wall to their city. After Antiope I saw Alcmene, Apityon's wife, who lay in the loving arms of almighty Zeus, and brought the all-daring, lion-hearted Heracles into the world. Megare I also saw, proud Creon's daughter, who married that indomitable son of Amphitryon. Then I met Oedipus's mother, the lovely Epicaste. She in her ignorance committed the sin of marrying her son, for Oedipus killed his father and took his mother to wife. But the gods soon let the truth come out. For Oedipus they then conceived a cruel punishment. They left him to suffer the tortures of remorse as king of the Cadmeans in his beloved Thebes. But Epicaste, obsessed by anguish at her deed, hanged herself with a long rope she made fast to the roof beam overhead, and so came down to the hall of Hades, the mighty warden of the gates, leaving Oedipus to suffer all the horrors that a mother's curses can inflict. Next, and loveliest of all, came Cholus, the youngest daughter of Amphion, son of Iasus, who once lorded it on Orchomenus as king of the Menai. Neleus married her for her beauty and paid a fortune for her hand. So she was queen in Pylos, and bore him glorious children, Nestor and Chromius, and princely Periclemenus, and besides these the stately Pero, the wonder of her age, whom all their neighbours wished to marry. But Neleus announced that he would give her hand to no one but the man who should succeed in lifting from Phallis the cattle of the mighty Iphicles. It was a dangerous task to round up these shambling broad-bound cattle. A certain chivalrous seer was the only man who undertook the adventure, and the gods were against him. Misfortune dogged his steps. and he was left a wretched prisoner in the savage herdsman's hands. The days passed and mounted up into months, but it was not until a year had run its course and the seasons came round once more that the mighty Iphicles set him free in return for all the oracles he had uttered. Thus the will of Zeus was done. Then I saw Leda, wife of Tyndareus, who bore him those stout-hearted twins, Castor, the trainer of horses, and Polydeuces, the great boxer, both of whom are still alive, though the fruitful earth has received them in her lap. For even in the world below they have been singled out by Zeus. Each is a living and a dead man on alternate days, and they are honoured like the gods. My eyes fell next on Iphimedea, the consort of Alerus, who claimed that she had slept with Poseidon and was the mother of those short-lived twins, the godlike Otus and Ephiletus, famed in story, the tallest men earth ever nourished on her bread, and finer by far than all but the glorious Orion. In their 9th year they were 9 cubits across the shoulders and 9 fathoms tall. It was this pair that threatened to confound the very gods on Olympus with the din and turmoil of battle. It was their ambition to pile Mount Ossa on Olympus and wooded Pelion on Ossa, so as to make a stairway up to heaven. And this they would have accomplished had they reached their full stature. But the son whom Leto of the lovely tresses bore to Zeus destroyed them both before the down came curling on their cheeks and decked their chins with its fleecy mantle. Phaedra I also saw, and Procris, the lovely Ariadne, and the daughter of the wizard Minos, whom Theseus once attempted to carry off from Crete to the sacred soil of Athens, though he had no joy of her. For before their journey's end, Dionysus wrought word to Artemis, and she killed her in sea-girt Dia. Mera too, and Clymene I saw, and the hateful Ephriphal, who battered her own husband's life for lucre. Indeed, I could not tell you the tales, nor even give you the names of all the great men's wives and daughters whom I saw, for before I had done the lifelong night would have slipped away. But now the time has come for me to go to sleep, and whether I join my crew on board or remain in your palace. As for my journey, I leave the arrangements in the gods' hands, and in yours. Odysseus came to a stop, and such was the spell he had cast on the entire company that not a sound was heard in the whole length of that shadowy hall, till white-armed Arete broke the silence at last. "Phaeacians," she said, "what is your verdict, now that you have seen the looks and stature of our guest and have sampled his wisdom?" "My guest," I should have said, "but each of you shares in the honour. So do you send him on his way with undue haste, nor stint your generosity to one who stands in such sore need, even for heaven has filled your homes with riches?" The venerable Lord Echeneus, the oldest man among them, followed this up. "My friends," he said, "our wise queen's advice goes straight to the mark and is just what we might have expected. I think you should follow it, but it rests with Alcinous here to say the word and take the appropriate action." Alcinous applied without hesitation. "As I live and rule this sailor folk, it shall be so. But our guest must curb his eagerness to get home and make up his mind to stay till tomorrow, so as to give me time to fulfil my generous plans. Meanwhile his passage home shall be the concern of the whole people, and my own in particular, since I am monarch here." "Lord Alcinous, my most worshipful prince," Odysseus discreetly put in, Nothing would suit me better than that you should press me to stay among you even for a year, provided you saw me safely back and loaded me with your splendid gifts. It would be a great advantage to me to arrive in my own country with fuller coffers, for thus enriched I should win a kindlier welcome and greater respect from everyone I met after returning to Ithaca." "Odysseus," said Alcinous, "we are far from regarding you as one of those impostors and humbugs who this dark world brings forth in such profusion to spin their lying yarns which nobody can test. On the contrary, not only is your speech a delight, but you have sound judgment too, and you have told us the stories of your compatriots and your grievous misadventures with all the artistry that a ballad singer might display. I beg you now to continue, and let us know whether you also saw any of those heroic comrades of yours who joined you on the expedition to Ilium and fell in action there. The night is still long, too long for reckoning, and the time has not yet come for us to seek our sleeping quarters. Tell me more of your marvellous doings. I could hold out till the blessed dawn, if only you could bring yourself to stay in this hall and continue the tale of your misfortunes." In response to this, the resourceful Odysseus went on with his story. "Lord Alcinous, my most worshipful prince," he began, "there is a time for long tales, but there is also a time for sleep. However, if you really wish to hear me further, far be it from me to deny you an even more tragic tale than you have heard already. I will tell you the sad fate of my comrades in arms, who perished after the sack and escaped from the perils and turmoils of the Trojan War, only to lose their lives when homeward bound, all through the whim of one unfaithful wife. In the end, holy Persephone drove off the women's ghosts. They scattered in all directions, and I was approached by the son of Agamemnon, son of Atreus. He came in sorrow, and round about him were gathered the souls of all those who had met their doom and died with him in Agassiz' palace. As soon as he had drunk the dark blood, he recognized me, and uttered a loud cry, and burst into tears, stretching his arms out in my direction in his eagerness to reach me. But this he could not do, for all the strength and vigour had gone for ever from those once supple limbs. Moved to compassion at the sight, I too gave way to tears, and spoke to him from my heart. "Illustrious son of Atreus, Agamemnon, king of men, tell me what mortal stroke of fate it was that laid you low. Did Poseidon rouse the winds to fury and overwhelm your ships? Or did you fall into some hostile tribe on land as you were rounding up their cattle and their flocks, or fighting with them for their town and women?" "Royal son of Laertes, Odysseus of the nimble wits," he answered me at once, "Poseidon did not wreck my ships, nor did I fall into any hostile tribe on land. It was Agassiz who plotted my destruction, and with my cursed wife put me to death. He invited me to the palace. He feasted me, and he killed me as a man fells an ox at its manger. That was my most miserable end, and all around me my companions were cut down in ruthless succession, like white-tusked swine slaughtered in the mansion of some great and wealthy lord for a wedding, a club banquet, or a sumptuous public feast. You, Odysseus, have witnessed the deaths of many men in single combat, or the thick of battle, but none with such horror as you would have felt had you seen us lying there by the wine bowl and the laden tables in the hall, while the whole floor swam with our blood. Yet the most pitiful of all was the cry I heard from Cassandra, daughter of Priam, who that foul traitress Clytemnestra murdered at my side. As I lay on the ground, I raised my hands in a dying effort to grip her sword, but the harlot turned her face aside, and had not even the grace, though I was on my way to Hades, to shut my eyes with her hands, or to close my mouth, And so I lay, that for brutality and infamy there is no one to equal a woman who can contemplate such deeds. Who else could conceive so hideous a crime as her deliberate butchery of her husband and her lord? Indeed, I had looked forward to a rare welcome from my children and my servants when I reached my home. But now, in the depth of her villainy, she has branded not herself alone, but the whole of her sex and every honest woman for all time to come. Alas, I exclaimed, all-seeing Zeus has indeed proved himself a relentless foe to the house of Atreus, and from the beginning he has worked his will through women's crooked ways. It was for Helen's sake that so many of us met our deaths, and it was Clytemnestra who hatched a plot against her absent lord. Let this be a lesson to you also, replied Agamemnon. Never be too gentle even with your wife, nor show her all that is in your mind. Reveal a little of your counsel to her, but keep the rest of it to yourself. Not that your wife, Odysseus, will ever murder you. Icarus's daughter is far too sound in heart and brain for that. The wise Penelope. She was a young bride when we said goodbye to her on our way to the war. She had a baby son at her breast, and now, I suppose, he's begun to take his seat among the men. The lucky lad. His loving father will come home and see him, and he will kiss his father, and that is how things should be. Whereas that wife of mine refused me even the satisfaction of setting my eyes on my son. She could not wait so long before she killed his father. And now let me give you a piece of advice which I hope you will take to heart. Do not sail openly into port when you reach your home country. Make it a secret approach. Women, I tell you, are no longer to be trusted. But to go back to my son, can you give me the truth about him? Do you and your friends happen to have heard of him as still alive in Orchomenius possibly, or Sandy Pylos, or maybe with Menelaus in his spreading city of Sparta? For I know that my good Oryxes has not yet died and come below. Son of Atreus, I answered him, why ask me that? I have no idea whether he is alive or dead, and it would be wrong of me to give you idle gossip. Such was the solemn colloquy that we two had as we stood there with our sorrows, and the tears rolled down our cheeks. And now there came the souls of Peleus' son Achilles, of Patroclus, of the noble Antilochus, and of Aias, who in stature and in manly grace was second to none of the Danaans but the flawless son of Peleus. It was the soul of Achilles, the great runner, who recognized me. In mournful, measured tones he greeted me by my titles, and went on, What next, Odysseus, dauntless heart? What greater exploit can you plan to cap your voyage here? How did you dare come below to Hades' realm, where the dead live on without their wits as disembodied ghosts? Achilles, I answered him, son of Peleus, and flower of the Achaean chivalry. I came to consult with Tiresias in the hope of finding out from him how I could reach my rocky Ithaca. For I have not managed to come near Achaia yet, nor set foot on my own island, but have been dogged by misfortune. How different from you, Achilles, the most fortunate man that ever was or will be. For in the old days, when you were on earth, we Argives honoured you as though you were a god, and now, down here, you are a mighty prince amongst the dead. For you, Achilles, death should have lost its sting. My lord Odysseus, he replied, spare me of your praise of death. Put me on earth again, and I would rather be a serf in the house of some landless man, with little enough for himself to live on, than king of all these dead men that have done with life. But enough. Tell me what news there is of that fine son of mine. Did he follow me to the war and play a leading part or not? And tell me anything you have heard of the noble Peleus. Does the Myrmidon nation still do him homage, Or do they look down on him in Hellas or Pythe, now that old age has made a cripple of him? For I am not up there in the sunlight to protect him with the mighty arms that once did battle for the Argives, and laid the champions of the enemy low on the broad plains of Troy. If I could return for a single hour to my father's house with the strength I then enjoyed, I would make those who injure him and rob him of his rights shrink in dismay before my might and my unconquerable hands. Of the noble Peleus, I answered Achilles, I have heard nothing, but of your dear son Neoptolemus I will give you all the news you ask for, since it was I who brought him from Scyros in my own fine ship to join the Achaean army, and there, in front of the city of Troy, when we used to discuss our plans, he was always the first to speak, and no words of his ever missed their mark. King Nestor and I were his only betters in debate, nor when the Achaeans gave battle on the Trojan plain was he ever content to linger in the ranks or with the crowd. That impetuous spirit of his gave pace to none, and he would sally out beyond the foremost. Many was the man he brought down in mortal combat. I could not tell you of all the people he killed in battle for the Argives, nor give you their names, but well I remember how the lord Euphylus, son of Telephus, fell to his sword, and how many of his Hittite men-at-arms were slaughtered at his side, all on account of a bribe that a woman had taken. He was the handsomest man I ever saw, next to the godlike Memnon. Then again, when we Argive captains took our places in the wooden horse Epeius made, and it rested solely with me to throw our ambush open or to keep it shut, all the other Danaan chieftains and officers were wiping the tears from their eyes, and every man's legs were trembling beneath them. But not once did I see your son's fine colour change to pallor, nor catch him brushing a tear from his cheek. On the contrary, he begged me time and again to let him sally from the horse, and kept fumbling eagerly at his sword hilt, at his heavy spear, in his keenness to fall on the Trojans. And when we had brought Priam's city tumbling down in ruins, he took his share of the booty and his special prize, and embarked safe and sound on his ship without a single wound either from a flying dart or a sword at close quarters. The war god, in his fury, is no respecter of persons, but the mischances of battle had touched your son not at all. When I had done, the soul of Achilles, whose feet had been so fleet on earth, passed with great strides down the meadow of Asphodel, rejoicing in the news I had given him of his son's renown. The mourning ghosts of all the other dead and departed pressed round me now, each with some question for me on matters that were near his heart. The soul that stood aloof was that of Aias, son of Telamon, still embittered by the defeat I had inflicted on him at the ships when defending my claim to the arm of Achilles, whose divine mother had offered them as a prize, with the Trojan captives and Pallas Athene for judges. Would to God I had never won such a prize, the arms that brought Aias to his grave, the heroic Aias, who next to the peerless son of Peleus was the finest Danaan of all in looks and in noblest in action. I called to him now, using his own and his royal father's names, and sought to placate him. So not even death itself, Aias, could make you forget your anger with me on account of those accursed arms. Yet it was the gods that made them a curse to us Argives. You lost in you so great a tower of strength, and have never ceased to mourn your death as truly as we lament Achilles, Peleus' son. No one else is to blame but Zeus, that bitter foe of the Danaan army, who brought you to your doom. Draw near, my prince, and hear me tell our story. Curb your resentment and conquer your pride. But Aias gave me not a word in answer, and went off into Erebus to join the souls of the other dead, where, for all his bitterness, he might yet have spoken to me, or I to him, had not the wish to see the souls of other dead men filled my heart. And indeed I there saw Minos, glorious son of Zeus, sitting gold sceptre in hand and delivering judgment to the dead, who sat or stood still all around the king, putting their cases to him for decision within the wide portals of the house of Hades. My full next on the giant hunter Aran, who was rounding up the game on the meadow of Apsodil, the very beasts his living hands had killed among the lonely hills, armed with a club of solid bronze that could never be broken. And I saw Tityos, son of the majestic earth, prone on the ground and covering 9 roods as he lay. A pair of vultures sat by him, one on either side, and plucked at his liver, plunging their beaks into his body, and his hands were powerless to drive them off. This was his punishment for assaulting Leto, the glorious consort of Zeus, as she was travelling to Theo across the pleasant lawns of Panopeus. I also saw the awful agonies that Tantalus has to bear. The old man was standing in a pool of water which nearly reached his chin, and his thirst drove him to unceasing efforts. But he could never get a drop to drink, for whenever he stooped in his eagerness to lap the water, it disappeared. The pool was swallowed up, and all he saw at his feet was the dark earth, which some mysterious power had parched. Trees spread their foliage high over the pool and dangled fruits above his head. Pear trees and pomegranates, apple trees with their glossy burden, sweet figs and luxuriant olives. But whenever the old man tried to grasp them in his hands, the wind would toss them up towards the shadowy clouds. Then I witnessed the torture of Sisyphus as he tackled his huge rock with both his hands. Leaning against it with his arms and thrusting with his legs, he would contrive to push the boulder uphill to the top. But every time as he was going to send it toppling over the crest, its sheer weight turned it back, and the misbegotten rock came bounding down again to level ground. So once more he had to wrestle with the thing and push it up, while the sweat poured from his limbs and the dust rose high above his head. Next, after him, I observed the mighty Heracles, his wrath, that is to say, since he himself banquets at ease with the immortal gods, and has for consort Hebe of the slim ankles, the daughter of almighty Zeus, and sandaled Hera. From the dead around him there rose a clamour like the call of wild fowl, as they scattered in their panic. His looks were sombre as the blackest night, and with his naked bow in hand and an arrow on the string he glanced ferociously this way and that, as though at any moment he might shoot. Terrible, too, was the golden strap he wore as a baldric over his breast, depicting with grim artistry the forms of bears, wild boars, and glaring lions, with scenes of conflict, of battle, of bloodshed, and the massacre of men. That baldric was a masterpiece that no one should have made, and I can only hope that the craftsman who conceived the work will rest content. One look was enough to tell Heracles who I was, and he greeted me in mournful tones. "Unhappy man," he exclaimed, after reciting my titles, "so you too are working out some such miserable doom as I was a slave to when the sun shone over my head. Son of Zeus though I was, unending troubles came my way, for I was bound in service to a master far beneath my rank, who used to set me the most arduous tasks. Once, being unable to think of anything more difficult for me to do, he sent me down here to bring away the hound of hell, and under the guiding hands of Hermes and bright-eyed Athena, I did succeed in capturing him, and I dragged him out of Hades' realm." Heracles said no more, but withdrew into the house of Hades, while I struck to my post in the hope that I might yet be visited by other men of note, who had perished long ago. And now I should have gone still further back in time, and seen the heroes whom I wished to meet, Theseus, for instance, and Perithous, whose glorious children of the gods. But before that could happen, the tribes of the dead came up and gathered round me in their tens of thousands, raising their eerie cry. Sheer panic turned me pale, gripped by a sudden fear that dread Persephone might send up from Hades' halls some ghastly monster like the Gorgon's head. I made off quickly to my ship, and told my men to embark and loose the horses. They climbed in at once, and took their seats on the benches, and the current carried her down the river of ocean, helped by her oars at first, and later by a friendly breeze. Now, because sadly we've got to change for part 2 for our lovely Facebook viewers. So I do apologise. We'll be back to you. Normal service will be resumed very shortly. Thank you very much.
So, quick update, guys. We're gonna disconnect Facebook now. We cannot stream longer than 8 hours in one go. The full uninterrupted is, of course, on carekira.live or on YouTube. We're gonna disconnect Facebook now for 1 to 2 minutes. We back in a couple of minutes on Facebook with part 2. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you when you're watching us on our website or on YouTube. We had to have a quick break here to disconnect Facebook and hook up again. Sadly, we cannot stream longer than 8 hours in a row on Facebook, so we have to do this in 2 parts on Facebook only. On the website itself, carekira.live, you can watch that in one go, in one session, uninterrupted, and also on YouTube and Facebook. I think everybody on Facebook should be back by now. So welcome back to do part on Facebook, or do part 2 on Facebook, and we're gonna carry on in 10-15 seconds. We're gonna be ready to carry on with the next part. So give us a couple of minutes and we're gonna come right away back with chapter 12.
Chapter 12. Scylla
and Haribidus. From the flowing waters of the river of ocean, my ship passed into the wide spaces of the open sea, and so reached Aea, the island of the rising sun, where tender dawn has her home and her dancing lawns. Here we breached her on the sands and climbed out onto the seashore, where we fell into a sound sleep that lasted till daybreak. At the first sight of dawn's red streamers in the east, I sent off a party to Circe's house to fetch the dead body of Elephenor. We quickly hewed some billets of wood, and then, with the tears streaming down our cheeks, gave him solemn burial on the summit of the boldest headland of the coast. When the corpse was burnt, and with it the dead man's arms, we built him a barrow, hauled up a stone from monument, and planted his shapely oar on the top of the mound. We had just dispatched the last details of our task, when Circe, who was well aware of our return from Hades, and had decked herself out to meet us, came hurrying up with the train of servants laden with bread, a plentiful supply of meat, and sparkling ruddy wine. "What hardihood," said the goddess, as we gathered round her, "to descend alive into the house of Hades! One death is enough for most men, but you will now have two. However, forget these things. Spend the rest of the day where you are, enjoying this food and wine, and at the first peep of dawn you shall sail. I myself will give you your route and make every landmark clear, to save you from the disasters you would suffer if you ran into the snares that may be laid for you on sea or land." We were not difficult to persuade, so the whole day long till sunset we sat and feasted on our rich supply of meat, washed down by mellow wine. When the sun sank and darkness fell, my men settled down for the night by the hawsers of the ship, but Circe took me by the hand, led me away from my good friends, and made me sit down and tell her all my news as she laid beside me. When I had given her the whole tale from first to last, the goddess said, "Very well, all that is done with now, but listen while I tell you what fellows, and the gods themselves will see that my words keep fresh in your mind. Your next encounter will be with the sirens, who bewitch everybody that approaches them. There is no homecoming for the man who draws near them unawares and hears the sirens' voices, no welcome from his wife, no little children brightening at their father's return. For with the music of their song the sirens cast their spell upon him, as they sit there in a meadow piled high with the mouldering skeletons of men, whose withered skin still hangs upon their bones. Drive your ship past the spot, and to prevent any of your crew from hearing, soften some beeswax and plug their ears with it. Excuse me. But if you wish to listen yourself, make them bind you hand and foot on board, and stand you up by the step of the mast, with the rope's ends lashed to the mast itself. This will allow you to listen with enjoyment to the twin sirens' voices. But if you start begging your men to release you, they must add to the bonds that already hold you fast. When your crew have carried you past this danger, you will have reached a point beyond which I cannot fully guide you. 2 ways will lie before you, and you must choose between them as you see fit, though I will tell you both. One leads to those sheer cliffs which the blessed gods know as the Wandering Rocks. Here blue-eyed Amriphitite sends her great breakers thundering in, and in the very birds cannot fly by in safety. Even from the shy doves that bring ambrosia to Father Zeus, the beetling rocks takes toll each time they pass, and the Father has to send one more to make their number up. While for such sailors as bring their ship to the spot, there is no escape whatever. They end as flotsam on the sea, timbers and corpses tossed in confusion by the waves or licked up by the tempestuous and destroying flames. Of all the ships that go down to the sea,
One only has made the passage, and that was the celebrated Argo, homeward bound from Attis's coast, and she would soon have been dashed upon those mighty crags if Hera, for love of Jason, had not helped her past. In the other direction lie two rocks, the higher of which rears its sharp peak up to the very sky, and is capped by black clouds that never stream away nor leave clear weather round the top, even in summer or at harvest time. No man on earth could climb it up or down, not even with 20 hands and feet to help him, for the rock is as smooth as if it had been polished. But halfway up the crag there is a misty cavern, facing the west and running down to Erebus, past which, my lord Odysseus, you must steer your ship. The strongest bowman could not reach the gaping mouth of the cave with an arrow shot from a ship below. It is the home of Scylla, the creature with the dreadful bark. It is true that her yelp is no louder than a newborn's pup, but she is a horrible monster nevertheless, and one whom nobody would look at with delight, not even a god if he passed that way. She has 12 feet, all dangling in the air, and 6 long necks, each ending in a grisly head, with triple rows of teeth set thick and close, and darkly menacing death. Up to her middle she is sunk in the depths of the cave, but her heads protrude from the fearful abyss, and thus she fishes from her own abode, scouting round the rock for any dolphin or swordfish she may catch, or any of the larger monsters which in their thousands find their living in the roaring seas. No crew can boast that they ever sailed their ship past Scylla without loss, since from every passing vessel she snatches a man with each of her heads, and so bears off her prey. The other of the two rocks is lower, as you, Odysseus, will see, and the distance between them is no more than a bowshot. A great fig tree with luxuriant foliage grows upon the crag, and it is below this that dread Haribodus sucks the dark waters down. 3 times a day she spews them up, and 3 times she swallows them down, once more in a horrible way. Heaven keep you from the spot when she is at her work, for not even the earth-shaker could save you from disaster. No, you must hug Scylla's rock, and with all speed drive your ship through, since it is far better that you should have to mourn the loss of 6 of your company than that of your whole crew. Yes, goddess, I replied, but there is more I wish to know. Could I not somehow steer clear of the terrace of Haribodus, yet tackle Scylla when she comes at my crew? But the goddess only cried out at me as an obstinate fool, always spoiling for a fight and welcoming trouble. So you are not prepared, she said, to give in even to immortal gods? I tell you, Scylla was not born for death. The fiend will live forever. She is a thing to shun, intractable, ferocious, and impossible to fight. No, against her there is no defence, and valour lies in flight. For if you waste time by the rock in putting on your armour, I am only afraid she may dart out once more, catch you again, and with all 6 heads, and snatch another 6 of your crew. So drive your ship past with all your might, and call on Crateus, Scylla's mother, who brought her into the world to prey on men. She will prevent her from making a second sally. Your next landfall will be the island of Thrinace, where the sun god pastures his large herds and well-fed sheep. There are 7 herds of cattle and as many flocks of beautiful sheep, with 50 head in each. These animals were not born into the world, nor are they subject to a natural death, and to shepherd them they have goddesses, the lovely nymphs Plathusa and Lepete, children of Hyperion, the sun god, by the divine Nerea, whom their mother, when she had brought them up, carried off to this new and distant home in Thrinace to watch over their father's sheep and fattered cattle. Now, if you leave these animals untouched and fix your mind on getting home, there is some chance that all of you may yet reach Ithaca, though not in comfort. But if you hurt them, then I swear to you that your ship and your company will be destroyed, and if you yourself contrive to escape, you will come home late, in evil plight, with all your comrades lost." As Circe came to an end, dawn took her golden throne. The gracious goddess left me and made her way inland, while I went to my ship and ordered my men to embark and loose the horses. They did so promptly, went to the benches, sat down in their places, and struck the grey surf with their oars. Then the fair Circe, that formidable goddess with a woman's voice, sent us the friendly escort of a favourable wind, which sprang up from astern and filled the sail of our blue-painted ship. We set the tackle in order fore and aft, and then sat down, while the wind and the helmsman kept her on her course. I was much perturbed in spirit, and before long took my men into my confidence. "My friends," I said, "it is not right that only one or two of us should know the prophecies that Circe in her divine wisdom has made to me, and I'm going to pass them on to you, so that may all be forewarned, whether we die or escape the worst and save our lives." His first warning concerned the mysterious sirens. We must beware of their song, and give their flowery meadow a width birth. Alone, I suggested, might listen to their voices, but you must bind me hard and fast so that I cannot stir from the spot where you will stand me, by the step of the mast, with the rope's ends lashed around the mast itself. And if I beg you to release me, you must tighten and add to my bonds. I thus explained every detail to my men. In the meantime, our good ship, with that perfect wind to drive her, fast approached the Sirens' isle. But now the breeze dropped, some power lulled the waves, and a breathless calm set in. Rising from their seats, my men drew in the sail and threw it into the hold, then sat down at the oars and churned the water white with their blades of polished pine. Meanwhile I took a large round of wax, cut it up small with my sword, and kneaded the pieces with all the strength of my fingers. The wax soon yielded to my vigorous treatment, and grew warm, for I had the rays of my lord the sun to help me. I took each of my men in turn and plugged their ears with it. Then they made me a prisoner on my ship, blinding me hand and foot, standing me up by the step of the mast, and trying the rope's end to the mast itself. This done, they set down once more, and struck the grey water with their oars. We made good progress, and had just come within call of shore, when the Sirens became aware that a ship was swiftly bearing down upon them, and broke into their liquid song. "Draw near," they sang, "illustrious Odysseus, flower of Achaean chivalry, and bring your ship to rest that you may hear our voices. No seaman ever sailed his black ship past this spot without listening to the sweet tones that flow from our lips, and none that listened has not been delighted and gone on a wiser man. For we know all that the Argives and Trojans suffered on the broad plain of Troy by the will of the gods, and we have foreknowledge of all that is going to happen on this fruitful earth." The lovely voices came to me across the water, and my heart was filled with a longing to listen, that with nod and frown I signed to my men to set me free. But they swung forward to their oars and rowed ahead, while Parides and Eurylochus jumped up, tightened my bonds, and added more. However, when they had rowed past the Sirens, and we could no longer hear their voices and the burden of their song, my good companions were quick to clear their ears of the wax I had used to stop them, and to free me from my shackles. We had no sooner put this island behind us than I saw a cloud of smoke ahead and a raging surf, the roar of which I could already hear. My men were so terrified that the oars all dropped from their grasp and fell with a splash in the wash of the ship, while the ship herself, now that the hands that had pulled the long blades were idle, was brought to a standstill. I made a tour of the vessel, and with a soothing word for each man, I tried to put heart into my company. "My friends," I said, "we are men who have met trouble before, and I cannot see that we are faced here by anything worse than when the Cyclops used his brutal strength to imprison us in his cave. Yet my courage and presence of mind found a way out for us even from there, and I'm sure that this too will be memory for us one day. So now I appeal to you all to do exactly as I say. Oarsmen, stick to your benches, striking hard with your blades through the broken water, and we may have the luck to slip by, and for once avoid disaster. Helmsman, your orders are these. Get them by heart, for the good ship's steering oar is under your control. Give a wide berth to that smoke and surf you see, and hug these cliffs, or before you can stop her the ship may take it into her head to make a dash over there, and you'll wreck us." The crew obeyed me readily enough. Trouble from Scylla seemed inevitable, so I did not mention her, fearing that in their panic my men might stop rowing and hide in the hold. But now I allowed myself to forget Circe's irksome injunction not to arm herself in any way. I put my fine harness on, seized a couple of long spears, and took my stand on the forecastle deck, hoping from the post to get the first view of Scylla, the monster of the rocks, who wrought such havoc on my crew. But I could not catch a glimpse of her anywhere, though I searched the sombre face of the cliff in every part till my eyes were tired. Thus we sailed up the straits, groaning in terror, for on the one side we had Scylla, while on the other the mysterious Charybdis sucked down the salt water in her dreadful way. When she vomited up, she was stirred to her depths and seethed over like a cauldron on a blazing fire, and the spray she flung on high rained down on the tops of the crags at either side. But when she swallowed the salt water down, the whole interior of our vortex was exposed, the rocks re-echoed to her fearful roar, and the dark sands of the sea bottom came into view. My men turned pale with fear, and now, while all eyes were fixed on Charybdis and the quarter from which we looked for disaster, Scylla snatched out of my boat the 6 ablest hands I had on board. I swung round to glance at the ship and run my eye over the crew, just in time to see the arms and legs of her victims dangled high in the air above my head. "Odysseus!" they called out to me in their agony, but it was the last time they used my name. For, like an angler on a jutting point, who with a long rod casts his oxhorn lure into the sea as bait for the little fish below, gets a bite, and whips his struggling prize to land, Scylla had whisked my comrades up and swept them struggling to the rocks, where she devoured them at her own door, shrieking and stretching out their hands to me in their last desperate throes. In all I have gone through as I made my way across the seas, I have never had to witness a more pitiable sight than that. From the peril of the rocks, from Scylla, and from the terrors of Charybdis, we had now escaped, and it was not long before we reached the sun-god's favoured isle, where Hyperion kept his splendid broad-bowed cattle and his flocks of sturdy sheep. From where I was on board, right out at sea, I could hear the lowing of cows as they were stalled for the night, and the bleating of sheep. And there came into my mind the words of Tiresias, the blind Theban prophet, and of Circe of Aeaea, who had each been so insistent in warning me to avoid this island of the sun, the comfort of mankind. So, in spite of my own disappointment, I decided to inform the others. "My men," I said, Forget your troubles for a moment, and listen to me while I tell you of the oracles I had from Tiresias and Circa of Aea. They warned me repeatedly to keep clear of the island of the sun, the comfort of mankind, for there, they said, our deadliest peril lurks. So drive the ship past and put the island astern. My men were heartbroken when they heard this, and Euryclochus weighed in at once in a truculent vein. Odysseus, he said, you are one of those hard men whose spirit never flags and whose body never tires. You must be made of iron through and through to forbid your men, worn out by labour and by lack of sleep, to set foot on dry land, with the chance of cooking themselves a cheerful supper on this sea-girt isle. Instead, you expect us, just as we are, to go blindly on through the night, and is overtaking us and put leagues of fog and sea between the island and ourselves. What of the high winds that spring up at night and do such harm to shipping? What port could we make to save ourselves from foundering, if we were hit by a sudden squall from the south or the west? There's nothing like the south wind or the wicked west for smashing up a ship. And they don't ask leave of our lords the gods. No, let us take our cue now from the evening dusk and cook our supper. We won't stray away from the ship, and in the morning we can get on board once more and put out into the open sea. This speech of Euryclochus was greeted by applause from all the rest, and it was brought home to me now that heaven really had some calamity in store for us. I answered him gravely, Euryclochus, I am one against many, and you force my hand. Very well, but I call on every man of you to give me his solemn promise that if we come across a herd of cattle or some great flock of sheep, he will not kill a head of either in a wanton fit of folly. Instead, you will sit in peace and eat the rations that the goddess Circe has provided. The crew agreed and promised to abstain. Accordingly, when all had solemnly taken the earth, we brought the good ship to anchor in a sheltered cove, with fresh water at hand, and the men disembarked and proceeded to prepare their supper in the proper style. When they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, their thoughts returned to their dear comrades, whom Scylla had snatched from the ship's hold and devoured, and they wept for them till sweat sleep overtook them in their tears. In the third watch of the night, when the stars had passed their zenith, Zeus, the cloud-gatherer, sent us a gale of incredible violence. He covered land and sea with clouds, and in a moment the black sky had bolted out the world. So at the first peep of day we beached our ship and dragged her up into the shelter of a cave, a pleasant spot which the nymphs used as a dancing ground and meeting place. I then ordered all my men to gather round, and gave them their warning. My friends, I said, since we have plenty of food and drink on board, let us keep our hands off these cattle, or we shall come to grief. For the cows and the fine sheep you have seen belong to that formidable god, the sun, whose eyes and ears miss nothing in this world. My company accepted this with no sign of rebellious spirit, and now for a whole month the south wind blew without a pause, and after that we had nothing but southerly and easterly winds. The men, so long as their bread and red wine lasted, kept their hands off the cattle, as they valued their lives. But when the provisions in the ship gave out, and the pangs of hunger sent them wandering with barbed hooks in quest of game, fishes, or birds, or anything that might come to hand, I went off inland to pray to the gods in the hope that one of them might show me a way of escape. When I had gone far enough across the island to be clear of the rest, I found a spot that was sheltered from the wind, washed my hands, and made my supplications to the whole company on Olympus. But all they did was to cast me into a pleasant sleep, and in the meantime Eurylochus was broaching a wicked scheme to his mates. "My poor long-suffering friends," he said, "listen to what I have to say. To us wretched men all forms of death are abominable, and death by starvation is the most miserable end that one can meet. So I suggest we round up the best of the sun's cows and slaughter them in honour of the immortals who live in the broad sky. If ever we reach our homeland in Ithaca, our first act shall be to build Hyperion the sun god a rich temple and fill it with precious offerings. If, on the other hand, he shows annoyance at his treatment of his straight-horned herds and chooses to wreck our ship with the other gods to back him, I would sooner make one gulp at the sea and give up the ghost than be pinched to death by slow degrees upon a desert isle." His ideas found favour with the rest, and they proceeded at once to round up the pick of the sun's cattle. They had not far to go, for the fine fatted cows with their broad foreheads were often to be seen at their pasture in the neighbourhood of our blue-prowed ship. The men gathered round the cattle and made their prayers to the gods, using for the ceremony some full-grown leaves they stripped from a tall oak tree, since they had no white barley in the ship. Their prayers done, they slit the cows' throats and flayed them, then cut out slices from the thighs, wrapped them in folds of fat, and lay raw meat above them. And since they had no wine to pour over the burning sacrifice, they made libations with water as they roasted all the entrails. When the thighs were burnt up, and they had tasted the inner parts, they carved the rest into small pieces, and spitted them on skewers. They had reached this point when I suddenly awoke from my deep sleep. I started on my way back to the vessel and the coast. Directly I came near my good ship, the sweet smell of roasting meat was wafted to my nostrils. I exclaimed in horror, and called on the immortal gods to heal me. "Father Zeus," I cried, "and you other blessed gods who live forever, so it was to ruin me that you lulled me into that cruel sleep, while the men I left conceived and did this hideous thing?" The news that we had killed his cattle was promptly conveyed by Lampetie of the long robes to the sun god Hyperion, and he was quick to voice his outraged feelings to the immortals. "Father Zeus, and you other happy gods who live forever, I call on you to punish the followers of Odysseus son of Laertes. They have had the insolence to kill my cattle, the cattle that gave me such joy every day as I climbed the sky to put the stars to flight, and as I dropped from heaven and sunk once more to earth. If they do not repay me in full for my slaughtered cows, I will go down to Hades and shine among the dead." "Sun," the cloud-gatherer answered him, "shine on for the immortals, and for mortal men on the fruitful earth. As for the culprits, I will soon strike their ship with a blinding bolt out on the wine-dark sea, and break it to bits." This part of the tale I'd had from the fair Calypso, who told me that she herself had heard it from Hermes the messenger. When I had come down to the sea and reached the ship, I confronted my men one after the other, and rebuked them, but we could find no way of mending matters. The cows were dead and gone, and the gods soon began to visit my crew with portents. The hides crawled, the meat, roast and raw, groaned on the spits, and the sound as though of lowing cattle could be heard. For 6 days those good of men mine feasted on the pick of the sun's cattle they had driven in. But when Zeus brought the 7th day round, the fury of the gale abated, and we quickly embarked and put into open sea after stepping the mast and hauling the white sail up. When we had left the island astern, and no other land nor anything but sky and water was to be seen, Zeus brought a sombre cloud to rest above the ship, so that the sea was darkened by its shadow. Before she had run very far, a howling wind suddenly sprang up from the west, and hit us with hurricane force. The squall snapped both forestays together. As the mast fell aft, all the rigging tumbled into the bilge, and the mast itself, reaching the stern, struck the helmsman on the head and smashed in all the bones of his skull. He plunged like a diver from the poop, and his brave soul left his body. Then, at one and the same moment, Zeus thundered and struck the vessel by lightning. The whole ship reeled to the blow of his bolt, and was filled with sulphur. My men were flung overboard and tossed round the black hull like seagulls on the waves. There was no homecoming for them. The gods saw to that. Meanwhile, I kept shifting from one part of the ship to another, till a great wave tore her sides from her keel, which the seas then swept along denuded of its ribs. They even snapped the mast off close to the keel, but as the backstay, which was a leather rope, had fallen across the mast, I used it to lash mast and keel together, and astride these two timbers I became the sport of the furious winds. The storm that had blown up from the west subsided soon enough, but was quickly followed by more wind from the south, to my great distress, for this meant that I should have once more to run the gauntlet of the dread of Charybdis. All through the night I was swept along, and at sunrise found myself back at Scylla's rock and that appalling whirlpool. Charybdis was beginning to suck the salt water down, but as she did so, I was flung right up to the great fig tree, on which I got a tight grip and clung like a bat. I could find no foothold to support me, nor any means of climbing into the tree, for its roots were far away below, and long branches that overshadowed Charybdis stretched high above my head. However, I stuck grimly on until such time as she should spew me up by my mast and keel once more. My hope was justified, though they came up very late, in fact, not till the time when a judge with a long list of disputes to settle between obstinate litigants rises from court for his evening meal. Then at last the timbers reappeared on the surface of the pool. I flung my arms and legs down for a plunge, and with a splash fell in the water clear of the great logs, which I then bestrode and rowed along with my hands. And thanks to the Father of men and gods, I was spared another sight of Scylla. Otherwise, nothing could have saved me from certain death. 9 days of drifting followed, but in the night of the 10th the gods washed me up on the isle of Ogygia, the home of the fair Calypso, that formidable goddess with a woman's voice, and she received me kindly and looked after me. But why go again through all this? Only yesterday I told you and your noble consort the whole story here in your house, and it goes against the grain with me to repeat a tale already plainly told. Chapter 13. Odysseus lands in Ithaca. Odysseus' tale was finished, and such was the spell he had cast on the whole company that not a sound was heard throughout the shadowy hall, till at last Alcinous turned to his guest and said, "Odysseus, you have suffered much, but now that you have set foot on the bronze floor of my great house, I feel assured that you will reach your home without any further wanderings from your course. As for you, sirs, here are my wishes. Let them stand as an order to every one of you that frequent my palace to drink the sparkling wine of the elders and enjoy the minstrel's song. I know that the clothing, gold ornaments, and other presents that our counsellors brought in are already laid out. Buy for our guest in a wooden sponge box. I now suggest that we each give him a large tripod and a cauldron. Later, we will recoup ourselves by a tax on the people, since it would be hard on us singly to have to make so generous a donation." His proposal was approved, and all went home to their beds. But as soon as dawn had flecked the morning sky with red, they came bustling down to the ship with their welcome bronze-ware gifts, and the great King Alcinous himself went up and down the vessel, stowing them carefully under the benches, so as not to hamper any of the ship's hands as they tugged at the oars. This done, they repaired for a banquet to Alcinous's house, and for their entertainment the divine king sacrificed a bullock to Zeus of the black cloud, the son of Cronos, who is lord of all. They burnt the thighs and settled down happily to a splendid feast, while in their midst the people's favourite, Demodocus, that admirable bard, sang to the music of his harp. But Odysseus kept turning his face towards the blazing sun, as though to hasten its descent, for he was longing to be off, and as the ploughman whose 2 dun oxen have pulled the ploughshare through the fallow all day long yearns for his supper and welcomes the sunset that frees him to seek it and drag home his weary legs, so did Odysseus, welcoming the setting of the sun that day. No sooner was it down than he appealed to his sailor hosts, and to Alcinous in particular. "Lord Alcinous, my most worshipful prince, make your drink offerings now, and see me safely off, and may every blessing be yours. For now my dearest wish has been fulfilled. I have secured your escort, and I have friendly gifts. May the gods in heaven allow me to enjoy them, and may I find my wife and dear ones safe and sound in my home when I reach it. As for you that I leave here, may you all bring happiness to your good wives and to your children, and may the gods prosper you in every way, and keep your people from harm." This speech of Odysseus pleased the whole company. They felt the justice of his claim, and held that their guest should now be sent on his way. King Alcinous called to his squire. "Pontonous," he said, "mix a bowl of wine and serve everyone in the hall so that we can make a drink offering to Father Zeus before seeing our visitor off to the land of his birth." Pontonous mixed the mellow wine, went his round, and served each of the guests, who then made libations to the blessed gods that live in the far-flung heavens. All remained seated for his ritual, except the gallant Odysseus, who rose from his chair, put his 2-handled beaker in Aret's hands, and made her this cordial adieu. "My queen, here's fortune all your life, until man's common lot, old age and death, comes on you. I take my leave of you now. May your house be blessed, and may you be happy in your children, your people, and in Alcinous your king." With this, the noble Odysseus stepped across the threshold. King Alcinous ordered an equerry to accompany him and lead him to the good ship and the seashore, while Aret sent with him a party of serving women, one with a green mantle and tunic, another to carry his strong box, while a third conveyed his bread and the red wine. When they had come down to the ship and the sea, the young nobles who were to escort him took charge of his baggage, including all the food and drink, and stowed it in the hold. For Odysseus himself they spread a rug and sheet on the ship's deck, well aft, so that he might enjoy unbroken sleep. Then he too climbed on board and quietly laid down, while the crew found their seats on the benches like men drilled to their work, and untied the cabin from the pierced stone that held it. But no sooner had they swung back and struck the water with their blades than sweet oblivion sealed Odysseus's eyes in sleep delicious and profound, the very counterfeit of death. And now, like a team of 4 stallions on the plain who starts as one horse, as the touch of the whip and the break into their bounding stride to make short work of the course, the ship lunged forward, and above the great dark wave that the sea sent roaring in her wake, her stern began to rise and fall. With own faltering speed she forged ahead, and not even the wheeling falcon, the fastest thing that flies, could have kept her company. Thus she sped lightly on, cutting her way through the waves, and carrying a man wise as the gods are wise, who, in long years of war on land and wandering across the cruel seas, had suffered many agonies of spirit, but now was lapped in peaceful sleep, forgetting all he had once endured. When the brightest of all stars came up, the stars which often ushers in the tender light of dawn, the ship's voyage was done, and she drew near to Ithaca. Now in that island, in a cove named after Porsus, the old man of the sea, with two bold headlands squatting at his mouth, so as to protect it from the heavy swell raised by rough weather in the open, and allow large ships to ride inside without so much as tying up, once within mooring distance of the shore. At the head of the cove grows a long-leaved olive tree, and nearby is a cavern that offers welcome shade and is sacred to the nymphs we call Naiads. This cave contains a number of stone basins and two-handled jars, which are used by bees as their hives. Also great looms of stone where the nymphs weave marvellous fabrics of sea purple, and there are springs whose water never fails. It has two mouths, the one that looks north in the way down for men, the other, facing south, is meant for the gods, and as immortals come in by this way, it is not used by men at all. It was here that the Phaeacians put in, knowing the spot, and such was the headway of the ship, rowed by those able hands that when she drove against the shore, a full half of her keel's length mounted the beach. They rose from the benches, jumped out, and made it their first task to lift Odysseus, sheet, glossy, rug and all, out of the gallant ship and deposit it on the sand still fast asleep. Next they took out all the treasures which Athena's generous impulse had caused their noble countryman to give him when he left for home. These they stacked in a pile by the trunk of the olive tree, well away from the path, lest some passer-by should happen to come up upon them before he awoke and rob him. This done, they set out for home. Meanwhile, the lord of the earthquake, who had by no means forgotten the threats he had once uttered against the noble Odysseus, tried to find out what purpose was in Zeus's mind. "Father Zeus," he said, "the immortal gods will think nothing of me, flout as I am by mortal men, by these Phaeacians, I mean, who after all sprung from my own stock. I said that Odysseus should suffer much before he reached his home, though I never put a final ban on his return, once you had promised it and nodded your assent. But now these people have brought him over the sea in their good ship, landed him asleep in Ithaca, after showering gifts upon him, gifts of copper, gold, and woven stuffs in such profusion as he could never have won for himself from Troy, even if he had come back unhurt, with his fair share of the spoils." "Imperial Earthshaker," replied the Gatherer of the Clouds, "your fears are preposterous. The gods are innocent of all irreverence towards you. Indeed, it would be an abominable thing for them to scoff at the eldest and best of their company. As for mankind, if anyone thinks himself powerful enough to slight you, you have all the future in which to take your revenge. You are free to please yourself. Act as you see fit." "Lord of the black cloud," Poseidon answered him, "I should promptly have done as you say, but for my ingrained deference to your will and dread of your resentment. Now, however, I propose to wreck that fine ship of the Phaeacians on the high seas as she comes back from her mission, to reach them, to hold their hands, and give up this habit of escorting travellers. And I will also fence their town with a ring of high mountains." "My friend," said the Gatherer of the Clouds, "this is what I think best. Choose the moment when all eyes in the city are fixed on the ship's approach to turn her into a rock offshore, and let this rock look like a ship, so that all the world may wonder. Then throw a circle of high mountains round their city." With this encouragement from Zeus, Poseidon made for Scheria, where the Phaeacians live, and there he bode his time till the approaching ship, making good headway, showed in the offing. The earth-shaker then went up to her, and with one blow from the flat of his hand turned her into stone, and rooted her to the sea bottom, where he left her. The Phaeacian spectators, oarsmen themselves, and seamen of repute, looked at each other, and cried out in amazement. "Who in heaven's name," they asked, "has stopped our good ship out at sea as she was making port? Only a moment ago we could see every spar." They might well ask, for they had no inkling of what had happened till Alcinous explained. "Alas," he cried, "my father's prophecy of long ago has indeed come to home. He used to maintain that Poseidon resented our giving self-conduct to all and sundry, and he foretold that one day he would wreck one of our fine ships on the high seas as she was returning from such a mission, and would overshadow our city with a ring of high mountains. Now all these prophecies of the old kings are coming true. But listen, I have remedies to suggest, which I hope you will all accept. For the future, give up your custom of seeing home any traveller who comes to our city, and for the present let us sacrifice 12 picked bulls to Poseidon. He may take pity on us and refrain from hemming in our town with long mountain range." They were filled for consternation, and at once prepared the bulls for sacrifice. Thus the chieftains and counsellors of the Phaeacian people were gathered round the altar, and interceding with the Lord Poseidon at the moment when the good Odysseus awoke from sleep on his native soil. After so long an absence, he failed to recognize it, for the goddess Pallas Athena, daughter of Zeus, had thrown a mist over the place to give herself time to make plans with Odysseus and disguise him, so that he would not be recognized by his wife and friends of the people of the town before the suitors had paid for all their crimes. As a result, everything in Ithaca, the long hill paths, the quiet bays, the beetling rocks and the green trees, seemed unfamiliar to its king. He leapt to his feet and stood staring at his native land. Then he groaned, and slapping his thighs with the flat of his hands, gave vent to his disappointment. "Alas, whose country have I come to now? Are they some brutal tribe of lawless savages, or a kindly and God-fearing people? Where shall I put all these goods of mine, and where on earth am I myself to go? If only I had stayed there with the Phaeacians, then I could have gone on to some other powerful prince who might have received me well and seen me on my way. As it is, I have not the least idea where to stow them, and I certainly can't leave them here, or someone else will make free with my property. And what a blow to find that those Phaeacians, lords and chieftains, are not exactly the wise and honest men I took them for. They say they will put me down in my own sunny Ithaca, and then they carry me off to this outlandish spot, a broken promise, for which I pray they may be punished by Zeus, the suppliant's god, who watches all mankind and punishes offenders. But now I'd better count my belongings, and make sure that the crew have not robbed me and carried something off in the hold of their ship." He proceeded to check his fine tripods and cauldrons, his gold and his splendid woven fabrics, and found not a single item missing. But this did not console him for the homeland he had sought, and weeping bitterly he dragged his feet along the shore of the sounding sea. Athena now appeared upon the scene. She had disguised herself as a young shepherd, with all the delicate beauty that marks the son of kings. A handsome cloak was folded back across her shoulders, her feet shone white between the sandal straps, and she carried a javelin in her hand. She was a welcome sight to Odysseus, who came forward at once and accosted her eagerly. "Good day to you, sir," he said. "Since you are the first person I have met in this place, I hope to find no enemy in you, but the saviour of my treasures here on my very life. And so I pray to you as I should to a god, and kneel at your feet. But what I beg of you first is to tell me exactly where I am. What part of the world is this? What is this country called, and who live here? Is it the one of the sunny islands, or is it one of those coastal tracks that run down from the rich mainland to meet the sea?" "Sir," said the goddess of the gleaming eyes, "you must be a simpleton, or have travelled very far from your home to ask me what this country is. It has a name by no means so inglorious as that. In fact, it is known to thousands, to all the peoples of the dawn and sunrise, and all that live on the other side toward the western gloom. I grant that it is rugged and unfit for driving horses, yet narrow though it may be, it is very far from poor. It grows abundant corn and wine in plenty. The rains and the fresh dews are never lacking, and it has excellent pasturage for goats and cattle, timber of all kinds, and watering places that never fail. And so, my friend, the name of Ithaca has travelled even as far as Troy, and that, they say, is a good long way from Achaia." Odysseus's patient heart leapt up as the divine Pallas Athene told him this, and he revelled in the knowledge that he was on his native soil. He answered her readily enough, but not with the truth. It had been on the tip of his tongue, but loyal as ever to his own crafty nature, he contrived to keep it back. "Of course," he said, "I heard tell of Ithaca even over there across the seas in the spacious land of Crete, and now I have come here myself with all these goods of mine, leaving the other half of my fortune to my children. For I had to take to my heels. I had killed Idomeneus' son, the great runner Orsilochus, who was faster on his feet than any living man in the whole island of Crete. He tried to fleece me of all the spoil I had won at Troy, my wages for the long-drawn agonies of war, and all the miseries that sea travel means, merely because I refused to curry favour with his father by serving as his squire at Troy, and preferred to lead my own command. So, with a friend at my side, I laid an ambush for him close to the road, and let fly at him with my bronze spear as he was coming in from the country. There was a pitch-black sky that night, and not a soul saw us, so no one knew that it was I who killed him. However, with the man's blood fresh on my hands, I hastily sought out a Phoenician ship, threw myself on the mercy of its honest crew, and with a liberal donation from my booty, persuaded them to take me on board and set me down in Pylos, or the good land of Elis, where the Ephians rule. But, as things turned out, the wind was so strong for them and drove them off their course, much to their distress, for they had no wish to disappoint me. We beat about for a time, and in the night we made this island and rowed the ship helter-skelter into harbour. And though we stood in store need of it, not a man among us thought of his supper. We all tumbled out of the ship and lay down just as we were. I was so exhausted that I fell sound asleep. Meanwhile the crew fetched my goods out of the good ship and dumped them down on the sand where I lay, after which they embarked once more and set sail for their own city of Sidon, leaving me and my troubles behind. The bright-eyed goddess smiled at Odysseus' tale and caressed him with her hand. Her appearance altered, and now she looked like a woman, tall, beautiful, and accomplished, and when she replied to him, she abandoned her reserve. "What a cunning knave it would take," she said, "to beat you at your tricks. Even a god would be hard put to it. And so my stubborn friend Odysseus, the arch-deceiver with his craving for intrigue, does not propose even in his own country to drop his sharp practice and the lying tales that he loves from the bottom of his heart. But no more of this. We are both adepts in chicanery, for in the world of men you have no rival as a statesman and orator, while I am preeminent among the gods for invention and resource." "And yet you did not know me, Pallas Athene, daughter of Zeus, who always stand by your side and guard you through all your adventures. Why, It was I who made all the Phaeacians take you so kindly, and here I am once more to plan your future course with you, to hide the treasures that the Phaeacians nobles prompted by me gave to you when you left for home, and to warn you of all the trials you will have to undergo within the walls of your palace. Bear these with patience, for bear them you must. Tell not a single person in the place, man or woman, that you are back from your wanderings, but endure all vexations in silence, and submit yourself to the indignities that will be put upon you. Odysseus was ready with his answer. Goddess, he said, it is hard for a man to recognize you at sight, however knowledgeable he may be, for you have a way of donning all kinds of disguises. But this I know well, that you were gracious to me in the old days so long as we Achaeans were campaigning at Troy. Yet when we had sacked Priam's lofty citadel and gone on board our ships, and a god had scattered the Achaean fleet, I did not notice you then, daughter of Zeus, nor see you set foot on my ship to save me from any of my ordeals. No, I was left to wander through the world with a stricken heart, till the gods put a term to my sufferings, and the day came, in the rich land of the Phaeacians, where you confronted me with your talk, and yourself guided me to their city. But now I beseech you in your father's name, since I cannot think that I have come to my bright Ithaca, but feel that I must be at large in some foreign country, and that you must have said what you did in a spirit of mockery to lead me astray. I beseech you to tell me, am I really back in my own beloved land? How like you to be so wary, said Athena, and that is why I cannot desert you in your misfortunes. You are so civilized, so intelligent, so self-possessed. Any other man on returning from his travels would have rushed home in high spirits to see his children and his wife. You, on the contrary, are in no hurry, even to ask questions and to learn news. No, with your own eyes you must first make sure of your wife, who, by the way, does nothing but sit at home with her eyes, never free from tears, as the slow nights and days pass sorrowfully by. As for your homecoming, I myself was never in any doubt. I knew in my heart that you would get back with the loss of all your men. But you must understand that I was not prepared to oppose my uncle Poseidon, who was highly incensed when you blighted his own son, and has cherished his grudge against you. And now, to convince you, let me show the Ithacan scene. Here is the harbour of Porcis, the old man of the sea, and there at the head of the heaven is the long-leaved olive tree, with the cave nearby, the pleasant shady spot that is sacred to the nymphs whom men call Naiads. Over there you can see its vaulted roof. It will put you in mind of many a solemn sacrifice you have made there to the nymphs, while the forest-clad slopes behind are those of Mount Neriton. As she spoke, the goddess dispersed the mist, and the countryside stood plain to view. And now joy came at last to the gallant long-suffering Odysseus. So happy did the sight of his own land make him, that he kissed the generous soil, then with uplifted hands invoked the nymphs. And I had thought, you nymphs of the springs, you daughters of Zeus, that I should never set my eyes on you again. Accept my greetings and my loving prayers. Gifts too will follow as in days gone by, as though the kindness of this warrior, child of Zeus, I am allowed to live and see my son grow up. Be bold, said Athene of the flashing eyes, and dismiss all such doubts from your heart. Our immediate task is to hide your goods in some corner of this haunted cave, where they may lie in safety. After that, we must decide on the best course of future. The goddess now plunged into the gloom of the cavern to explore it for hiding place, while Odysseus made haste to bring in all his belongings, the gold, the indestructible copper, and the fine fabrics the Phaeacians had given him. After he had stowed them carefully away, Pallas Athene, daughter of Zeus, closed the entrance with a stone. The pair then sat down by the trunk of the sacred olive tree to scheme the downfall of the presumptuous suitors, and the bright-eyed goddess put the case to Odysseus. "Royal son of Laertes," she said, "you are a man of resource. Consider how you will come to grips with the gang of profligates who for 3 whole years have been lording it in your palace, paying court to your incomparable wife and tempting her with marriage settlements. All this time she has pined for your homecoming, and though she has given them all some grounds for hope and doled out promises in private messages to each, her real wishes are very different." "Alas," cried Odysseus of the nimble wits, "it seems to me that I should have come to the same miserable end as King Agamemnon directly I set foot in my home, if you, goddess, had not made all this clear to me. I beseech you to think of some way by which I could pay these miscreants out, and take your stand at my side, filling me with the spirit that dares all, as you did on the day when we pulled down Troy's shining diadem of towers. Ah, lady of the bright eyes, if only you would aid me with such vehemence as you did then, I could fight against 300 with you beside me, sovereign goddess, and with your wholehearted help to count on." "Indeed, I will stand at your side," Athena answered. "I shall not forget you when the time comes for this task of ours. As for those suitors who are wasting your fortune, I can already see them straining your broad floors with their own blood and brains. But now to work. I'm going to change you beyond recognition. I shall wither the smooth skin on those supple limbs of yours, and rob your head of its auburn locks. I shall clothe you in rags from which people will shrink in disgust, and I shall take all the light out of those fine eyes that you have. All this to make the whole gang of suitors, and even your wife, and the son you left at home, take you for a disreputable vagabond. And now for your part. The first man you must approach is the swineherd in charge of your pigs. His loyal heart is on your side as firmly as ever, and he loves your son and your wise queen Penelope. You will find him watching over his swine out at their pastures by the Raven's Crag and the spring of Arethusa, where they find the right fodder to make them fat and healthy pigs, feeding on the acorns they love and drinking water from deep pools. Stay there, sit down with the old man, and question him about the whole affair. Meanwhile, I shall go to Sparta, the city of fair women, to summon Telemachus, your own son, Odysseus, who, I must tell you, has travelled to the broad vale of Lacedaemon and visited Menelaus in the hope of getting on your track and finding out if you are still alive." Odysseus replied with a shrewd question. "But why, in your omniscience, did you not tell him the truth? Do you want him to scour the barren seas in misery, while strangers eat him out of house and home?" "You not be a need to be alarmed for him," the bright-eyed goddess answered. "I myself arranged the journey for him, feeling that the adventure would redound to his credit. He is in no difficulties, but is sitting quiet at ease in Menelaus's palace, in the lap of luxury. It is true that those young men in their black ship have laid an ambush for him on his journey home, with murder in their hearts, but I have an idea that they will not succeed. No, sooner than that, the earth will close over some of those gallants who are wasting your wealth." Athene touched him on with her wand. She withered the smooth skin on his supple limbs, robbed his head of his auburn locks, covered his whole body with the wrinkles of old age, and dimmed the light that shone in his beautiful eyes. His clothing, too, she changed into shabby cloak and tunic, filthy rags begrimed by smoke. Over his back she threw the great bald hide of a nimble stag, and finally she gave him a staff and a mean and a tattered knapsack with a shoulder strap. Their plans prepared, the two parted company, and Athene went off to the sacred land of Lacedaemon to fetch Odysseus his son. Chapter 14. In Emmaus's hut. Meanwhile Odysseus turned his back on the harbour, and followed a rough track leading up into the woods and through the hills towards the spot where Athena had told him he would meet the worthy swineherd, who of all the royal servants had shown himself to be his most faithful steward. He found him sitting in front of his homestead, in the farmyard whose high walls, perched on the eminence and protected by a clearing, enclosed a fine and spacious court. The herdsman had made it for himself, his absent master's swine, without help from his mistress or the aged Laertes, building a wall of quarried stone with a hedge of wild pear on top. As an additional protection, outside he fenced the whole length on either hand with a closely set stockade made of split oak, which he had taken from the dark heart of the logs. Inside the yard, to house the pigs at night, he had put 12 sties, all near to one another, in each of which 50 sows slept on the ground, and had their litters. The boars lay outside the yard, and of these there were far fewer, since their numbers suffered constant inroads at the banquets of the courting noblemen, for whom the swineherd used at regular intervals to send down the pick of his fatted hogs. Yet there were 360 of them still. They were guarded every night by 4 fierce and powerful dogs, trained by the swineherd's master's hand. He himself was busy cutting a piece of good brown leather and fitting a pair of sandals to his feet, while his mates had gone afield in various directions with the pigs to their pastures, 3 of them, that is to say, for he had obliged to send the 4th to town with a hog for the rollicking suitors to slaughter, so that they might gorge themselves with pork. The noisy dogs suddenly caught sight of Odysseus, and flew at him, barking loudly. He had a presence of mind to sit down and drop his staff, yet he would have come to grief then and there at his own farm, if the swineherd had not intervened. Letting the leather fall from his fingers in his haste, he dashed through the gateway, shouted at the dogs, and sent them flying with a shower of stones. "Old man," he said to his master, "that was a narrow escape. The dogs would have made short work of you, and the blame would have fallen on me, as the gods hadn't done enough already to pester and torment me. Here I sit, yearning and mourning for the best of masters, and fattening his hogs for others to eat, while he himself, starving as like as not, is lost in foreign lands, and trampling through strange towns, if indeed he's still alive, and can see the light of day. However, follow me, sir, to my cabin, to join me in my meal. When you have had all the bread and wine you want, you shall tell me where you come from, and what your troubles are." The friendly herdsman led the way to his cabin, ushered Odysseus in, and bade him be seated on some brushwood that he'd piled up for him and covered with the shaggy skin of a wild goat, large and thick enough to serve as his own mattress. Odysseus was delighted by this welcome, and did not hide his pleasure. "My good honest host," he said, "I hope Zeus and other gods will reward you with your father's heart's desire for receiving me so kindly." "Sir," said the swineherd Eumaeus, "my conscience would not let me turn away a stranger in worse state than even yourself, for strangers and beggars all come in Zeus's name, and a gift from folk like us is none the less welcome for being small. Serfs, after all, can do no better, so long as they go in fear of their lords and masters. I mean these new ones, for as for my old master, the gods have fixed it that he shan't get home. He would have looked after me properly, and pensioned me off with a cottage and a bit of land, and an attractive wife, as a kind master does for a servant who has worked hard for him, and whose work heaven has prospered. as it prospers the job I toil here. Yes, the king would have rewarded me well for this, had he grown old in Ithaca, but he is dead and gone. I wish I could say the same of Helen and all her breed, for she brought many a good man to his knees. My master, too, was one of those who went to Ilium to fight the Trojan charioteers in Agamemnon's cause." The swineherd broke off, hitched up his tunic in his belt, and went out to the sties where the young porkers were penned in batches. He selected 2, carried them in, and slaughtered them both. Next he singed them, chopped them up, and skewered the meat. When he had roasted it all, he served it up piping hot on the spits set in front of Odysseus, and sprinkled it with white barley meal. He then mixed some mellow wine in a bowl of olive wood, took a seat facing his guest, and invited him to eat. "Stranger," he said, "fall onto those porkers, which are all we serfs can offer you, for our fatted hogs are eaten up by the suitors, who have no fear of the wrath to come, and no compunction in their hearts. Yet the blessed gods don't like foul play. Decency and moderation are what they respect in men. Even bloodthirsty pirates, when they raided a foreign coast and had the luck to carry off some loot, are haunted by the fear of retribution as they make for home with their ships full of plunder. So I can't help thinking that these suitors have somehow discovered, maybe through some heaven-sent rumour, that my master has come to a disastrous end, which explains why they will never pay court to his widow in the regular way, nor go home and mind their own business, but sit there instead at their ease and eat up all his livelihood in this high-handed style, with no thought for economy. For I tell you, they slaughter beasts every blessed day and night, never contenting themselves with 1 or even 2 at a time. Why, the amount of wine they draw and waste is disgraceful. My master, you see, was enormously wealthy. There wasn't a lord in the Black Continent or in Ithaca itself to touch him. He's worth more than 20 others rolled into one. Let me give you some idea. On the mainland, 12 herds of cattle, as many flocks of sheep, as many droves of pig, and as many scattered herds of goats, all tended by hard labour, or his own herdsman, while here in Ithaca 11 herds of goats graze up and down the coast, with reliable men to look after them, and every one of these men has day by day to choose the likeliest of his fatted goats, and drive it in for the suitors, while I, too, who tend and keep these swine, carefully pick out the best, and send it down to them." While Eumaeus was talking, Odysseus devoted himself to the meat and the wine, which he consumed greedily and in silence, his brain teeming with thoughts of what he would do to the suitors. When he had finished supper and refreshed himself, Eumaeus filled his own drinking bowl and handed it to his master brimful of wine. Odysseus accepted with pleasure, and now put a direct question to his host. "Tell me, my friend, who was the man who brought with you his wealth, this lord whom you described so exceedingly rich and powerful? You said he had lost his life in Agamemnon's cause. Tell me his name. I may find that I recognize him by your description. Heaven only knows whether I can tell you I've met him, but I've certainly seen a great deal of the world." "My dear sir," answered this prince among swineherds, "no wanderer who comes here and claims to bring news of Odysseus could convince his wife and son. Beggars in need of creature comforts find lying easy, and to tell the true tale is the last thing they wish. Whenever a tramp comes to Ithaca on the rounds, he goes straight to my mistress with his artful talk. She welcomes him graciously and makes him tell his tale from first to last, while the tears of distress stream down her cheeks, as is natural for a woman whose husband has met his end abroad. Why, sir, You yourself would be quick enough to invent a tale if someone gave you a cloak and tunic to put on. As for my master, he is dead and gone. The dogs and the birds of the air must by now have torn the flesh from his bones, or the fish have eaten him in the sea, and his bones lie on the shore with the sand piled high above them. Yes, that is how he met his end, and his death has meant nothing but trouble for his friends and for myself above all, for I shall never find so kind a master again wherever I may go, not even if I return to my parents' house, where I was born and where they brought me up themselves, and much as I should like to be back in my own country and set eyes on them again, my longing for them has given place in my heart to overwhelming regret for the loss of Odysseus. Yes, sir, even though he is not here, I hesitate to use his name. He loved me and took thought for me beyond all others, and so, though he is far away, I still think of him as my beloved lord. Friend, said the patient Odysseus in reply, since you'll have none of what I say, and since you have so little faith that you cannot believe he will ever return, I will not content myself by merely stating that Odysseus is coming back. I will swear it. Directly he comes and sets foot in his own house, I claim the reward for the good news, and you can dress me properly in a new cloak and tunic. But till that moment, destitute as I am, I will accept nothing, for I loathe like hell's gates the man who is driven by poverty to lie. I swear now by Zeus before all other gods, and by the board of hospitality, and by the good Odysseus's hearth, which I am approaching, that everything will happen as I say. This very year Odysseus will be here, between the waning of the old moon and the waxing of the new. He will come back to his home, and he will punish all that offer outrage there is to consort with his noble son. What answer did Eumaeus make to this? Old man, he said, that reward I shall never have to pay, nor will Odysseus ever come home again. But drink in peace and let us pass to other topics. Don't remind me of my troubles, for I tell you my heart is wrung within me when anyone puts me in mind of my true king. As for your oath, let us forget it, and may Odysseus still come home, as I pray he will, and as Penelope does, and old Laertes, and Prince Telemachus. Ah, there's another cruel anxiety for me. Odysseus' son Telemachus. The gods made him grow like a young sapling, and I had hoped to see him play no meaner a part in the world than his father, a paragon of manly beauty, when suddenly some god deprived him of his wits, or perhaps it was a man who fooled him, and off he went to holy Pylos on his father's trail. And now, my lords, the suitors are lying in ambush for him on his way home, so that the king Arcesius' line may be wiped out of Ithaca, and the very name be forgotten. Well, we must leave him to his fate, whether they get him, or whether by God's help he saves his skin. But now, my ancient friend, you must tell me about your own troubles, and satisfy my curiosity. Who are you, and where do you come from? What is your city? Who are your family? And since you certainly can't have come on foot, what kind of vessel brought you here? How did its crew come to land you in Ithaca, and who did they claim to be? I will enlighten you on all these points, replied Odysseus, with his usual cunning. But even supposing that you and I had an endless supply of food and wine here in the hut, and so could eat in peace while the rest got on with the work, I should still find it easy to talk to you for a whole 12-month without coming to an end of my grievances, and of all the hardships heaven has made me endure. I am a native of the broad lands of Crete, and the son of a wealthy man. He had a number of other sons who, like me, were born and brought up in the house. but they were the lawful issue of his wife, whereas my mother was a concubine he had bought. In spite of this difference, Castor, son of Hylax, to give my father his name, put me on an equal footing with his legitimate sons. The Cretians of his day respected and envied him for his good fortune, his riches, and his splendid children, but his time came, and death bore him off to Hades's halls. His sons then split up the estate in a high-handed way, and cast lots for the shares, assigning to me a meagre pittance and a house to match. However, I won a wife for myself from a rich family on the strength of my own merits, for I was neither a fool nor a coward. My glory has departed now, yet I think you will still be able to see my stubble when the harvest was like. Since then I have been overwhelmed by troubles, but in the old days Ares and Athene had endowed me generously with the daring and sweeps all before it, and when it came to planning a bold stroke against the enemy, and I picked my men for an ambush, my ardent spirits were never dashed by any foreboding of death.